Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and I welcome all of you back to another Chris Chan Quickie article. This is going to be Chris and his relationship with contests to conclude his entire society saga. Now, for those who need a little bit of an opening to this, is that Chris is a very avid and back in the day and a very, very devoted man to being, in a sense, being somewhat competitive in things that probably came down to the luck of the draw. Yeah, if it came down to like actual contests to actually display levels of skill outside of, let's say, some sort of bizarre karaoke themed sing-song challenge, then well, it's better if Chris was just sort of open to his own devices to do contests of this description. But with that being said, ever since the early 90s, Chris has entered a number of contests. Chris places great weight on his success and failure with regard to promotional contests. He becomes elated and sees victory as an indication of his own greatness when he wins, yet he becomes enraged and lashes out at the losers when he loses. A fairly typical response for somebody like Chris, and what we're about to see will just about conclude all of this. So, the Sonic the Hedgehog Watch and Win Sweepstakes. The Sonic the Hedgehog Watch and Win Sweepstakes was a contest held in '93 to promote the syndicated adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog. The contest grand prize, a $1,000 KB Toys shopping spree, was awarded to two lucky winners, one of whom happened to be Chris. This is one of the defining moments of Chris's young life, being the first of many contests Chris has entered over the years. And you know what, considering it's for what they were, I know we've gone over it many, many times before, but it's probably one of the ones that, this is basically the beginnings and the humble genesis of a locale legend. But you know what, I honestly like this video anyway, because it's actually, it's probably one of the more wholesome moments of Chris's life. And yeah, I think it's just, it's a good demonstration of who Chris used to be, I suppose.
We've got a little more for you, including what Sonic the Hedgehog means to a very special Charlottesville boy, and the significance goes way beyond a high score in videos. Finally tonight, Sonic the Hedgehog is running wildly in the Chandler household this weekend. 12-year-old Christian Chandler of Charlottesville was the winner in a video game shopping spree. Christian is one of only about 100 winners nationally to receive $1,000 worth of Sega games and equipment. For his parents, it's just another example of how well he's doing. Christian is a high-functioning autistic child. This past fall, on his own initiative, he entered a contest based on a favorite cartoon.
You know, I know this is probably, like, again, something I've never thought of mentioned before, but was it absolutely, like, within the news station's jurisdiction to mention the fact that Chris was autistic or not? I don't. I've never thought about that before, because sometimes, like, when it's done in the UK, it's only ever brought up if it's like necessary to the story. But I suppose maybe, but I don't know. That's
character.
It had to do was exactly what Sonic the Hedgehog cartoon, and I'd listen to what Sonic says at the end of it and write it down for a whole week, and then I had to mail it in, and I had to be drawn out of a hat, and I just won.
And Christian's father says it only takes a few hours for him to master.
Yeah, so that's basically all you need to know. And the important things really to know about that entire contest was the fact that Chris seemed to just be fairly nonchalant, maybe because, like, maybe I actually am a little bit interested, to be honest, because I'm not entirely sure if I'm not even sure if that happened to me, I was able to take in the fact that I was even going to be on the news for a very short period. But considering what happens later in Chris's life, being on the news is not particularly, you know, a day in the life, if you see my point. The Pokemon Books a Million contest. On the 29th of April 2000, a Pokemon-themed costume contest was held at Books a Million. Chris, who used to come regularly to the store wearing an Ash Ketchum costume, won the first prize. a cool t-shirt. He talked about the contest in A Week with Christian Chandler. The Harvey Birdman commercial. In February of 2005, Cartoon Network held a contest inviting viewers to make a commercial for the Harvey Birdman Attorney at Law Volume 1 DVD set. Chris did not win the contest or even place in the top 5. This inspired him to post a complaint on the Adult Swim forums. Yep, you see, and it begins with this one. This is what decided Chris that if he didn't win automatically, then nobody would. What would you do for a PS3 contest? In November 2006, Chris entered Adult Swim What Would You Do for a PS3 contest. In his entry video, Chris says he'd throw away the cure for autism if he had it. He would trade in his PS2 and would make a PS3 out of pixel blocks and shows off his pixelated PS3. Needless to say, Chris did not win. And by the way, in case you're wondering if Chris really did say he would throw away the cure for autism, well, guess what? There's a video for that as well. So let's, yep, here it is.
Hello, my name is Christian Weston Chandler of Rocketsville, Virginia. What would you do for a PS3? What I would do for a PS3? I tell you what I do. Well, if I had the money, I'd wait in line, like all the other people did with their tents and all that good stuff. I'd throw away the cure for autism if I had it, because I want to get rid of that doggone lifelong curse that I've had.
The fact that Chris again just says it like so nonchalantly as though it literally was like the very last thing in the world that would be useless in throwing away, but that's Chris for you. Parappa the Rapper contest. In June 2007, Chris entered the Parappa the Rapper contest, which required contestants to film themselves performing a cappella version of either Chop Chop Master Onion's rap, Instructor Mussolini's rap, or Cheep Cheep the Cooking Chicken's rap. The grand prize winner of the contest will receive 2 PSPs and an all-expenses-paid trip to Seattle for the 2007 Penny Arcade Expo. Chris hoped that he would win, so that he would bestow one of the PSPs to his beloved Megan, and invite her to accompany him on the trip, thereby creating an opportunity for her to give in to her obvious passion for him. Chris's video made it in the top 10, from which the winner was to be selected from a vote by PlayStation Underground members in July 2007. Despite a campaign on the part of Chris, the competition was won by one Adam Stackhouse, who Chris bears a grudge against, as he felt Adam broke the rules, by having music and multiple people in his entry. Chris loathed the second and third place winners for having music as well. In actuality, the beatboxing in Adam's video counts as a cappella. Furthermore, another top 10 finalist claimed that he had removed his own music to avoid breaking the rules, but Sony said it was fine. So, where Chris can't say anything about that now, can he? Relentless voting stuffing did earn Chris a reward, however. The rules state that finalists would get their submissions published on the PlayStation.com and will receive a copy of the game Parappa the Rapper for the PSP systems and some Parappa branded premium items such as a PSP skin, PSP charm, and a Parappa signature beanie, roughly about $60. I'm not particularly very interested in the game myself, so I wouldn't really consider doing that. Also, again, for those who've ever seen Chris's entry will know that his style was basically, it had a lot to be desired, and since this article is like not particularly very long anyway, I suppose we can check this out. This was apparently, it got Chris apparently top 10 and wondered why he thought like this was not...
AP Station, my name is Christian Chandler. I live in Rocketsville, Virginia. I have a PSP, I like the rap, I play with the rapper, I go with you now. The only song I know is Master Onion, which I got from a demo I borrowed from my friend Megan. I have the PSP and she don't, so give me the PSP, I rap the rapper, so I can give one to her, and we can play together. So here we go, we're gonna sing it now. Master Onion, a la mode. Kick, punch, it's all in the mind. If you want to test me, I'm sure you'll find that you all things that I teach you sure to beat ya. Over Everest and ask you to listen to the teacher now. Kick, kick, punch, punch, chop, chop. get lucky. We got the airfield. We got to move down to the sea jockey. Now, duck, duck. Yup, yup. Turn, turn, and pose, pose. Now listen carefully. Jump, jump.
Anyway, whilst we're actually just watching Chris just jump around and these little video effects play for no real reason apart from the fact that Chris just thought adding them was going to make it worth it, there's also this to suggest is that if Chris was genuinely like not going to learn the actual the lyrics to this, then he may as well just have a sheet of paper with the lyrics written on them in his hand just for reference, because, well, it would have made things a little bit more coherent, and you could have obviously told Chris would not have to like squint his eyes and just bend forward in a very inauspicious manner, whilst also spinning around and just doing whatever the hell Chris does. I suppose that's the only way I could describe half the things that Chris ever does. Is just he just does stuff, I guess, and well, yeah. Chris wondering why he didn't win, and the outrage here that ensued is just something that, even for someone at the tender age of 25, Chris should have known better than to think that, yeah. Radio station contests. Chris created Lil Chris at the Creator Critter Workshop after winning a gift certificate from a radio station sometime in his early 20s. In May 2010, Chris won 4 tickets to an extreme action sports show from a radio calling contest. As he could not find anyone else to go with, even after he called the members of his church's young adult social group, he was forced to scalp the tickets in front of the stadium and then sit alone in the bleachers beside a lovey-dovey couple. This event prompted the Greene County Conspiracy video. GameStop contests. Chris entered the GameStop Be a Star sweepstakes in October 2008. The competition required entrants to send in a photograph of themselves in a Guitar Hero pose for the chance to win a $400 GameStop gift certificate. Several trolls caught sight of Chris's entry and, mistakenly believing that the person with the most votes would star in Guitar Hero the game, encouraged people to vote for Chris. Due to this, Chris went on to win the competition. This just about says it all here. This image is apparently worth $400. In August 2010, Chris won another GameStop gift card, this time for $50 through participation in a blood drive. Fantastic. Jackass 3D contest. Oh, not this. Yeah, Chris, basically all Chris was that he stuck his bent duck in the snow for 15 minutes. That's all you need to know. And yeah, the Dog Days of Summer photo contest. On the 1st of August 2020, trolls discovered the existence of Clover and Snoopy. Chris decided to take pictures of them and post his photos on the internet in an attempt to gain votes for a contest. In the description he writes, "Snoopy has a hat on his tush." Thank you so much, Chris, for telling us what we can already see. And Clover is looking at the camera. Again. The Beagles were given positive comments, and one person even asked if the dog breeder so they can have one. However, Chris did not win the contest. Yeah, Paddy is betrayed. Damn. Skylanders Creator Contest. On the 17th of November 2016, Chris entered a Skylanders contest. The prize is a 3D print of a custom figure. Chris would use it to 3D print his own Christine Chandler avatar. There would be a grand total of 100 winners, 20 winners from each period. Each winner would receive one code redeemable for a 3D printed model of the character included in the entry. Unfortunately for him, he failed to follow the guidelines set by the contest. According to the rules, the entries were judged on 30% diversity of parts comprising the character, 30% uniqueness, and 40% creativity of accompanying catchphrase. Chris neglected to post a catchphrase for his character. He did not even enter the right category. The Twitter page where he submitted stated that the week's entries were for magic types. However, Chris entered a light type, missing the contest for that type by several days from the contest page. as we can see right here. Undead light, well, water, undead light. He tried again a few days later, minutes before the contest deadline, providing a catchphrase and entering under the right category. Thank goodness for Chris for doing that. Best of Seaville 2017. A yearly poll conducted by Seaville Weekly, a Charlottesville VA publication, the poll for 2017 was conducted in 2 stages. One where people could submit their own entries to the poll, and a second where finalists would be chosen by staff for another round of public voting. In May of 2017, Chris was added to the poll under the Best Local Minor Celebrity category. He took to Facebook to announce it and asked his fans to vote for him. Once it was discovered that anyone viewing the poll could add entries and that people could vote simply multiple times by clearing cookies or opening a private browser session, shenanigans ensued. Yeah, this whole entry thing seemed more like a very slightly better organized version of Wikipedia than something to actually submit and enter for. With joke entries based on Chris getting stuffed in the poll, Chris took the lead for a time. However, the joke entries quickly grew out of control, and Chris tried to run damage control, saying to not add... I swear to God, there's like no time of the day where the people just don't run a chainsaw outside my house. Okay, sorry about that. To not add my name or any other similar versions of under any other category, I am not a place or event, and I have not been on television recently. Ultimately, the Seaville Weekly staff took notice and deleted the Chris references from the poll. Annoyed, Chris complained on Facebook, posting, "I did not make the finals. Thanks a lump for overvoting me out, you trolling stupids." That told him. Chris holds his own contest. On the 29th of January 2024, Chris posted on Twitter announcing his own contest for artists and fanfic authors, with his own set of rules and submission guidelines. Winners were promised a Sonichu medallion and a set of autographed Prince Sonichu comics from 0 to 3. So Chris doesn't even give out more than like 4 issues anymore. It's literally just from 0 to 3, and I wonder if this is just because Chris couldn't afford or learning from previous mistakes when he tried to send off multiple versions of his comics that he couldn't afford to print. But yeah, I've talked about this previously, and one thing you probably might be interested in knowing is the fact that getting Chris to judge art is not a good idea, and the fact that so many people were willing to submit art to this contest for Chris to judge, well, I've talked about this before, and it didn't really seem worth the effort. Nice though a lot of the artwork was, the context of why it was made and what it was made for and who was going to be judging it, yeah, I probably would have stayed away for my tastes. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was all she wrote when it came to contests. I think the most interesting part of all this is the zenith that Chris will enter contests, but whenever it's just about all you have to do is ring up or just submit an entry, it's about as useful as playing the lottery to Chris, and quite a lot of these contests are outside of the things where he actually had to display some level of effort or skill, and that is, he will do as much as he feels it's necessary within his power. Not necessarily because any more effort would have been too much for Chris to handle, though that's absolutely the case there, but it's also the fact that just, well, in Chris's mind, he thinks that's all it needs to take for him to win, which, well, it isn't. You know that, I know that, but, well, some things never change. And, well, there you go. And with all that being said and done, I hope you guys have enjoyed this article, and I cannot wait to talk to you guys again in the next video. Take care, and bye-bye for now. Okay, so an interesting story. First of all, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and I welcome all of you back to another Chris Chan Quickie reading. And this one, we cover the delightfully morbid subject of death. Where, speaking of death, I should say that literally I spent the last 30 minutes that I dug out my 3-year-old Razer Siren microphone. And I'm pretty sure the cable for that one is busted too, because it was working just fine when I had it here, and then just because I had the cable running underneath and just underneath my table, just so I can hook it up so it wouldn't be a hassle to like pull it back and forth, because it would like damage like the actual like the USB like stick of the cable. It just completely decided to die. The actual microphone I think was fine because it was glowing and everything like that. It's just it didn't work. And then my blue snowball mic, which you can probably see at the bottom here, decided it wanted to work again. So we're getting that out. And I'm not even bothering dragging like the arm out for this one. I'll just put it to the stick and just, well, we'll have it this way. So death and being brought back to life is something of a little bit of a theme going on tonight, ladies and gentlemen. But speaking of this, and to sort of like conclude the overall cycle regarding Chris's mental health or his psychosis, as it were, we are going to be checking out Chris and the subject of death itself. So, first of all, and dying is not happening with me. I'm set to stay alive for thousands of years. Well, yeah, about that. Well, fortunately enough for Chris, by the time he does die, he won't be able to complain or say that he's going to live forever anyway after this, so, that's that. Now, some people have argued the case that literally Chris is just pulling our legs, to be honest, for years, but if he was, he wouldn't have done half the terrible things he's done ever since the internet first discovered him, and I think it's a little bit late to say that Chris is just playing a game, because he does legitimately believe in half the shite that comes out of his mouth. So let's go. Death is a concept that Chris has a notably hard time understanding and or coping with, be it the death of a human or an animal or even an imaginary friend. While Chris certainly has the capacity to grieve and has undergone several periods of grieving in his life in response to deaths in his family, his other reactions towards death are considerably more perplexing. For example, there's been like many cases where Chris has viewed death as just something that's been designed to inconvenience him, and some things Chris has coped with so completely inconsistently that the only way to imagine that things are going on as normal is by resurrecting his own dog. His poor reactions to death most likely come from Chris's near inability to emphasize, a common symptom of autism, and childish thought patterns. Children often don't understand death, usually just thinking it's like sleeping forever, just leaving, or in Chris's mind, merged with their counterparts from C-197. Chris, being a child inside, some would argue outside, but no, that's not quite the case, can only resort to these clumsy analogies to understand death. So let's begin with, noticeably, family, various ancestors. Chris claimed that at Aunt Karina's funeral, his ancestors wished him a safe trip to Ohio to meet Julie. Yikes. Aunt Karina, 1934 to 2009. When Chris informed Julie that his Aunt Karina was dying, Julie insisted that Chris visit her in the hospital, which Chris had not considered doing. I have no idea why, you know what I mean? It's not like Chris was, at work that day. He asked Bob about visiting her, and she dissuaded him. He did get the chance to tell Karina that he loved her over the phone before she died. Karina's funeral happened to fall on Chris's birthday, which also happened to be Shrove Tuesday, also known as Fat Tuesday, or I've never heard it be called Fat Tuesday before, but Mardi Gras, absolutely. A Christian holiday that in some churches involves pancake dinners. Naturally, Chris has more concerned about missing out on the pancakes at his church at home than he was about the funeral of his own aunt. Yeah, well, that is absolutely true. Sadly enough. When the "I know I had to be sad because my dog died" excuse fails, Chris usually follows up with an offhand mention of his Aunt Karina. If that fails, the deaths of his many sweethearts tends to follow. Bob Chandler, his own dad. After a long battle with heart failure, Bob's life finally came to an end while he was hospitalized in Martha Jefferson Hospital's ICU. In an unreleased call with Jackie, Chris broke down sobbing over his father's death. The call, referred to by fans as the Black Tape, was sealed out of empathy for Chris. And yes, that's true. In fact, it's so sealed is that I don't even think it even exists anymore. I'm pretty sure it's destroyed because nobody has access to it, nor can anybody really find out where to get it. But it's probably best if it just literally disappeared forever. In an email, Chris told Jackie that my heavier cries from my father's passing is really hitting me bad, and lamented that in a previous dream, the Grim Reaper had promised that he would not claim Bob until 2015. Which, again, you have to admit is very strangely words for Chris, because would it not matter more in the eyes of Chris that if he knew that his father didn't have time left, then why did Chris not just think, spend more time with his own father? You know what? It's just, why is Chris so adamant that, death works like that? I don't get it. In a 31st of March 2012 Facebook message, Chris expressed a desire for Bob's ghost to haunt the dreams of anyone who doesn't like him, putting him on the exact same level as his dead dog. While this was an understandable reaction to discovering plans that trolls were going to dig her up, or discovering a webcomic that contained what he considered a mockery of her memory, his threat to send Bob's ghost after people was equal parts disrespectful and unreasonable, especially because of how reasonable and respectful the trolls actually were towards Bob Chandler. Oh, and by the way, this is the crematorium in which, the idea is that Barbara is meant to be buried alongside her husband, which is admittedly going to be a very awkward conversation by the time Bob does die. But yeah, again, you have to understand, again, 84 years old. I mean, that's not bad. That's not a, I mean, we know that Bob had a lot of issues towards the end, but he was quite good for in his life, I imagine. In a Facebook post from June of 2013, Chris laments that he had more freedom when his father was still alive. Once again, he literally decides the only thing to do is to make a mockery of Chris's memory, but of Bob's memory, because Chris never thought to actually take on any of the messages and just simply took his own father for granted. And goes on to complain about how he has to take out his time of his day to serve and protect his mother. Oh dear. Knowing Chris, this presumably means that he sat around in his room playing video games while his elderly father did most of the work around the house. In C-Log 0904-2017, Mr. C, Chris, while reading letters from his late father, displays emotion over him, tearing up at times. During the Idea Guy saga, and the rather disturbing events that took place with it, Joshua convinced Chris that Bob had reincarnated as a Sonichu with plaid-coloured fur in reference to his nickname, the Internet Lumberjack. Chris later retconned his design to a much simpler plain red design because plaid fur was, too much effort. In the eyes of Chris, at any rate. And turned up in the Quickville alongside Ted Bundy to defend the city. Using an autistic man-child's dead father to troll them is disgusting enough as it is, convincing them that said father is still alive in another dimension to help with their extortion efforts is on another level of fucked. And not to mention Chris literally had to somehow goad his mother into this for some reason. Here we go. Chris, to this day, still believes they're bullshit and will probably never accept that his father is gone forever. While in many cases, believing a loved one is in a better place after death is actually a very common and usually quite healthy way of coping with their passing, literally believing they are alive in your own fantasy dimension is extremely uncommon and extremely unhealthy, even by Chris's standards. Barbara Chandler. 1941 till whatever date, I really have none. Chris on whether he has plans in place for after Barbara passes away. I mean, we already kind of knew that, but thank you for confirming you have no clue, Chris, because, again, these are the sorts of things you have to be prepared for because, well, unfortunately, owing to events that have circulated, I don't really think Chris has that option either. It's sort of, yeah, he doesn't. Barbara is Chris's surviving parent, given that Chris is, as one of the incest fallout, legally prohibited from being anywhere near Bob. Chris is ultimately left with no coddling matriarchal to provide support for or keep him company. When she inevitably passes on, the fate of 14 Branch Lane Court will remain in question, and where everyone's favourite man-child will go from there remains a mystery, especially since it was revealed in a October 2013 Facebook post that Chris considers Barbara to be one of the few people who gives meaning and purpose to his life, or at least used to at any rate. However, in jail letters from summer of 2022, Chris began speaking negatively about Bob, insulting her and making rather disturbing claims about her, citation needed, in an effort to get his followers to help him buy her out of the house, which obviously failed. I'm surprised that sort of evidence was not turned over to the prison, and they should have, well, regional jail, I should say. Alongside Bob, who Chris entered a protracted period of grieving for after his passing, Barbara was one of the few people in Chris's life that he cared about enough to genuinely fear her passing, and Barbara used this to manipulate Chris into following orders on multiple occasions. One such instance of this was in 2011, prior to Bob's death, in which she threatened to commit the S-word as a last-stop resort to stop Chris from his poorly thought-out plan to attend MagFest in Maryland that year, by sleeping in his car as he did not have the money to afford a hotel room. A distraught Chris backpedaled, receiving only more guilt-tripping and down payment on some video game as a consolation prize. I think it was DC Universe Online was the game in question, but the fact that, well, Barbara, again, is not necessarily the greatest human being in the world either, and, well, would frequently use the notion that they were both elderly to, again, you could, I don't know. It's fucked up, and I just sort of wish I didn't have to have anything to do with it sometimes. Barbara used her health as a scare tactic for so long that it instilled paranoia into Chris. On one occasion, when Barbara failed to answer the phone when Chris called her while out, Chris panicked and called 911 for a welfare check. These fears, however, have recently turned into a twisted hope for Chris, complaining in a jail letter that despite guiding her soul into her Rose-Chew form/body, Bob's soulless husk still clings onto life inside the Sonichu temple. His sudden wishes for his mother to die could either be due to blaming her for his imprisonment, completely forgetting that it was Chris himself that gave out the information leading to his arrest, or that Chris prioritizes going back home over the life of his own mother. Both, I would say. You don't really need to say, it's pretty obvious, it's probably both. In November 2015, Chris released Family Needs to Appreciate Family, where he addressed Cole Smithy, David Allen Chandler, and Carol Suzanne Chandler to visit Bob before her time runs out. As time passed, and Bob's time inevitably did not run out, in November 2019, Chris posted a tweet where he copes with the mortality of his mother, imagining her becoming a part human, part Rose-Chew hybrid after death. In the same vein, he believed that Bob reincarnated into Robert Chew after death. Barbara was involved in a traffic collision on the 24th of November 2021. She suffered 2 broken ribs and a concussion, worsening her already declining health. A subsequent letter to Kenneth Engelhardt on the 11th of January 2022 claims that Bob fell lethargic, implying, but not confirmed, that she might be bedridden as of the car crash. Chris had then written in a 22 July 2022 letter where he comments on Bob appearing sickly and zombie-like, likely alluding to eventual death. Now, I should also point out that as of the recording of this video, the 9th of March 2024, there is no necessary or relevant information about the actual current state of Barbara and Weston Chandler's health. Also, I imagine this is something that they are going to do well enough to keep away from. And I don't really know exactly how trolls would be dedicated to finding this out. And I don't even think any of them even know where Barbara is currently located. Probably for the best, but there you are. Chris himself, 1982 to when? And believe me, in dreams and even in moments with my mind while awake, I have seen and felt that death light. Not only is it the most horrifying thing ever, but I am long not ready for it yet. So, kind of a bit like what he was mentioning about the Grim Reaper regarding his own dad, it doesn't exactly escape the notion in Chris's mind that death is something that's going to happen eventually. Because that's one thing, is that depending on when this was said. In a conversation with the Wikipedia sysop, Chris once mentioned that he had been receiving recurring visions of himself walking into a bright light, which he one day hoped would be prevented from appearing by getting a sweetheart. After the surreal conclusion of the Love Quest in 2018, it is unknown if he still gets these visions. In a Facebook post on the 30th of October 2013, Chris stated that he had become so stressed out, specifically over the revelation that his high school gal pals did not actually like him much at all, that he had contemplated killing himself multiple times. According to Chris, the only reasons he didn't go through with it are painfully obvious. This just shows how much Chris's mentality is drained, and how badly he needs the professional help he so stubbornly refuses to get. Of course, this could well be Chris exaggerating and trying to gain pity as he has done in the past, which kind of makes it very, very hard to determine whether he was legitimately, in a very poor state, or whether or not this was just... This is the problem when Chris is, lies and lies and lies for many, many years, is because, how do you discern what's real and what isn't real with Chris, regarding how he really feels? And as his mother allegedly also has, or at least used to have, a habit of doing. In all seriousness, however, the S word is no laughing matter, and this should be looked at with caution. In a 2019 Discord chat between his fantasy enablers, Chris claimed that he is set to live for thousands of years. Oh boy. In August of 2020, Chris, pretending that his body was possessed by Sonichu, uploaded a video will, apparently in case his body vanished from this dimension 1218. Cuckoo. Pets. Paddy-chan. Paddy was the Chandler's family's pet dog who died in June of 2006. Chris apparently drew a picture of a crying Sonichu face on the signature confirming the euthanasia process. As seen in the image used in this article, Paddy also appeared in the comic, immortalized as a furry character named Paddy-chan. This is particularly disturbing in the fact that Chris has apparently decided to deny his dog the afterlife that he presumably believes in favor of locking her in her own personal hell. To Chris, her death is the greatest tragedy of his life, which he often compares to the death of other people's family members and loved ones. Oh boy. Unsurprisingly, every single person he has said this to has become horribly offended. In Chris's plea to Clyde Cash, he equates Ryan Cash's death with Paddy's, and in the father call, he equates it to the death of Matthew Devoria's mother in the September 11 terrorist attacks. On the 1-year anniversary of her death, Chris even broke down in tears and had to be consoled by his mother. By comparison, the death of any sweetheart will result in a few days of mourning, at best. It should be noted, though, despite all of Chris's fondness for Paddy, her memory was still not safe from being defiled by trolls manipulating him. Because Chris thinks that that's more important sometimes than, again, putting your foot down over people over characters like Paddy or just completely innocent persons and animals in general. Nothing is safe from the wrath. Polo. Polo was a cat that was born sometime in 2003, and that was adopted by Chris in 2015, who had passed away in May 2018. On the 20th of May 2018, Chris posted an urgent tweet to Twitter stating Polo was having difficulty breathing and they needed money from eBay in order to take Polo to the vet. Following a wave of backlash due to how Chris was seemingly using Polo's sickly condition as a way to get sympathy for donations, Chris would delete this tweet. Despite his plea for donations, Chris announced on Twitter that Polo had passed away in the early hours of the 20th of May 2018. So, practically the same day, presumably due to the aforementioned breathing difficulties and or other natural causes. According to Chris, Polo was buried next to Paddy's resting place. Sorbet. Sorbet was a cat that Chris had adopted in 2016, who passed away in May 2018. In May 2017, Sorbet wandered out of the house and was hit by a car. Fortunately, Sorbet would survive the incident after Chris took him to the vet. However, in a video about the solar eclipse from August 2017, Sorbet was shown to seemingly have difficulties breathing. On the 17th of May 2018, Chris posted to Facebook in order to announce that Sorbet had gone missing after he was let outside. Chris would put posters with information relating to Sorbet on several telephone poles near the areas in hopes of finding him. A lot of people have surmounted the possibility that Sorbet just sort of wandered outside to die in peace. However, Sorbet would not return. In a text message from October 2018, Chris confirmed to a fan that Sorbet never came back and pronounced him dead. In order to cope with the loss of Sorbet, bear in mind this is two cats that were lost in the span of a week in the Chandler household, Chris claimed that Sorbet's soul had supposedly been reincarnated into Dimension C-197 as an anthropomorphic cat, and that he had since then been able to meet with him. Other cats. Multiple other now deceased cats that once resided within 14 Branch Lane Court, the most notable of them being Scamper, who had unfortunately passed away as a result of the house fire due to smoke inhalation, and Patches, a kitten that sadly passed away due to complications related to pneumonia only 1 week after Chris had adopted him. I mean, that entire story is completely fucked up anyway with what we know happened, and whether people, I'm gonna have like no choice but to talk about it one of these days, and I really don't want to. I'd much rather, and bear in mind there are other cats as well, like Kitty is like a really old cat that just sort of was just mentioned and then is gone. Lucy, however, to our knowledge, is presumably still alive. And the only other cat that we do know is Sylvia, who is presumably also still alive, but neither Lucy nor Clover or Sylvana are anywhere near Chris. And if I'm being completely honest, I'm not entirely convinced that Chris just does not miss them either. Or maybe he just doesn't, to be honest. Maybe he just didn't really care for any of them. Then there's Snoopy. Snoopy was a dog who was adopted by Barbara alongside Clover in May 2012, who passed away in July 2021, just before Chris got arrested. Snoopy had apparently suffered a leg injury before he was adopted, causing him to have trouble walking for the remainder of his life. Following a long period of seemingly improper feeding habits, Snoopy died in his sleep during the early hours of the 14th of July 2021. After Snoopy's passing, Chris posted a eulogy dedicated to him on Twitter. In it, he explained that his neighbor and their daughter helped him bury Snoopy by a tree, making a stone mound around the burial to indicate where the body was. Chris was understandably distraught and saddened over the death of Snoopy. However, he still remained confident in his coping mechanism, the dimensional merge. On Twitter, Chris said that Snoopy was aware of the merge, which meant that him and Snoopy would reunite after the merge was complete. Chris would also bizarrely claim that he had seen an anthropomorphic version of Snoopy from another dimension during his burial, stating that he looked like a tall dog guy. You know, I will just say for the record right now, before we go any further, is that I've been to 2 funerals in my life, and they were both very somber and very profound occasions, definitely, ladies and gentlemen, because, well, I'm not really going to get into the details because they were family related, and when it comes to my family, they have absolutely nothing to do with any of this, so I'm keeping them deliberately out of this for that reason. But I don't really understand why Chris he had the need to mention things that nobody was buying or nobody was believing. I mean, listen, I think Chris is fully aware that Chris can't discern the difference between those who are just telling him the truth between those of the trolls anymore, because either Chris just doesn't care, possibly, or that, you know what, Chris has decided who he wants to believe and who he wants to listen to. So if you are somewhat offended by Chris saying things that are complete BS, and if you are aware of the context behind the way he raises and looks after his pets, as well as how he looks after those that not necessarily in his care, but the ones that he should care for, well, there's your answer. Imaginary friends. Chris is also concerned over the deaths of imaginary friends, aka thick beings of complete fantasy, and as Sonichu and his pals. Since Chris believes all cartoon characters exist in some universe, and he had created Sonichu's, he felt that he were to reboot the comics, that would mean that Sonichu's friends would all die, and that they would all reincarnate into their newer, rebooted versions. Being his love and joy, the last thing on Chris's mind would be to kill his creations, but yet is perfectly fine with freezing them in time with his hiatus on the series. The Idea Guys allegedly extorted Chris out of thousands of dollars, telling him that they would destroy Quickville, which would lead to the deaths of Chris's imaginary friends. Chris paid up, even putting his own house at risk of foreclosure by skipping a mortgage payment to do so. Way to go, Chris. Ironically, even when Chris inevitably does pass on and go forth to meet Godbear, he will still be remembered, not only for his life and the many humorous misadventures in it, but for his comics. Thus it can be said Sonichu will never truly die. Simona Rosechew. During the Aspachew saga, a recurring theme was Evan's legal claims in regards to Simona Rosechew, as a derivative of his character Seamanchew. While early demands were for Chris to edit his old strips to remove Simona entirely from continuity, later Evan consented to letting Chris keep Simona's early appearances on the grounds that he kill her at a later date. Chris, not surprisingly, totally lost his shit, showing a much stronger emotional attachment to an empty, one-dimensional fictional character than he has managed for any living creature other than his dog. Finally, after being faced with the threat of legal action, Chris finally killed Simona in issue number 10, although not before she laid an egg out of wedlock with her baby daddy Wild, though of course the act of laying an egg was never shown or even mentioned, which hatched into Sandy Rosechew. Simona's death apparently continued to hunt or haunt Chris long afterwards. This led to him reviving Simona in around May of 2014, more than 4 years after her untimely demise. It should be noted that, as revealed in the Alec Benson Leary phone calls, Chris considers cartoon characters to be real, living creatures that exist in some other world reminiscent of Toontown from Who Framed Roger Rabbit, and Simona's death was as real to him as that of any family members or sweethearts, perhaps even more so, because, well, who's going to say no to Chris with that level of logic? That's maybe the only thing Chris has going for him for the remainder of his life. Sad but true. Troll manipulations. A favourite tactic of trolls is to manipulate Chris into reacting to scenarios involving death, a concept in contrast to Chris's childish mentality, and thus guaranteeing he would either react in odd ways or in ways that could be used as ammunition against him for future trolling. The scenarios, though fictional, were presented to Chris under the pretense that they were true. While Chris genuinely went along with the claims that under pressure from troll manipulations, he did maintain some skepticism, such as when he expressed belief or disbelief to Casey months later on the Ryan Cash suicide scenario. The first death scenario trolls experimented with was in October 2008, was that of a fan whose father had passed away from alcoholism. When asking Chris for advice on coping, Chris briefly replied that the fan will recover from the father's accident and then advised the fan not to become an alcoholic. A few months later, another death scenario was invented by trolls involving the Ryan Cash character, designed to provoke Chris over his lack of work ethic on the Sonichu comics. The fabrication was that Ryan had been a Sonichu fan and committed the S-word when Chris stopped updating it. Trolls badgered Chris over multiple chats to keep acknowledging the death. Not satisfied with his brief replies on the death being sad, Trolls then elevated matters by having the Clyde Cash character threaten Chris with revenge over the death of his brother. A frustrated Chris recorded a video in which he tried to reason with Clyde, and put his foot in his mouth by suggesting that if Clyde got a girlfriend, it would help him get over the death. Oh, and by the way, this is Chris's memorial to Ryan Cash in Sonichu issue 8. Also, I'd like to take this moment to remember Sonichu fan Mr. Ryan Cash, who committed the S-word when I impulsively said that I would stop the comic series in protest against the trolls on my ED page. Ryan, I'm sorry. Sad face. That's it. That's your helping. That's how Chris... Because, again, to Chris's knowledge, Ryan Cash was a real person. Sweethearts. Sometimes I remember her, but I have moved on. Chris on the late Panda Halo. Chris also carried out the death scenario fabrications using a few of their sweetheart characters. Chris had blunt responses to the supposed deaths and seemingly adjusted quickly when another sweetheart character professed to be in love with him. When Panda Halo's character arc ended, Chris believed that her silence meant she might have been a victim of the Australian Black Saturday bushfires, despite her location being hundreds of kilometers away. Shortly after her apparent death, the Julie sweetheart character was introduced to Chris. In a mumble chat, where trolls directed the conversation to Panda Halo's fate, Chris said, "It's okay though, at least I have a good woman who's willing to be at my side at this point." That did not take Chris very long to get over her now, did it? It's almost as though he didn't really have any feelings for her at all. You know what I mean? 9 months later, Sonichu issue 9 featured a special memorial to Panda Halo and a sequence in which she dies off-screen in a building fire after saving her Pokemon. Chloe Rosechew and Blaze Bob wrote Sonichu, so they wouldn't burn with her. Chris also dedicated all of Sonichu issue 10 to Panda Halo's memory. This would be almost touching if the alleged dedication didn't wholly consist of how awesome Chris was for using Panda Halo's artwork. Yeah. The Sarah May character claimed to attempt the S-word after Chris accidentally called her Julie multiple times in a call. After Chris attempted to talk her down, Sarah May went offline, still claiming she would kill herself. Julie, who was also in the chat, was playing along and did not react to Sarah's the S-word, attempting in any human-like fashion. Yet it did not occur to Chris that Julie's behaviour was unnatural. Chris told Julie, "Well, at least I still have you. Okay, so, run along, Sarah." Chris then recorded quick shout-out to Sarah May, in which the only reason he offered her as to why she shouldn't commit the S-word was that he would be sad without her. What an absolute cunt. So, let's move on. When the Ivy character arc was forced to end due to Rocky Shoemaker's intervention, trolls came up with the scenario that she committed the S-word by hanging after being upset she couldn't be in contact with Chris. Chris uploaded Quick Boyfriend as a memorial, a poorly sung remake of Avril Lavigne's happy bouncy pop punk song, with lyrics changed to be much more about Chris would like women to date him. Chris included pictures of several past sweethearts in the video, making it less of a tribute to Ivy specifically, and more of a monument to Chris's failures. Ivy's demise was incorporated into Sonichu issue 9 in the form of a gruesome accidental death, which involved having gotten her neck broken with elevator wires after falling through the elevator floor. And this is Chris' advice to a fan. "Mary Jo is gone. I feel for you, but you should move on and try to find another woman who would treat you about as good, or possibly better than her. Suck it up and move on like a man would. I tell you as a man who had to do the same thing a few times in the past too. Which is possibly stands as one of the slightly more heinous, insensitive, and irreparable things that Chris has possibly ever said. But I can think of far worse things, and I'm going to do everything to not think about them right now, because I am not going to get upset over this. Well, one, because I know fine well that, again, this might not be a real person, but I know Chris is, you know. In a mailbag answer to the troll scenario of a fan grieving over the loss of his girlfriend, Chris clearly states he believes a death should be approached by a man, which includes finding another woman right away and a specific lack of grieving, and tells the traumatized fan that he should simply move on to a better woman since his girlfriend's death, not only being completely asinine, but also outlining he believes women to be replaceable and possibly interchangeable. You may remember actually a couple of videos ago I specifically stated that when Chris has such a poor attitude towards death, it also underlines that he has a poor attitude to other things as well. Like how I said, his attitude towards people with Asperger's is tantamount to also how badly his views towards autistic people are sort of one and the same, and well, there's your answer. Terrorism and assassination. Chris has a very juvenile understanding of how terrorism and its effects on the world. On the September 11 terrorist attacks, Chris wrote that it was the worst day in 2001, summarizing it as, an airplane was stolen and crashed in New York. 8 years later, trolls exploited Chris's childish mentality in order to manipulate him into making the Twin Falling Towers video, suggesting that he should mock Clyde Cash by saying he's as weak as the Twin Towers. And, by the way, I don't exactly know if that video, exists, but, well... Oh, wait, it does. Well, here it is.
Well now, Mr. Clyde, your fame
Hang on, wait a minute.
and...
1 second, I've got to, Dell... Okay, so where's the,
Your fame and fortune shall fall just like these twins.
Okay, so I'm gonna have to do some work behind the scenes to make sure to get the audio not to just blast out of my speakers. So I'm sorry for this. So
Towers, they go crumbling down with an airplane. You are weak. I'm the strong one. You are going down, Mr. Clyde Cash.
okay, so sorry I had to a pause there for another moment, but now in case you're wondering at this point whether or not Chris for applying the sound effects of a plane was equally insensitive like this. If you thought that was equally insensitive, complete and utterly in bad taste, and was only really designed to hack someone off just because somebody gave Chris the slight impression that that was worth it, well, it isn't. And certainly wasn't. And something that Chris should have known fully better not to do just for his sake of, vengeance. Chris failed to discern that he was being set up producing a video in which he used Morse cursor to crash into a picture of the buildings while making explosion sound effects. And taunting Clyde after it backfired on him, Chris had to record an apology video for the 9/11 joke. Yes, so the story is that even Liquid Chris commented on the video. Chris received the most insubstantial backlash for this, and it resulted in this. Okay, so we don't really need to see that, but in case you're wondering whether or not it would have been better for Chris to actually show his face on camera while making the apology, and whether or not it would be better just to have cut the joke out entirely, it's entirely up to you. That's my personal gripe, but I don't think Chris could have done that, because, like I said, maybe he wasn't being true and honest. Maybe Liquid was the real Chris all along, since Chris would apologize for something. No, he wouldn't even stoop to that level. On the November 2015 Paris terrorist attacks, Chris expressed a modicum of grief in his own simple way, but equated the real-life atrocity which killed over 120 people with the actions of a cartoon villain, suggesting he still has a poor grasp of the difference between reality and fantasy. At some point in fall 2020, Chris tried asking No to kill someone. Wait, really? Why was Chris not arrested? Okay, so why was Chris not arrested then? But I don't know. We might have to cross that bridge when it comes to it. The S word. Taboo in Sonichu culture, the moment you threaten it, you're not considered a Sonichu. An idea guy posing as Chris L. Rosechew talking Chris out of contemplating the S word. Chris considered the S word in October 2013. After discovering the past events and friends were nothing more than trolls or arranged acquaintances. However, he ruled out the S word not only because of Bob and his pets, but also because of his belief at the time that the S word would leave him in limbo. In April 2018, during a chat with the Idea Guys in which they psychologically abused Chris, he commented that he would commit the S word. The Idea Guys then talked him out of considering it by drilling into his mind that the S word is taboo in Sonichu culture and that Chris could not be a Sonichu if he committed the S word. In June 2018, when talking about the infamous line "zapped to the extreme," Chris said he literally feels electricity in his body, that he states he isn't killing himself. In November 2020, Chris had a vision about the Chris Chan doppelgangers, which had been sprawled about by a spell Jacob Soklas had cast. In his vision, he believed that one such doppelganger to be working at Manchester High would die by either the S word or a heart attack, so that the doppelganger's power could be absorbed by the main Chris Chan for breaking the Iron Curtain. On the 19th of July 2021, Alan and his friend Bella joked to each other about there being a plan to get Chris to kill himself. In their chess club Discord server, Alan said, "I thought the plan was to get him to kill himself," to which Barbara responded, "Yeah, but by getting others to tease him, they're Jesus and they hate them and they are saying, oh no, those people are mean, and then he pays me." The chess club server was leaked in August, after which Alan claimed he and Bella had been making edgy jokes and that there was no plan to kill Chris, also pointing out a lack of proof the two had been serious. During the jail saga, rumours about Bella's comment were sent to Chris, who then falsely claimed in a jail letter in response to a fan's questions that he foreknew all about Bella and the setup and her want to tempt me into the S word. Chris repeated more misinformation in an October 2023 video in which he suggested that the incest call had been fabricated as a plot to get Chris to kill himself. Okay, that's like... okay. Dimension C-197s as Chris's version of heaven. During the Idea Guys saga, which affirmed Chris's dimensional beliefs, Chris began to think of alternative Dimension C-197 as heaven. He stated that he believes his deceased pets were reincarnated as characters and that his father is alive again. He also stated that Marvel writer Stan Lee's soul had merged with his C-197 counterpart. So sure was Chris in this that he even tried to console a woman whose father passed away. I'm not even going to read the rest of that. That's just like, fuck that. That goes way too far. And just for the amount of references this covers, well, that's just about that. I'm like, there's not even much point in wading through the rest of this absolute utter drivel, because it's depressing enough when you know fine well that this is just bullshit and that every single part of this is bullshit. Chris's attitude is bullshit. The comments he makes are bullshit. The way he treats people is bullshit. The way that he has so little actual, like, sympathy or, like, care for other people's well-being is bullshit. And I'm just kind of, like, a little bit, like, bored of Chris's bullshit, because it's when you go down these sorts of videos and when you go down this rabbit hole, you're only left thinking to yourself, really, this is like one of those occasions where the thought of like trying to feel bad for Chris kind of goes out the window because, well, why would you feel... Chris wouldn't... The only thing Chris wants to feel is good about himself, knowing that he's justified and everybody else is in the wrong. There's virtually not much else to it, and it's kind of depressing that when all is said and done, well, it was a fool to be sorry for Chris whatsoever. So there you are. The real death... This is the life and death in Quickville, so... There you are. I'd rather move somewhere where... Like, fear and loathing in Quickville, we should call it. And I cannot wait to see all of you guys again in the next video. What an absolute nightmare this was. UK used to mean United Kingdom, but ask anyone today and it will stand for Unbelievable Crime Wave. And no one is safe, especially not from perpetrators like Chris Chan. So, I welcome all of you back to another Chris Chan Quickie reading, and now we come on to an aspect of the world that Chris sort of comprehends, but the problem is that it doesn't stop him from doing heinous things. So these would be in many ways quite hard to justify because ignorance of the law is no excuse to commit it, and for reasons we're about to get into, well, Chris knows fine well what he's done, and the consequences he paid are more than justified. So, let's begin. This article is about Chris's criminal offences. For the warrant in depth civil cases, see depth. For Chris's personal views on legislation, see Chris and politics, which we will do in a matter of days. I was about to be handcuffed, but I would not have another handcuffing, so I thought I was pinned and I was handcuffed. So, we can add resisting arrest to at least one other charge, Chris describing a typical skirmish with authorities, and I foreknew and foresaw that I was going to end up in jail anyway. It was just popular in most of the other timelines. Chris, while awaiting legal proceedings on his incest charge, thinking that he was going to end up in prison anyway, despite the fact that no, that absolutely would not be the case if Chris hadn't done anything illegal at all. I don't exactly see what the logic in this is, but whatever. Or Chris likes to exert or excuse logic or morality for the moment just for whatever he gets, including the law. Now, laws are a set of formal rules established by a society, generally to protect its members and ensure the orderly function of society. Their observance is usually maintained by law enforcement, and penalties are placed on those who disobey the laws. For Chris, however, they just serve as another deterrent in his endless quest for China, and a weapon with which to threaten his real and supposed enemies. As of 2018, Chris has 7 misdemeanors, 3 from hitting Michael Snyder with his car, 1 from macing the yellow-shirted foe, 2 from failing to acquire the proper tags for Snoopy and Clover, and 1 for trespassing after being banned from Charlottesville Fashion Square, which resulted in him being placed on the therapeutic docket. If he hadn't been placed on the docket, he probably would have been serving some level of community service or some level of time behind bars. I think that's how that works. Virginia has a 3 strikes law, which usually means that if someone is brought in for a 3rd time for a felony or misdemeanor, the sentence is found guilty is more severe than usual. In some states, the sentence is life in prison. The specifics of a 3 strikes law vary by state, with some states having several such laws. Seeing as how Chris has never been sentenced to jail time despite several misdemeanors, he may not fall under the scope of the Virginia law. However, since the state's law seems to say that 3rd-time violent offenders will receive harsher sentencing, and Chris appears to have 2, hitting Snyder and pepper spraying a manager, this could come into play if Chris ever finds himself facing charges for a 3rd violent offence, which it should be noted he is currently not as of 2022. He has been charged with incest, not rape. If he had been charged with rape, absolutely Chris would have been in prison for possibly 20 years, because I know that in the state of Virginia, incest is guilty as a misdemeanor from anything from 1 to 10 years in prison. But considering if you imply the case of rape, then absolutely the sentencing is like far more severe, but even more so in the case of somebody who's serving a third misdemeanor. And one thing that I should also point out is that for anyone who has had the misfortune, I want to say, or rather, well, not really misfortune, but more for the sake of actual evidence, seen Chris Chan, A Comprehensive History Part 85, the last in the first season of Gino Samuel's documentary series, you'll know that there is a very specific line in that where Chris absolutely states that at some point Bob asked Chris to stop. Call it what you will, but one thing that's very, very observant when Chris was writing or relaying all these things to Bella is that Chris said it without any hint of irony whatsoever. He said it as though it was fact. So you tell me, ladies and gentlemen, that means that Chris would have been screwed. Literally. Ironically, in Chris's birth year of 1982, Virginia passed a law that would protect citizens from dangerous repeat offenders. Unfortunately, they could not protect Michael Snyder from being hit with a car. Yeah, I think the state of Virginia has quite a bit to answer to in this case. The yellow-shirted foe, same deal, from being pepper sprayed, countless innocent women from being stalked and harassed, and Barbara Chandler from being fucked by her own son. Ironically enough, Chris's grandfather occupation is given as a security guard according to his death certificate. So, here is Chris's understanding of the law. Let's see how he sees this. I have been giving him reasons since the police came in June of 2008, and nothing has sunken into that clown head of his, according to Michael Snyder. As his grip on reality, Chris's understanding of the law is tenuous at best and dangerously naive at worst. Chris legitimately believes trolling is illegal. He regularly threatens internet trolls with legal action and makes no distinction in severity between a troll threatening violence against Chris and a troll uploading a harmless picture of Rose Chew with a pickle to the internet. Chris himself is prone to making extremely violent threats, such as threatening to murder Vivian G and her entire family because of her creating the audiobooks. He's done everything from calling the police to convincing his father to write to then-President George W. Bush in an attempt to get rid of his Encyclopedia Dramatica page. He has even poorly attempted... Now, to be honest, at this point, you may be saying, what would the motive of getting rid of the Dramatica page be if Chris was not, looking to look for work anyway, and anything on the internet would have smeared his name? I mean, I know you could probably say there were other things outside of looking for work, but was it just so that people didn't get the wrong idea about Chris? Was that the only reason why he was hot-footed about this? Maybe. He has even poorly attempted to impersonate the president in a hilarious attempt to convince the trolls at ED to take his page, and has attempted to contact the former president, Barack Obama, to stop people from posting gay ads on the Wikipedia. Chris also believes that the laws in Quickville and the laws stated in Sonichu should be enforced in real life. Good lord. If you know anything at all what those might be, from nearly, 15 years in prison for being a homosexual, that's in the eyes of Chris, apparently that's what's going to, even going to the extent that Magi-chan was going to psychically read the minds of every citizen of Quickville so that nobody is contemplating such thoughts. That's like 1984 if it reached its logical conclusion. Chris himself doesn't have much respect for laws and rules, particularly when their enforcement inconveniences him. During his time at Target, he saw nothing wrong with exploiting the free refill policy and loitering for hours at a time in a privately owned establishment while harassing female customers and apparently soliciting hanky-panky. Chris often remarks that his emotional state entirely justifies his actions, stating in VivTag's AIM chat that he should be excused for disturbing the peace by literally screaming "no" loudly in the middle of a crowded mall. Self-contradictory as ever, though Chris's disregard of many laws does not stop him from rigidly observing others, often with completely skewed priorities. In Sonic Shoe Special 4, his cartoon avatar makes a point of obeying the speed limit while on his way to confront Liquid Chris, and assault him with a deadly weapon. In a May 2010 video, Chris states that he believes a man who brutally beat his girlfriend to death with his bare hands deserved 20 years in prison for his crimes, which is just twice the penalty he wants for smoking one cigarette. Also, Chris has very little respect for those who enforce the law. Not necessarily an issue that is like, well, it's been here and there for the world for many, many years, but, well, let's just hear Chris's takes on this. Verbal combat has started, and during the fight, I ran off, still giving... How can you say that there's even a fight if Chris just runs away? I ran off, still giving verbal punishment, as well as the finger, and many Kamehamehas. I nearly backed onto him with my car, and I gave him another finger, and then I dashed off. An actual excerpt from Chris's diary. The above quote pretty much defines Chris's attitude towards law enforcement officials. He feels that it is completely appropriate to flip off, insult, and lie to people who are simply doing their jobs. And of course, as any rational person would understand, running away from law enforcement officials is a seriously bad idea. Chris is truly a rebel without a cause or effect. The correspondence with Jackie revealed that in the hearings on his Target incident, Chris thought that his work with the Pokemon TCG League would let him off the hook. It didn't. In reality, the court probably acquitted him either of a technicality or insufficient evidence. Chris probably mentioned the volunteer work because he believed a person's merits, no matter how unrelated, would automatically make one innocent of all charges. It is also telling that he recounted the charge as soliciting, whereas the actual charge was disorderly conduct. He feels that he was only persecuted because of his Love Quest efforts, and not because he was Tard raging. Of interesting note is that contrary to Chris's general political views, he seems to be in favour of, or at least accepting of, gun control legislation. Whether or not he has a firm understanding of what he's saying, we'll likely never know. I think it's to be honest, if I had to make a suggestion, it's that Chris would be more than satisfied if the law made it so that Chris had the right to bear arms, but nobody had the rights to point them at him. It falls in line with just about everything else, I suppose. Interestingly, Chris seems to have a very skewed view of the idea of self-defense, which is exemplified with the acquisition of pepper spray. Pepper spray, like most defensive weapons, should be used as a last resort, to keep people from attacking you. As with the GameStop attacks, Chris uses it as a means to keep anyone he doesn't like away from him. Using that event as an example, the man he sprayed wasn't even near him, and Chris decided to spray a quick spritz on his chest without any provocation. It got worse when, days later, he began a commotion in Walmart using the device. To Chris, it's the ultimate troll and jerk-off deterrent, when in actuality, he's waving around assault charges on a stick, and saying, "Don't call anybody." Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Well, once again, ladies and gentlemen, as they stated, is that the manager of the game store that Chris assaulted, he wasn't doing anything. He didn't even approach Chris. He just sort of like stood to the side, and Chris thought that was more than enough of motivation to do what he did. And again, this is something that could have been avoided altogether. I mean, Chris would have probably still been in some hot water for vandalizing Sonic Boom displays anyway, but this sort of like really comes out of left field, even for Chris. Timeline. The following is a list of incidents that Chris has had with the law. This list may not be complete. In a telephone conversation with Ivy in 2009, Bob told her that Chris had in the past 6 or 7 incidents with the law, and yet this article lists only 3 incidents that precede 2010. but nevertheless. 2004. On September 11, 2004, Chris was detained at Charlottesville Fashion Square for loitering and continually arguing with the staff over several months. This incident is depicted in sub-episode 1. Chris was banned from returning to the mall on his own and without his parents' company. However, it appears that this ban was lifted or ignored soon afterwards. 2005. On July 20th, 2005, Chris was charged with disorderly conduct and trespassing at Target as depicted in sub-episode 7 and sub-episode 8. After 2 hearings, prosecutors chose to drop the case and Chris was not punished. 5 days later, Chris caused an auto accident when he followed another car too closely and rear-ended it. This went to court on the 12th of September 2005. He was fined $30 and had to pay $56 in court costs. 2010. Chris's various runs-in at the game place have resulted in the cops being called on him on a couple of times. At least once after Chris called in his parents after he was initially banned from the location and tried to weasel his way back in, and again when he was trespassed on the property, though he wasn't charged with anything on either occasion. On the 4th of June 2010, Chris made yet another pilgrimage to the game place. Chris was armed with his camera, and while Mike was concerned that Chris wanted pictures of his daughter for disturbing reasons, Chris maintains that he merely wanted a picture of Mike for him to use as a dartboard. Still disturbingly enough, but in entirely different ways. Chris was caught in the parking lot despite trying to run away and was questioned by the police, who made him delete the pictures he had taken and told him to quit his shit. Chris made his 6 June 2010 video in response to these events. 2011. In a May 2011 Tomboys and Tomgirls of Virginia post, Chris said that he has begun to use the ladies' restroom at his local mall, while dressed in drag. He recounts an incident in which a woman complains and tattles on me, and a stereotypical brute male shouts me out. I felt embarrassed when, in skirt, I am still going to the ladies because there is no going back for me. This supposed brute male may or may not have been with more security. In his 3 new videos posted after an 8-month-long hiatus from YouTube, he tries to do something which some viewers of The Chandler Show believe to be blackmail. Chris admitted it by typing the word blackmail in tags for the last of them. However, trolls hoping for a lawsuit saga shouldn't get their hopes up, because it's unlikely any of the trolls threatened by it would want to report him. Given that they've all been trying to get him back onto the internet for months and wouldn't want to drive him off again, not to mention Chris probably doesn't have anything on them at all, note that under Virginia law, his demands are more likely to be considered extortion, still a Class 5 felony, rather than blackmail. In the same video, Chris also point-blank accused Mike of molesting his daughter, all while admitting that he doesn't have any concrete proof of his allegation. Given how prone he is to accuse others of slandering him, like pointing out his bad qualities that are extremely evident to everyone but Chris's accusations are very hypocritical. If Mike did not want to sue Chris in civil court, he would indeed have a case against him, as Chris's allegations are textbook defamation. However, it's questionable what Snyder would win in litigation, aside from a PlayStation 3 and numerous children's toys. On the 28th of October 2011, Chris ended up in the worst possible scenario, netting a felony charge and 2 misdemeanors in what appears to be a third attempt to enter the game place, although all charges were reduced to misdemeanors upon sentencing. As a direct result of his 28th October 2011 run-in with Michael Snyder, Chris had found both himself and his mother on the receiving end of a civil suit, having been sentenced to community service and put under probation and being charged with paying Snyder's medical bills. This may very well have been the first time that he has felt ramifications for his accusations and threats. However, it is also much more likely that he simply doesn't care or still feels as if he were the real victim in all this, especially because Chris and Bob blew out almost the entirety of Bob's inheritance for this case, to hire Rob Bell as their attorney and lawyer. It would have been the same result, so I'm not entirely sure why they thought it was a good idea. Unless, of course, they legitimately felt like they were both going to jail. They should have, but what can I say? 2012. On the 4th of February 2012, it was revealed on his Facebook that Chris no longer has respect for any sort of law enforcement after the events of the 28th of October 2011, officially deeming everyone who upholds the law a jerk cop. At the same time, he revealed another encounter with the boys in blue that day, as he attempted to pass out flyers while at the mall, encouraging others to stay away from the game place. Two jerk cops, or as Chris puts it, a jerk cop and an accomplice, approached him, despite the officers simply wanting to talk to him and letting him know that he wasn't in any trouble. Chris's paranoia kicked in and he ran away. While the story gives that Chris seems to hint that the officers just wanted to tell him to knock off the distribution of flyers, Chris believed otherwise, citing that one of them called out his name, making him think that they wanted to post another encounter with him on the internet. He escaped by driving into a Mitsubishi, most likely replacing the dying piece of scrap that is Sonshu, and driving off. On the 12th of April 2012, Chris announced the loss of his virginity, giving off strong hints that he had slept with a hired prostitute. He all but confirmed this on the 1st of May, when he said that he found her on the Backpage, a now defunct website that was, I believe, shut down by the FBI in early 2019. Most likely meaning that he found it on the website Backpage.com. Well, oh yeah, it literally states right there. A Craigslist clone shut down by the FBI that also solicited prostitutes. Chris's prostitute in question was codenamed Mia Hamm, as seen on the website. In the state of Virginia, this constitutes as a Class 1 misdemeanor and is therefore illegal. It is unknown whether or not Chris is aware of this, but it's very likely that he is, or he simply doesn't care. On the 28th of April 2012, Chris revealed another incident in the mall before his Facebook note on the 30th of March 2012. Chris got into a shouting match with a troll on his cell phone at the mall. The shouting did not go unnoticed, and Chris bolted once security was called in. On the 25th of April, Chris received a ban from the mall, though it is unknown if it was for this incident in particular or an incident that happened between those two dates. On the 10th of July 2012, Chris was arraigned in court for the 28th of October 2011 incident after calling Snyder a thieving liar who doesn't deserve a red cent in the courtroom. Chris was sentenced to community service and put under 1 year of probation. He also ordered to pay Snyder's medical bills. 2013. In September 2013, Chris committed an act of vandalism, an arrestable offence, by defacing a Hexbox One display at Walmart, but got off easy by merely just being banned from the store. Given his furious reaction to this and his track record with a certain store owner who also did the same, it remains to be seen if Chris would follow up on his threat to have his revenge. Also, much like his tantrum at the Fashion Square Mall in 2005, Chris was confronted by a jerk cop at a local restaurant after scratching a woman's car with his, and screaming out loud in public. Chris claimed he was cursing God for all his misfortune recently, despite literally all of it being Chris's fault. That's the thing I want people to understand, is that whether people like it or not, these things, they were done by Chris and they were Chris's fault. They weren't mine or anyone else's, and they can't be blamed on his autism. These were what Chris did, and therefore they are his problem and his fault and his responsibility. 2014. On the 29th of March 2014, a report surfaced on the Quickie forums saying that earlier that month, Chris had been spotted trying to steal merchandise from Best Buy. The next day, Chris denied the truthfulness of the report, but Kim confirmed that the attempted shoplifting had indeed occurred. On Friday, the 26th of December 2014, Chris vandalized a Sonic Boom display in GameStop in the Charlotte's Fair Fashion Square and was forced out due to a previous ban, but not before he attacked a member of staff with pepper spray who was calling security. By the 28th, he was confirmed to be in jail. He was released on bail on Monday, the 29th of December. 2015. Throughout most of 2015, Chris behaved himself, presumably because his sojourn to the jailhouse was fresh in his memory. His punishment for the pepper spray incident was eventually decided after 7 hearings in October, a very light sentencing of a 3-figure fine and a 6-month prison sentence that he won't have to serve unless he breaks the law again during probation. 2016. And what you're seeing here, these are the fines that Chris received for for not doing the rabies checks or actually soliciting, his dogs properly in the way that you're supposed to, so that they're actually safe and free from diseases if they happen to attack somebody by accident. On July 1st of 2016, Chris had to finally pay his $541 fine for his 2014-15 court hearing. His probation also appears to have ended earlier in the year in April. In August, Chris was fined $121 by Greene County for 2 charges, each misdemeanors, of failing to acquire dog tag and rabies licenses for his and Barbara's dogs, Clover and Snoopy. In November, Chris made several death threats against President Trump. He is blissfully unaware that threatening the president or president-elect is one of the few restrictions of freedom of speech in America, and could land Chris with a fine and up to 5 years in prison. That is absolutely true as well. That's one of the only problem with freedom of speech is that you can't pray that your president should be dead. That's one of the things you absolutely cannot do. 2018. The manager of the mall threw a demand late trespassing notice against me while I was there a few weeks ago. That is all. Caught me in a trap like at the place, except I didn't go to freaking jail, okay? According to Chris. Now this was during Chris's trespassing case in 2018 at the Fashion Square Mall. In March, Chris was charged with trespass after forbidden a misdemeanor count. The offense. How bad do you think things when you're banned for something for life? How bad do you think Chris must have been for that to happen? The offence occurred on the 23rd of March and was filed under the Albemarle Traffic/Criminal Court. Chris repeatedly signed his name as Chris Chan Sonichu on court documents, despite it not being his legal name, though no action was taken by the court staff on the matter. Chris was represented by a public defender. After several continuances, the court decided to direct Chris to a court diversion program, the therapeutic docket, for 9 months as an alternative to a jail sentence. The trespass case was transferred to Charlottesville's jurisdiction on the 10th of July to supervise the docket check-ins, until Chris graduated from the docket on the 23rd of April 2019, resulting in the court dismissing his trespassing case. 2019. On the 23rd of April, Chris saw the early end of Chris's therapeutic docket and the dismissal of his trespassing after forbidden charge. Chris trolled himself again on the 5th of August when he absent-mindedly hit someone else's vehicle with Sonichu. Police soon came to him and his mother about it. Barb was more involved with the situation at hand, while Chris soothed himself by kicking the police car several times before the police left. Fortunately for Chris, he was not penalised or arrested, and Chris put this information on Twitter. So, why Chris felt that was a good idea, I have absolutely no clue. He could have avoided so much aggro if he just said that he didn't kick the car. And if nobody saw him do it, then again, Chris would have got away with this scot-free. 2021. Here we go. He said he was dating this girl for months. This 72-year-old lady, he said he wanted to confess something to me, and I suspected it because he said it was illegal. Bella, on Chris telling her about his incestuous relationship with his mother. One of the darkest events in Christree happened in 2021, which came close to spelling the end of the tale of Chris Chan as we know it. A series of events so controversial and massive that they caused this very wiki to crash due to the event persistently trending on Twitter, assumingly even overtaking the Olympic Games for a time. On the 29th of July 2021, the incest call, which is what it's being currently referred to as, where he had casually admitted to repeatedly having sex with his mother since late June, was leaked. Chris also indicated that Bob was confused, telling him to stop at times, raising the possibility of it being non-consensual, especially since some have speculated that Bob may have been suffering from dementia. Now, to this day, it's never been confirmed that Barbara has suffered from dementia. However, just because it's not been confirmed does not technically mean she does not have that either. Bella played along for several minutes, pretending to approve of Chris's new habit so she could record more information. After hundreds of people contacted the police as a result of the leaks, authorities conducted a welfare check on Bob and issued an EPO, an emergency protective order, on Chris on the following day. Essentially a temporary restraining order that would last around a week, prohibiting access to Barbara and his home until the 5th of August 2021. Chris's neighbours took care of their pets after both Chandlers were taken from their home. Made temporarily homeless by this turn of events, Chris decided to make matters even worse for himself, as Chris is always prone to do in situations like these, by committing yet another crime. He stole $750 from Barbara's bank account to pay for hotel accommodations, and alleviate his negative bank balance at the time, which left him about $550 after the latter fact, before shelling out $384 for the hotel and wasting most of the remaining money on toys, because of course he fucking did, leaving him with next to nothing yet again, $1.03 according to a Bank of America alert. This crime, however, which would land Chris in much hotter water than many other times he stole from his parents. After discovering what Chris had done and being lied to about it during the confrontation, Noel immediately cut ties and washed his hands of Chris. You know what, I must admit, I feel like really, really bad for Joshua Moon, otherwise known as Noel, for all this, because Noel had been sort of a little bit by Chris's side, except from a very mutual distance, for at least seven, possibly 8 years at this point, and Chris just let Noel down because all Chris could do was let himself down, time and time and time again. It probably must have set it in Noel's mind about what was even the point, because I absolutely believe Noel's intentions were absolutely for the good, and Chris just didn't care, and proceeded to shut down the GoFundMe page intended to aid him on his planned trip to Everfree Northwest, who banned him from entry after learning about the news, and refunded everyone involved. It should be noted that Chris had intended to use some of the funds to pay back his mother once they cleared. But, as stated before, he took the funds without permission and in violation of the protective order, which is, at the very least, a strong case for a theft charge to be laid on him later. Chris's Patreon, due to the scandal, also came under review, leaving many to speculate that it would most likely see deletion on top of his long-term neglect of the page and his subscribers. Sure enough, on the 2nd of August 2021, his account was suspended, pending review, which remains until the creator logs back in. However, considering Chris's incarceration, it is unlikely he will be able to do so, and I don't think he's even tried to do that to this day, ensuring that his account will permanently remain under review. Oddly enough, or perhaps due to his enhanced delusions, Chris remained in seemingly good spirits during his arrest. Despite the arrest being far more major than anything else he has previously been charged for, and potentially ruining his life, or what is left of it, Chris did not resist arrest and even disturbingly stated that being frisked by one of the officers felt good, before being taken away. He also noted that the dimensional merge was in the process of happening, nobody could give a shit, which is likely why he believed that he could weasel his way out of this somehow. Chris's case was initially up for review on the 8th of August 2023. He was I don't know how to pronounce this, arraigned on the 5th of August 2021 and held without bond pending a mental health evaluation until the 16th of September. Likely making matters worse by interrupting the court proceedings to beg for his toys. The hearing for 16th of September was continued until the 18th of November, apparently for more time to evaluate Chris. During this time, he was held at the Central Virginia Regional Jail, after another continuance was then granted, with the next hearing taking place on the 3rd of February 2022. Another continuance was granted to 28th of July 2022. However, Chris was transferred to Western State Hospital on the 28th of February 2022 for treatment of incompetency, and then was returned to the jail. 2023. On the 27th of March 2023, Chris was released from jail. For several months, his whereabouts were unknown. On the 28th of August 2023, Chris's case was dismissed by the court. During Chris's live stream on the 26th of October 2023, he became visibly nervous when sirens unexpectedly sounded in the background, indicating that he harbors a lingering fear of being arrested again. And then, so that's just the list of all the events Chris has had. Nearly 20 years of being in trouble. For what? Because Chris either thought he was in the right all of these times, especially in the case of the gameplays and then Bob, and several times where, well, as you'll see again, I'm not entirely sure. I think it's tantamount to when Chris got arrested in 2021, that he just sort of went along with it because I think he knew there wasn't really much he could do. Which might be another symptom of guilt, ladies and gentlemen, the fact that what is the point in trying to deny reality? We know Chris will do that ad nauseum, but, well, let's keep going. Chris's parents and the law. It's not hard to figure out why Chris thinks the law should serve him and him alone. His parents, too, have the same problem. When Chris was thrown out of the Cub Scouts for an unknown incident, his parents attempted to sue the Boy Scouts of America for discrimination. When Chris threw a tantrum that required him to be restrained, Bob attempted to sue the school for restraining him. When Bob and Bob had their absurd case against Greene County used against them, their first reaction was run to another county. Bob claims that a man in Richmond by the name of Jamie Dunn tried to get him thrown in jail circa 1999 for unknown reasons. This may be part of the reason the Chandlers decided to move back to Ruckersville in the year of 2000. When Mims and Lucas took a picture of Chris and uploaded it to the internet, Chris's parents threatened them with legal action, but as usual, never followed through. When Snorlax thought she had indigestion, she acted like she was going to sue the Chinese establishment for the food that came from. When it turned out to be colitis, she dropped the subject, and Chris did as well, and it was never mentioned again. When Alec created or called the Chandler household, posing as the Gameplay's employee Matthew Noble, Bob and Bob claimed that taking pictures of somebody without their knowledge or consent was not illegal. This came after threatening to sue Mims and Lucas for doing exactly that. During that same call, Bob would not countenance the idea that an individual can be prohibited from private property, saying it's a business place, which has no bearing on private property laws. On the 28th of October 2011, Bob was arrested for not only fleeing the scene of an accident, but also felony assault on a police officer, an extremely foolish crime that a remotely sensible person would never commit, due to the serious consequences attached to it, mandatory minimum of 6 months imprisonment or on conviction. However, the recent death of her husband, her age, her bad health, and her hopeless dependent clod of a son seem to have helped elicit her some clemency. On the 10th of July 2012, Bob was arraigned in court for her participation in the 28th of October 2011 incident. She was sentenced to community service and served 2-year probation. On the 2nd of August 2021, Chris was charged with incest with Bob. He was charged not with rape, meaning that Bob may have consented to the acts or simply did not want to pursue rape charges against her own son. On the 23rd of November 2021, Bob totaled her van when she failed to yield right of way and got into an accident with a tractor trailer. Bob paid a $30 fine and $76 in court costs the following month. According to a jail letter on the 4th of July 2022, Chris had been attempting to blackmail Bob into moving out of 14 Branch Lane Court, with various crimes he claims she is guilty of. These include negligence towards her pets, abusive behaviour towards Chris, and her use of Chris's monthly tugboat for herself. Obviously, it is unknown if Bob is really guilty of any of these things. Chris's original and official laws. Now I have to apologise. I'm actually recording this about like 20 minutes later. It's because, without wanting to give too much away, is that I had to catch my breath because I felt like I was becoming very unwell for the last couple of minutes. So I had to put the brakes on that very quickish and sharpish. So there we are. It's also probably not even worth having the lights on or trying to cut or trying to shut the curtains or anything like that. I already look quite pale, and this isn't light you're seeing here. Chris believes the police in real life are corrupt and sees them in the same light as he sees the jerk-cops in his comic. The jerk-cops act as a stand-in for police who wronged him, and are portrayed as being imposters with no legal authority, probably indicating that Chris does not recognize real policemen as legitimate authority, which is probably something a crazy person would do, so there's that. In light of these things, Chris has his own spin on the law. The penalties for drinking and smoking and internet harassment involve physical violence, including a kick in the teeth, which Chris inexplicably portrays as a punch in the first and only of his supposed series of Q&A videos. On the 31st of December 2009, Chris orated about a law he wanted to be made to prevent Jack Thaddeus from using that ad space he paid for legally. I have the instinct, and I have already snail-mailed President Barack Obama on how this sort of bad advertisement is going on and how it is wrong and should be made illegal, on how if the main captain does not want or is offended with the listed ads within his own website or works, regardless of who controls the ad space, would remove these ads or face jail time, and the FBI would be fully involved in all this. No, they wouldn't. And they have the power, maybe, tools, possibly, and balls, well, definitely not, to seek, hunt down, and bring the individual internet trolls and ad spammers. As anyone can see, Chris is seeking the direct intervention of the president of his country and beseeching him to outlaw advertisements he doesn't like. Outside from the fact that Obama himself couldn't have done anything about this even if he wanted to, the fact is that Chris has mandated by law to display the ads Jack paid to display. Chris should have written to his congressman about this rather than the president. But either way, he would have received no response. This attitude is also reflected in his relationship with Mary Lee Walsh. More than a decade ago, she put a stop to Chris soliciting sex on her campus. War ensued, and Chris received a well-deserved timeout for his behaviour. 6 years later, in 2009, Chris decided it was time to make peace. He went to her office and left her a framed, hand-drawn apology on the doorstep out of the blue. Her reaction was to file a trespassing notice. Chris disastrously believed that since he didn't read the letter and return to the sender, he wasn't liable for it. Thankfully, Chris didn't trespass again. Towards Mary Lee Walsh, I should say. Mailbag 55 persists a few more original laws. One, that it should be made illegal for men to ever show their bare chest because, according to Chris, no one in the entire world wants to see a man's bare chest, presumably disregarding women, gay men, and boxing enthusiasts. And two, he wants to force all women in any kind of relationship to wear rings, purely for his benefit, of course, thus defeating all symbolism and significance of them. In the aftermath of distancing himself from the internet, Chris began to formulate a new law, Bill for Anti-Online Bad Mouthing. Starting with his second flip note, Don't Get Trolled, the details are unknown. But Chris essentially wants to make so that online nobody can ever speak negatively of anybody else under threat of prosecution. There do exist laws against cybercrime and online harassment, but these laws vary by county, or country I should say, and concern rather more serious deeds than drawing Rosechew with a dick. And so, even if Chris's laws were somehow implemented federally, only his fellow USA residents would be held accountable. Chris is failing to comprehend that people besides Americans use the internet, or worse, assuming the entire world can be held to the USA's laws. In Quickville. During the Idea Guys saga, Chris was told that Jamster Sonichu had been put on trial for molesting Punchy. She didn't want Jamster to suffer in jail as he had, so he tried using his psychic powers to talk to the Quickville judge to convince him to release Jamster, regardless of the crime he had committed. The Idea Guys informed him that the judge was unconvinced since Chris was no longer mayor, so Chris then turned his attention to the jurors. This worked, but sparked a city-wide riot. In the comic. The law, such as it is, in the comics is a horrifying totalitarianism where anybody anywhere is subject to the whims of a dictator. In Quickville, Chris is Mayor Reed God King and was banned many things in the city. Smoking or drinking alcohol would lead to be one of either sentenced to 10 years in prison or a $1,500 fine, which considers Chris as an equally bad punishment. Quickville has its own currency, however, so despite being nothing more than a small city, and why fines are levied in US dollars is unknown, importing tobacco or even alcohol incurs a greater punishment than murder or rape. However, it should be noted that Chris repealed the law against alcohol in June of 2009. The Rosechews often congregate to protest for women's rights. These protests usually involve nudity and/or pornography. They campaign for basic, archaic things like the eligibility to vote, suggesting that Chris, or one of his predecessors, has imposed discriminating laws against women in Quickville. It is never clear whether or not Quickville is legally part of the United States, and thus subject to its federal laws, as Chris characteristically sends mixed messages a lot. Some things are distinctly American, the aforementioned US dollar fines, for instance. However, there are foreign countries in the real world that use US dollars. But Quickville has its currency and its own set of laws, the likes of which would never be permitted in a developed or even underdeveloped country. Even if Quickville were some sort of Vatican-like sovereign state, the only arrangement that makes even the slightest amount of sense is that Quickville is just a sovereign state on US soil. Chris doesn't seem to have thought this out though, and believes the mayor of a town is legally entitled to act as an authoritarian dictator. As a mayor, Chris does nothing bureaucratic, even or ever, and makes his secretary do all the paperwork, as per his thoughts on women. While he goes off on another one of his sweetheart searches, he has mandated dating education classes for students so that they can learn to go on dates, as well as how to stay straight. Actual police officers did not appear until quite late in the series, and even then they did nothing whatsoever, giving the impression that Chris and his Pokemon abominations are the only things standing between peace and violent anarchy. However, Sonichu issue 9 seems to reveal that there are 3 sets of other protectors, a possibly nondescript police force distinct from Merrily Walsh's Jerkops, as well as the team of Power Rangers and a team of Transformers. Is Quickville under martial law? Jack Thaddeus calling out the truth as he sees it. And if you don't know exactly what martial law is, well, prepare to be engaged. In conversations with Jack Thaddeus, Chris revealed that Quickville is the home of a parliamentary force equipped with tanks, which he calls the police force, and all his electric hedgehog Pokemon enjoy immunity from prosecution and are above the law. And this is to the fact that Chris cannot be deposed as mayor. There is no elections. And the fact that the police and a fleet of superpowered goons obey anything Chris demands of them. And it paints a very frightening picture. According to Chris, Magi-chan mentally scans the city perimeters for any sexual acts and reports any homosexual activity to the authorities. The participants are then tried and fined heavily, $500 or 50 hours of community service. Apparently in Quickville, the Fourth Amendment to the US Constitution does not apply in matters of personal sexual choice, and neither does the US Supreme Court ruling finding sodomy laws to be unconstitutional. Even though Chris's deranged laws exist only within his city, state, county of whatever of Quickville, he exacts his deranged fury onto people whether they're actually in his jurisdiction or not. Sonichu Issue 10 shows 4 distinct crimes committed outside of Quickville: the destruction of the 4-cent garbage building, the murder of 100 alleged trolls in said destruction, breaking and entering, and destroying internet files and property. There was no evidence to suggest that this act of mass murder was even investigated by the authorities, and the comic portrays this act of terrorism as Chris and his goons heroically defeating a gang of criminals. Chris may be able to murder without being reprimanded, but of course this doesn't apply to everyone. Following the death of Simona, the culprits Alec, Mao, Sean and Evan are subjected to a show trial and given no defense attorney by the state, violating the Sixth Amendment, forcing Sean to act as their lawyer despite being high as a kite. There is no solid evidence presented for the murder charge aside from the Voltorb remote, which the prosecutor never tried to prove belonged to them, and wholly unreliable physical evidence extracted by Magi-chan. When they're railroaded and found guilty, they're killed by the people they've wronged. Read murder brutally by cartoon characters, in a gross violation of the 8th Amendment forbidding cruel and unusual punishment. Demonstrating Chris's limited understanding of trials, as his knowledge of trials stems purely from television, the Kangaroo Court interrogates both elements of civil and criminal trials. The Asperpedia 4 are not prosecuted for murder by a state attorney as per a criminal trial, but also charged with defamation of character, libel, and copyright infringement, as well as several charges such as profanity to the max that would hold no water in any actual court on Earth. By Chris and his cohorts as per a civil trial, surely enough, Chris, Sonichu, and Rosechu are sitting in a benchmarked plaintiff. That both civil and criminal charges are included in one trial not only demonstrates a poor understanding of the courtroom process, but Chris should know he's been there often enough these last few years, but is further proof that Chris considers slanderous mockeries and other torts on par with major crimes such as murder and assault. To add to the equation, one cannot be given a death sentence, or any sentence for that matter, for being guilty in a civil trial, but in the Asperpedia 4 trial, civil charges are the primary reason for the death of sentence. In summary, the Quickville court system is a constitutional nightmare that violates multiple articles and amendments and has no concept of due process. One must wonder why it is allowed to exist within the borders of the US, where it is obvious by now any semblance of law in Quickville exists solely to further the wishes of its tyrannical and murderous creator god. True and true. And I don't really feel like we need to technically go over this, because it's not so much that it isn't the case is over, but rather it's probably something that's going to be continuing for a very long time afterwards. And that, ladies and gentlemen, brings us to the end of Chris and the Law. A fairly confusing sort of read towards the end, where you find out that the Law is only there to serve the likes of Chris, because Chris cannot be shown in any way whatsoever to do harm to other people, despite the fact Chris does harm to other people. And also the fact that, lo and behold, there's just things I don't understand about why Chris thinks it's a good idea to do half the things on this list, and why Chris will fight until the very ends of the earth to this day that he is completely and utterly justified in what they do. That's how you know that even at this stage, it's probably won't be the last time Chris will be involved in breaking the law. Because, well, Chris, like they said, like this article has mentioned before, Chris is a rebel without a cause or even effect. So, make of that what you will. And I cannot wait to sort of you guys again in the next video. Take care, and bye-bye for now. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and I welcome all of you back to another Chris Chan Quickie reading, and yet another one that I imagine is probably not going to prove a fairly controversial entry, to say the least. But this one is, well, just like with everything else that happens in Chris's life, this one is somewhat skirting between confusing to I have absolutely no idea what Chris is talking about. So let's just get straight to it. Chris and politics. Or, as we will begin, proper Eid Permert Eid, which is Chris's former political commentary against President Donald Trump, which, for those who don't know, it's Die Trump Die. Now, one thing that I'm pretty sure they're going to mention further down the line is that one of the things that freedom of speech in the United States does not cover, however, is death threats towards whoever then president-elect is. Yes, believe it or not, that's the one of the very few exceptions to freedom of speech in the US actually has, and it's technically a prisonable offence. Whether Chris was ever told this, or why Chris never got a caution from the police over the things he did, because, trust me, it does not just stop at Die Trump Die, it goes quite a lot further. And considering that this is an election year, and that's Trump is no doubt going to be running for presidency for the second time. Well, technically it's the third time he'll be running for president, I suppose. But if he gets in again, God only knows how Chris is going to react. But then again, with things like the dimensional merge and everything else, I'm not entirely sure Chris is going to even pay attention to them. But if he does, for whatever reason, pay attention to them, I will not be surprised or shocked. This might be for slightly different reasons, but as we'll get to it, the reasons why Chris wanted to vote for Hillary Clinton back in 2016 were probably not for the best of reasons, but we'll get into that again. From his discovery on the internet towards 2017, Chris has been quite vocal about his political views. He was once a moderate and then leaned left. Following his shift in gender identity from 2011 onwards, he moved further left. His progressing support of the LGBT+ community may have been why he has possessed more vocality about politics. In the post-merge era, however, he mentions politics infrequently, thankfully, as he's too busy pretending to be a goddess of his imaginary world. Oh, and by the way, in case you're wondering what this is, for anyone who's ever tried to do the politics test, it usually does equate to something like this, and the idea appears to be that Chris rates somewhere square down the middle, and this is sort of what they from authoritarian to economics on left and right to being liberal, and, well, it's interesting to see how Chris somewhat fits in nearly all of these categories. Tried murdering a business owner, dictator of Quickville, and, well, you could say that there's quite a lot of things in here, sadly, he falls under. Well, because I've done this sort of test like 2 or 3 times, and they've rated me somewhere, ironically, roughly around here. So somehow I'm trapped in a small triangle between Bernie Sanders, Gandhi, and Joseph Stein. So make of that what you will, but that's you're more than perfectly capable of just doing these tests online. They're usually like maybe 30 minutes if you just decide to like spam just for the lols to see what you thought of it. But no, if you are interested, there's plenty of things like this out there. So let's get straight to the point. General views. Before the 2010s, Chris was a self-described moderate. His views were eclectic. They could be best described as fiscal, liberal, and socially conservative. He would therefore receive criticism from both sides of the political fence. Liberal trolls criticize Chris for his racism, sexism, homophobia, and black and white view of the world, as well as his poor understanding of science. Conservative trolls criticize him for the lack of a job, reliance on the government, unusual behaviour, and obscure interests. After the close of the classic era, Chris's social views started to shift left, while his fiscal views shifted even further. Now, to be completely fair and honest, ladies and gentlemen, is that just because Chris's political views may be more left-leaning or right-leaning, doesn't mean that he wasn't exempt from criticism from both sides, because, well, one, even if Chris may have mentioned in passing, and in passing might be another way to say it's a very skeptical idea, if Chris had, apologized for his racism, his sexism, his homophobia, everything else, the idea that whether or not people actually believe this is one and the same, because Chris, for reasons that he never gets into, never actually explains why he fought it upon himself to say that he hated all of those people for whatever reason. These are things that especially become apparent whenever Chris has to beg for money, because he's more than willing to... It comes across as though he's not apologizing because he actually has a very degreeing level of tolerance towards minorities, but it only comes across that Chris only cares whenever they can be useful for whatever reason, or specifically for Chris's reasons. Reasons for Chris's political shift in identity. Chris's transgender identity has left him open to political influence from others, particularly as he begun socializing within the LGBT community and other generally progressive outlets. He even became accepting of gay men, a group of once he vehemently opposed. Financial problems. See, there you go. Chris's deteriorating financial situation, continued dependence on government money, and growing health problems for himself and his mother have enhanced his sensitivity to social spending and fiscal policies. In particular, one of Trump's most prominent policy goals was the repeal of the current Affordable Care Act scheme. While the exact effects of the law on healthcare costs and availability for common people are debatable, it is generally considered at least partly effective. Chris has no doubt heard about Republican repeal efforts from his limited political news exposure and likely holds them against Trump and his allies. They say likely. Chris has never made any form of passing about what he thinks about the Affordable Care Act and whether or not Chris has a concrete thought about it, because Chris's views towards Trump are slightly less than concrete, and I would say that his views towards why Clinton would make a better president or should be president are kind of the same problem. It almost comes across as though Chris, the only reason why he would want Clinton is either because she's not Donald Trump, or that because the problem with this is that, well, once we get to it, Chris's reasons for supporting Hillary Clinton might not be entirely genuine or even make sense, because they sort of don't really revolve around policies necessarily, but we'll get to that again. Politics in the Trump era and beyond. Chris voiced criticism of the Republican Party presidential nominee Donald Trump almost all throughout 2016. After Trump's surprise victory, he issued outright death threats against President Trump and Vice President Mike Pence. After they were inaugurated, he viewed himself as part of the anti-Trump resistance, although he did little aside from post memes and additional messages telling him to die. Chris's interest in the LGBT plus issues likely played a role in his attacks on the then new administration. However, in 2018, under the influence of the Idea Guys, he talked in a video about opposing Nazis and claimed to be a member of Antifa. Antifa? I don't really know what that is. Is it safe to look up what this is? I'm just going to do it anyway. Anti-fascist action. Okay, so, well, that makes sense. He also destroyed a toy pony under the impression that Nazis, a recurring antagonistic presence in the Idea Guys lore, has bugged it. As Chris became more enthralled by the concept of the dimensional merge, he generally turned out of politics as he became more focused on alternative dimensions and his role in ensuring that cartoons and video games could become real. Chris would eventually voice support to Joe Biden's presidential campaign, but he voted for Lisa Simpson in 2020, because he actually believes that she will become POTUS after the dimensional merge takes place. While he continued to hate Trump and Pence, the outcome of the election didn't matter to him as much personally due to his belief in the delusion. His belief that Lisa, a fictional character, is president presumably takes its influence from the Simpsons episode Bart to the Future, which is set years in the future after she succeeds Donald Trump's then fictional administration, which substantially increased the national debt before she took office. However, the events of Bart to the Future are not predictive, despite numerous viral videos promoting such misconceptions. Donald Trump considered running for the job in 1999, 1 year before the episode aired, and the first of the 6 bankruptcies to affect his business, which the national debt joke referenced occurred in 1991. Curiously enough, despite Chris's supposed views to Donald Trump during the election period, Chris never thought it mentioned to convince anyone else about Trump's business dealings and the friggin' sigh wave of his finances through the 80s and the 90s. If Chris ever thought to make note of these things, then, you know what, fair enough, but because Chris didn't, we could assume that Chris didn't know anything about this at all anyway. Views on policies. Chris's political views resemble a third-grade child's if I were president social status or social studies assignment, possessing a shallow understanding of major world issues. A rather insightful example of his limited understanding of how the world actually works is in his A Public Announcement for Congress, in which Chris explains in detail the actions he would take if he were elected President of the United States. Let's take a look at this, shall we? Because, well, first of all, I should point out is that the only reason Chris made this video at all was because this was one of a series of videos that Jackie told Chris to make, so for what they're worth, let's take a look, shall we? Again, now let's to be completely. Actually, I need to change the view on this for 1 second. Okay, that should do it. So it should be worth noted is that if Chris was even willing to make a serious, go for this at all, some might say one thing that Chris probably should have done, in all honesty, was just, if he was going to throw his hat into the ring metaphorically, he ought to be studying a little bit about this. I mean, it would have been the sort of thing that Jackie might have been impressed by. I mean, we know she wouldn't, but it's... But then again, the whole real point of this entire sorry saga was just to make Chris sort of a better man, but, well, let's just get into it. Let's see what Chris has got to say for himself. I like the fact that he's actually got a stand for his Sonichu Guitar Hero controller. Anyway, here we go.
Good evening, friends. As your presidential candidate, I will now state how I feel what we can do to improve these nations, these states. For one thing, we got so many poor people out on the streets. I mean, we have soup kitchens, and we have soup beds. We should really combine the two into soup hotels, so that there would be a bed for every homeless person until they can get back up on their own feet. Also...
So, again, just to cover some of the things already, because there's an entire essay's worth of issues with this. First of all, Chris probably could have... If Chris was, most presidential candidates would have had a slightly clearer setting. Maybe the camera could have been improved. I mean, I know these are rudimentary things, but if it was meaning to win over somebody, which is the entire point of this video, to be honest, Chris could have, considered doing these sorts of things if it meant proving to Jackie that he was an actual man. Also, maybe putting on a suit of some description, because when was the last time you've ever seen anybody, a candidate running for office, wearing just a t-shirt? Secondly, Chris talks about soup hotels designed to make sure that every homeless person was going to have a place to sleep so they could get back on their feet. a genuinely quite nice idea. Unfortunately, economically, how could you finance such a thing? Secondly, he talks of hotels, so we imagine these are probably going to be at least 2-story buildings. Third, who's going to employ the people to actually, maintenance these hotels? 4, how are you going to pay the people to run these places? 5, get back on their feet. Who's to say that some homeless people will not just simply stay there for as long as they feel like it because, again, it offers them security, which is actually, which you may say, fair enough, because, to be honest, sleeping rough or being homeless is a horrible, horrible thing. Let's not beat around the bush on that one. But then, how exactly does Chris intend to showcase the idea that that homeless people are going to somewhat be integrated into society again by having an actual warm place to sleep, that they can actually look after themselves and all the rest of it? How does Chris intend for any of these things to happen with the invention of soup hotels is a good question that I'm not entirely sure he's going to answer. So, in theory, it's a good idea, but economically, it's uneconomical. If that, it will bankrupt more than it will help people. I say that because, well, when was the last time you saw anything like this in practice technically work? You could argue the Salvation Army, but the Salvation Army is a much larger body, and its charity work is far more accessible and it's far more worldwide recognized compared to Chris's ideas of let's just build buildings just for the sake of making sure that homeless people have got somewhere to sleep. I know, again, I could see you could work out the logic in this, but what exactly does this benefit the country from? Like, because some people may view this idea as the fact that people who are less fortunate will always be guaranteed a place to sleep, whilst there are people who probably can't get to sleep due to crippling debt worries and among other things. I mean, what level of social care is going to be done, or welfare care is going to be done for the people who are just trying to keep going and trying to get by, who are not necessarily homeless but almost are skirting on the fringes of poverty?
Lower taxes. I will propose lower taxes, and we shall not have to pay so much. 5% is okay, but why not 2.5%? And
so, lowering taxes, the only way that any country on earth could ever be in a position to lower taxes is if the income they make through exporting goods, or there be services they can provide to other countries via contribution to markets. The only way that you can ever propose lowering taxes is if the percentage of what is incoming is substantial, ladies and gentlemen, to the point where you can afford to lower taxes. That's the whole reason why taxes predictably go up and down and can't necessarily be attributed to it just being a good sales point for becoming president, is that you've got to have a business model in place that suggests that actually lowering taxes is an absolutely okay thing to do that is not going to bankrupt the country. I know a lot of people are very, very persuade on the idea of lowering taxes to make things easier for lower income families, but even lower income families are often offset by the idea of how can you technically afford to do that. And, well, it stands to reason, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, how does Chris intend to propose an idea that they'll be in a position to lower taxes? Now, the only thing that I could possibly suggest is that if, let's say, several key businesses were to start up in the US, that meant that the exportation of goods was so substantial. For example, if the US decided to legalize all drugs from Class A to Class D, it meant that you could market it, you could manage it, you can distribute it, you can set a price on it, and you could probably stop a lot of crime in the process, because how exactly are gangs, criminals, I mean, this goes all the way back to the 1920s, how are they going to prophesize on narcotics that are way above the inflated price if an entire government has put an actual bill in place. That means that they can sell and exchange the things for however they see fit. It means that probably crime could in many ways go down through the distribution of narcotics across borders, but how much that would actually work is something that, well, you can only guess for yourself. Now, with that being said, weed has been legalized in at least, I'm not entirely sure if it's throughout the entirety of the state of California, but it stands to reason as well, ladies and gentlemen, is that if you can control something, then that means you can distribute it, and you know what, you just put things in place like that. I mean, you could argue the minutiae about the safety of such things, but I will say this, is that, you know what, we all know that it's illegal to, drive without insurance or drive while using a mobile phone, but still, many Americans still do it, many people across the world still do it, and you know what, it stands to reason. Just because you tell somebody that they can't do something doesn't mean they are going to stop doing it, if that makes sense. Now, again, you may argue the distribution of narcotics has an entire plethora of issues, but, well, again, that's just to give an example of one industry. What about, I don't know, trying to again, it's maybe possibly building up several new studios to create several more programs that can be sold worldwide, because a lot of programs that are watched in the UK that are made in the US have to be bought from the US just to be watched over here. And just because of the introduction of things like Netflix or, watching things live from different parts of the world, it hasn't necessarily, those sort of fundamentals haven't necessarily changed. So the only way to do this is to make something that people need, and something that people are going to need in bulk. So there's some issues revolving around what exactly can and cannot be done. But again, you have to sort of start somewhere, in my opinion. And again, these sorts of differences vary largely from state to state anyway. So just because it's good for one doesn't mean it's good for the others. So the whole taxes thing is just something just to throw out there, like this entire video, to be honest, from Chris.
We will not cut off any benefits for the old people. They are good. And we shall give them plenty of money so they can afford their medications and services to keep them alive. But
Chris just said that they were doing... If they were doing all right, then surely they'd be able to afford their own medications, shouldn't they? In my opinion, distributing medications should only for the elderly should be in on very extreme cases, for those who have served their country, who have been injured in fighting for service to their country, and to those who have their contributions to society. Well, I suppose again. Well, for one, I think for anybody who's ever worked in a hospital in the US should be within this care package, if you will. And there's no doubt plenty of others as well. People who work in laboratories and people who genuinely work in the field of science or within healthcare to the public. These things should be in order as well. But the fact that Chris just says the elderly should just be taken care of is just throwing it out there, despite, again, the ramifications between who necessarily... Well, in terms of just what counts as elderly, what's the cutoff point where you could say somebody is an old age pensioner? Because in the UK right now it's somewhere between the ages of 65 to 67, and there are quite a lot of debates about all over the world what actually counts as the retiring age. I mean, for those who ever seen the news regarding Emmanuel Macron in Paris, that Paris was very nearly burned to the ground roughly this time last year, because Macron wanted to raise the age for retirement from 62 to 64, and nearly the whole of Paris burned to the ground, demanding Macron to be killed because they would not stand for it. And if Chris was, for example, a Parisian, if he lived in Paris, then Chris's ideas about care for the elderly might actually be received with a bit more joy and a bit more of an open acceptance, in spite of what has happened in Paris recently. However, the French would probably also regale at the fact that Chris seems to be blatantly ignorant of a bunch of other social security issues, which can only be compounded by one thing, ladies and gentlemen, that Chris's exposure to the outside world is only through the screen of his computer, as opposed to actually being in the outside world. Chris thinks he's doing fine and he's got his love online, but in reality he's just plugged into the wall. And he is no Superman.
We do not pay for when we are sick. We pay for our good health. And we only pay after we're in good health. We pay to stay alive. We do not pay to die.
So Chris claims that they should only pay afterwards, so like the bill will be waiting at the door. Goodness knows what happens if that sort of thing was put into place. Like if, say, somebody had just come out of a double hip fusion surgery, what exactly would the doctors say once they say that, are you going to pay this bill or not? And they say they can't. You can only imagine doctors with crowbars coming round the corner saying that you're probably going to need another operation after this. Which again could, in some cases, create some hospitals in the US that could be basically scam call centers in which they can just break people again, so they'll have to pay double more. It's basically almost like a glorified loan shark factory in many ways. And then, of course, Chris hasn't necessarily answered the question of how exactly are you going to... What about for paying for the rights of nurses and doctors and surgeons and administrative staff that work in hospitals, or the managements? How are you going to make sure they're going through okay, Chris? Because, you know what, again, the well-being of public healthcare is perfectly fine, and it's something that should be kind of universal, sort of almost akin to how the NHS works in the UK. Because listen, for those who don't know exactly what the NHS is in the UK, it is basically the National Health Service. It means that you can, if you were suffering from something very major, it means that you could come in and be seen to, and you get rested, recovered, and you get food, and you can go walk out again maybe in a couple of weeks' time and be on the road to recovery without having to pay a penny. But then again, for all those who have experienced or seen the horrors that the COVID-19 pandemic has actually done towards hospitals, you would say that actually they need to be paid all the more, because at the best of times, working for the NHS as a junior doctor, as a nurse, can be like hell. And, well, I know, again, it'd be impossible to say if Chris could ever predict this, but these are the sorts of things you have to be wary of, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, I've had the fortune of saying that I lived through a pandemic. It doesn't mean to say that there will be another pandemic happening in my lifetime. It could be in 20 years or possibly in 60 years, but you got to make ready for these sorts of things. And I don't really think Chris has the fortitude to say we need to be preparing for any be preparing for any conservation of this sort of description. And all Chris can say in turn is we pay to be healthy and not to die, which doesn't really I mean, it kind of makes sense, but Chris is almost under the impression that people will live forever in many ways.
And speaking of which, too much violence goes on within these city streets. I will propose only gun distribution to the official authority, which shall be within the police department.
That's like a big red flag in the moment, ladies and gentlemen, because remember, despite the fact that Chris could be in danger of like violating amendments within the US Constitution and within the Bill of Rights, one would always wonder, owing to events that the police get themselves involved with from scandals, especially regarding things like George Floyd, you have to be very, very worried about the idea about why law enforcement should be entrusted to be the only public body to actually carry weaponry or of that description at all. Because, as the old saying goes, is that if the police police people in the, but who polices the police is what I'm trying to get at. And saying that police officers or the official body of like law enforcement should be entitled to have guns, one can only wonder what sort of issues this could raise. I mean, one false slip and all of a sudden somebody's life could be taken away, somebody completely innocent, and, well, there would be capital riots basically every single night demanding Chris would reverse this law in the amendment. So, good luck trying to justify that, Chris. I mean, yes, violence takes... But then again, with what Chris says about, lowering taxes, well, what do you think is going to start happening if Chris decided to forbade guns except for the official authorities? It means that illegal manufacturing of guns would exist. Guns could be sold at extortionate prices, and you could round up with things like King Solomon and Snorky all over again. And Chris would have learned, you know what I mean? That there are reasons why, and because of what history has showed us and what criminals will do.
Nowhere else. And all guns owned by local community people shall be taken away. At least the bullets. When the bullets are necessary, or when there is an outbreak of...
Another quick question again, what's to stop illegal manufacturers from just making bullets? How hard can it necessarily be to make a bullet?
Violence from another nation or planet, then we shall issue the bullets. At free stations to be open immediately. Otherwise, we'll send in our special troops, our special force. And also, we will be okay to have the gays within our community. In all states, there will be gay marriage ability for every state within the United Nations. I mean, keep it to yourselves in your room. Just don't force it upon everybody, because what may be right for you may not be right for most, for some. You take the good from the bad, and then you get an opening statement like mine.
I hardly like to imagine what the good is in a lot of the things Chris suggested. In regards to the things about gay marriage, Chris should just make it very plain, and you know what, I think Chris doesn't seem to trust the fortitude of his fellow Americans to understand the fact that just because of what is good for the goose does not mean it's good for the gander. Which is, when you have a level of somebody who is willing to condescend to such people in such a manner, you can only imagine that, well, Chris's policies only seem to stand on the fact that if they make him look popular, then they must be right. But Chris doesn't seem to understand about the and again, I know fine well this is just a video just intended to impress a girl that Chris likes, but what Chris doesn't seem to understand, and I know you've probably heard me say this before, is that if this was an attempt to impress Jackie, it probably wouldn't have worked, only because Chris is only saying what he thinks Jackie wants to hear. It's got nothing else really to do with what he actually believes in, and it's just about what Chris thinks at the time will make him look good. Which has very interesting side effects, ladies and gentlemen, because when you say things that you think are going to make you look good, they come in one or two packages. The first is that people will sort of see you at face value and say that, you know what, his intentions are good, but he sort of lacks some basic knowledge. Or they ram in the other direction and they'll just say that Chris's policies are nonsensical and Chris does not have a single clue what he's talking about. Because of things like saying that we will allow the gay men. He doesn't say anything about lesbians, so you tell me. Is it just gay men, or is it open to lesbians as well? Because, once again, you may have heard me say this before, but you can actually engage a lot by what somebody says, owing to what they don't say, if that makes sense. So, just because Chris says gay men does not mean he is saying this in the view of lesbians as well, so keep that in mind if you are interested in politics as well, is that you've got to make sure your bases are 100% covered and that people know what you're talking about. So there's no room for misconceptions or being misunderstood. A common theme with Chris is that he claims and whines about being misunderstood, but again, this is why you put these things in place and you double check everything that you're doing. And as soon as I sort whatever's going on with my voice, I will absolutely try my best, because I feel like I'm beginning to sound like John Laurinaitis. Okay, that might be better. Okay, let's continue.
People need to appreciate life, so we will not have to face death. I lost my train of thought there, but that's okay. I am only human. We are all human.
Not good enough, Chris. I don't remember if there was ever a presidential elected. Not even Nixon would just straight up go on a tangent about this. This is the thing as well when it comes to Chris, like, trying to orate his opinions, is that he is not focused because he doesn't have any script. This is why scripts are good for these sorts of things. It means that you know exactly what you're going to say, and it means you don't ramble about things that don't matter. Even, ladies and gentlemen, even when Roosevelt, crippled with polio, was making the decision about what to be done in regards to being involved in the Second World War erupting in Europe, even Roosevelt had things in order. Even when he had to rely on his wife to deliver a lot of his speeches. The only thing we have to fear is fear itself. This is something Chris probably should have taken some cues on because, well, it might have made him look a little bit better knowing that Chris has a very clear stance on which side of the curtain that he wanted to be on, or which side politically he wanted to be on, if he wants to take cues from things like Roosevelt, from Lincoln, or possibly even from Obama at that current moment. I don't think it would have been a good idea if Chris took cues from such people like Wilson, for example, who was a known member of the KKK during his term as presidency. But, well, what can you do? I don't really think Chris is really involved that much in politics to take cues, nor do I imagine he is going to take cues from, let's say, even liberal figures like Martin Luther King and begin things like 10th score of 19 October or something like that. I'm not entirely sure Chris has that level of... I think he does, Chris. I know, I do think Chris has a little bit of wit about him when it comes to things like this, but again, these are sort of things that might have impressed Jackie at the time, but alas.
Human. I am a noble, honest person. No matter what everybody else may say.
No respectable politician, ladies and gentlemen, ever says something like that. You are judged by your actions, ladies and gentlemen, and your words. And it is not for you to say if you are an honest or noble person. That is for us to decide. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, it's as simple as that. And again, this is why you should not be getting involved in politics if you have no idea what you're talking about with politics. I know, again, people may think that's a blasé thing to say, but it's absolutely true. And I've been round the block in terms of like how to discuss oration and good public relations, and people making the same mistakes over and over and over again. But, well, again, this is the whole point.
Even on the internet, and my opponent, Senor Cache de Clyde. He tells lies about me. And so do the trolls that have patrolled me over the internet. Their cheers and non-cheers do not go appreciated. Because it is not everybody who can take a joke, even when it's at their own expense. And with that, I will propose internet securities reinforced by the FBI, and there will be patrol stations of the troll busters around these United States. Any troll activity that you may be suspicious of an individual, you report to your local authority, and they will
just report. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, your candidate is basically suggesting is that even if you're not sure, make sure... he's adopting almost something of an SS style of Gestapo enforcements, saying that even if you are not sure, make sure to report suspicious activity. Treat everybody with suspicion and hate. And Chris claims he is better than Cache de Clyde. which I don't know what he was rambling on about there for a second. I mean, Chris doesn't have an opponent. He's standing there by himself.
Well, inform the local FBI station within that state. And then they will investigate thoroughly over the wireless that is called the internet. And they will trace the emails back to the origin home address or location. And they will be apprehended and fined or sentenced, depending on how cruel they are to the victim.
That's it. I don't know how much do we have to listen to the end of this, because Chris is like, what on earth is he talking about now? So the FBI is going to have access to every single person's emails, and so that anybody will be able to say exactly what they want, but they will be watched and monitored at all times. Big Chris is watching over you. It is what this broadcast should be called. Not to mention the fact that how cool they are. What are you talking about, Chris? That's not very cool.
I stand strong. I stand firm. I am a noble leader. And if I am elected, I will do my best to keep our America strong and sound and not go down the drain. I'm sorry, Obama. I did vote for you, but I gotta agree with my father. You are bringing some of the situations downhill. But I have nothing against you because I did vote for you, and I liked your documentary on A&E. I would shake your hand at the first opportunity I would to meet you, Mr. President. And therefore, I shall conclude my opening statements in the candidacy of the President by saying, I will do my best, and I am not lazy. Thank you. This ad is not real. I'm not going to be elected president, but I tell the truth, nonetheless, of what I would do if I were to become president. Thank you.
So, you heard it from the horse's mouth, ladies and gentlemen, that, you know what, even though I and you know that this isn't meant to be real, the fact is that these are the ideas occurring in his head. Now, bear in mind, this is all the way back in October of 2010, but, yeah, just so you guys are aware, if you think these are good things to stand by, or whether or not there are things to improve, you're more than free to do so. It's just, I'm only here to explain about Chris's peculiarities with politics, and how maybe a lot of his things should have been thought over, and like he should have had open discussions with people about what he really believes before he sat down to stuff like this. Then again, we know the reasons why he was doing this, so whether you want to say any of this was a good idea, I will leave up to you. I apologize. So let's continue. A rather insightful example of his limited understanding of the world actually works in his public announcement for Congress, in which Chris explains in detail the actions he would take if he were elected President of the United States. One doesn't even need to play the video to know that Chris is full of shit. Wow, it literally just straight up suggests that maybe the last 20 minutes was completely... We may have just completely wasted 20 minutes of our time, but then again, I felt it was worth it just to showcase this anyway. A public announcement for Congress contradicts itself. The video is not directed at Congress in any way, but rather is a stump speech directed at the American people. Anyone familiar with Chris's unique manner of speaking knows that he makes a habit of using fancy-sounding words, to him at least, to make himself sound more intelligent than he actually is. Since Chris has no idea how to actually use these words, the results often make him sound like a total moron. So, again, in the video, Chris displays to the world that he has no idea how anything works. Chris's first 100 days as president would be as follows. Use federal funds to create massive government housing complexes in every major city for the homeless. Drastically lower the state taxes of the state of Virginia from 5% to 2.5%. Not lower benefits for retirees. Subsidize pharmaceutical costs for retirees. Confiscate all firearms owned by civilians. Legalize gay marriage in every member state of the United Nations, not the United States. Construct FBI stations to monitor the activities of internet trolls. Ideologically, Chris's views are somewhat all over the place, ranging from conservative, aka slashing tax rates in half, to extremely liberal views, e.g. setting up a massive welfare initiative in the form of soup hotels. Notably, the 5% tax rate Chris wants to be halved refers to the Virginia sales tax rate, not a federal income tax. Besides the fact that sales taxes are set by the states and not by the federal government, and President Chandler would have no power to change this, Chris's understanding of the distinction between income and sales tax points to the fact that to nobody's surprise, Bob probably filed all of Chris's taxes for him during these 3 incredible months when Chris was actually employed. Since Chris was most likely has never seen a W-2 in his entire life, his approval of cutting taxes was most likely the influence of his late father. This is also certainly the case within the next 2 points, which both relate to benefits for retired persons. He would also take away all firearms from the civilian population, a direct violation of the Second Amendment of the United States Constitution. He then immediately backtracks on this idea, instead settling to just confiscate and ban the sale of ammunition. This ammunition would then be redistributed to the population in the event of an attack from another nation or planet, not even considering the fact that such a plan would be a logistical nightmare. Chris seems to forget that the United States already has a military to defend itself, so exactly why Chris believes the US population would have to be engaged in a guerrilla-style warfare against a foreign invader is a complete mystery. Chris's final proposal is perhaps the most egregious, suggesting that the resources of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, a federal agency which is, among other things, dedicated to stopping foreign and domestic terrorist plots, should be used to investigate people who type "you're gay" over the internet. In short, Chris's views on politics at the time were mostly the product of the influences of his conservative parents, combined with a well-meaning yet naive understanding of complex socio-political issues like poverty and gun violence. Other issues. Terrorism. On the 15th of November 2015, Chris wrote a piece on the ISIS attacks in France, and I remember when those took place, and it's nearly been 9 whole years since this happened, and then again, which attack specifically, because Paris in particular has been under the attack from Islamic State for at least 3 years between 2013 to 2015. So I'm assuming this is, of course, this is going to be the one that there was a football match going on at the time, and then there was an enormous explosion at around the 30-minute mark, and then a gunman walked into a rock concert and massacred, it was at least 35 people to my knowledge. I might have to double check my facts on that. But I absolutely remember when that took place. He demonstrated a very simplistic notion of ISIS, comparing it to a cartoon villain looking to gather energies and power for themselves. No, that's not what a guerrilla force does. That's not even what pirates do. He also tried to understand the motives of the terrorists by using his own life experiences against trolls, because that's an absolutely legitimate comparison, I don't think. Saying, "I feel the terrorists, regardless of country, are misguided with paranoia and fear of others." His solution for world peace is simply to stand together, combining our hearts and souls in the efforts to share the lights of friendship and love. This ignores all underlying motives for socio-political tensions, and is a solution for more fitting for a fight among small children. For example, there are some people who believe that the reason why they do these things is so that they can get into heaven, and there are some people who believe that they could do this for a level of political advantage, and there are also people who do this in the view that, well, they have no motive really whatsoever, and they're just sort of led. I mean, I know it's, for anyone who has ever seen the movie Four Lions will know fine well that actually one thing that people seem to overlook is that dying is actually a part of what they're doing, and whether or not they are more than willing to sacrifice their very lives for this is something that has never really been explored, or possibly even before or even ever since the movie Four Lions came out. And bear in mind, Four Lions was a comedy film, But Four Lions is still perhaps, I would say it's the greatest comedy film of the 21st century, because it does just about everything perfect, in my opinion. And listen, if you've never seen Four Lions, it's single-handedly Christopher Morris's greatest works. Even better than Brass Eye. And Brass Eye is just about the greatest satirical program that's ever existed. And even though it was made as far back as 1996, it's still watched by millions of people to this day. That's the thing about Christopher Morris's work, is that they have aged spectacularly well, and they are among some of the absolute greatest for that reason. It's because you could watch them again in 10 years' time and they'll be just as relevant today as they've ever been. Possibly even more so owing to how the world keeps turning, and just how there are crazy new inventions and crazy ways for news outlets to get that point across. Okay, so let's move on a little bit. Patriotism. In the 2009 Father Call, Matthew called out Chris for his lack of patriotism, for making twin falling towers, saying, "Don't tell me you're American." Chris took it literally with, "I was born in America, I was raised in America my whole life, I never left the United States of America." That doesn't mean to say that it ever, but with that being said, it didn't stop Chris from making this. And if you don't know what this is, and if you have, by the way, just to say as well, if you have very strong feelings about the September 11 terrorist attacks, you might want to look away. In fact, curiously enough, Christopher Morris even made a sort of joke about what happened during September 11, and it was part of the day-to-day, and you're more than free to look at it. But the problem is that Christopher Morris's take was far more sincere, and it wasn't really a joke. What they were doing was a joke, but they never really made fun of what actually happened on September 11. But you just may want to see it. In fact, I'll tell you what, I'll do a side-by-side comparison. If for no other reason, then I just think it's just to show you how the difference in taste. In fact, I'll tell you what, let's I'll do the Morris one first. Okay, I know I'm taking a small break from this, but I feel like it's just, for what they're worth, it should be worth doing it. Because one thing as well you're going to have to understand is that to get involved in politics, it means you're going to have a certain level of respect for the people you are counting on for their votes. And, well, this is, again, bear what I'm about to show in mind, because it'll be relevant for what Chris does regarding the September 11 video.
Peter Hanrahan, live in Detroit.
The Day Today. Bagpiping fact into news.
The Day Today 24 Live now stays with those terrorist attacks in New York and Washington, both towers now gone. Later, what is a hijacked airliner and how does it crash? But first, our correspondent Peter O'Hanrahan is in New York at the moment. He went there to cover the World Trade Organization talks, due to start today at the World Trade Center. He's on the line now. Peter, where are you and what's going on?
It's a clear, crisp morning in New York, Chris. A crackle of anticipation among the delegates at breakfast. A lot at stake here. These talks could be the big yes or no for the Eastern economies.
Right, so Peter, can you tell us exactly what the situation is currently in New York?
Well, the situation, I'd say, it's eggs over easy for the Germans, eggs over not bad for the Japanese, and eggs over pretty grim for the Russians.
So the meetings are going ahead?
That's right, Chris.
And where are they being held?
Here at the World Trade Center.
You're at the World Trade Center?
Yes.
Whereabouts exactly in the World Trade Center are you?
I'm in the restaurant, the windows on the World Restaurant, Chris. Floor 107. Sipping a cappuccino.
Floor 107 no longer gives a particularly good view of New York.
Well, it does from where I'm sitting,
It's
Chris.
now part of the basement.
I think pulling my leg, Chris.
Are you near a television?
Yes. I don't
I'd like you to turn it on.
I'm going to a television in the restaurant. There's one of those.
Yes, just get on with it,
corner.
please.
Right, the television's on.
Tell me what you can see.
Well, it's quite bizarre. I'm actually looking at an image of the World Trade Center. I could almost be looking at myself if I waved.
What can you see?
Well, there's a plane in one of them. Yeah, actually, we didn't hear that. The sound insulation in these buildings is extraordinary. There is a plane that...
Keep watching, Peter.
What? Oh, my God. One of the towers has collapsed. Fortunately, not the one I'm in. The one I'm in is one of the tower. The other tower, the tower I'm in is collapsing. I'm collapsing, Chris, under the sheer... I've managed... I'm out. I'm very... run...
Bear in mind, Peter is under the impression that he was on... In the span of 4 seconds, Peter was on floor 107 and then somehow managed to get out whilst the first plane actually crashed into the tower. Bear that in mind because, well... like I said, the difference in taste is like black and white. I mean, for different reasons, but let's keep going.
I'm not there.
Where are you?
I'm in a hotel in Midtown, the Marriott, my hotel, in my room.
Why did you say you were at the World Trade Center?
Because that's where I was supposed to be this morning.
You overslept.
I slept longer than I'd anticipated.
Would you like to revise your appraisal of the situation in New York in light of what you've just gleaned?
Yes, I can, Chris.
Go ahead.
I'm a man standing at a window of his hotel room. Very grey day. A very grey day for the world, Chris. It seems like a movie.
Peter, you've added nothing. That's Peter O'Hanrahan from New York on a day which will go down as... Be quiet!
So, again, what I'm trying to get across, ladies and gentlemen, is that the knowledge about... the subtext about what Christopher Morris and... I can't quite remember who played Peter O'Hanrahan from The Day Today, but the context of that makes sense because they were not making fun of the tragedy. They were making fun of the fact that Peter O'Hanrahan is a completely incompetent journalist and just straight up lies to Chris over the line about what exactly was going on in New York at that very moment, which I'm saying is actually a lot more compelling and actually works a lot more as a comedy than the realization about what Chris decided is and thinking that this is somehow an appropriate response to a national tragedy.
Well now, Mr. Clyde, your fame and fortune shall fall just like these twin towers. They go crumbling down with an airplane. You are weak. I'm the strong one. You are going down.
Now, again, what I want to emphasize just before we go any further again is that Chris was not prompted in any which way whatsoever to make that video. It was something Chris did entirely on his own because he thought he was being clever and funny for that matter, which is the sort of thing that you shouldn't really do if you want to be proved as a patriot. But then again, I would argue that there are plenty of people who are in office in the UK right now who are only patriots just because they claim that they say they are, but they don't do anything that would be best described as patriotic or to represent the sort of motives that they imagine the country they represent should adhere by. Maturity and all the rest of it. Well, whatever, let's just keep going. Chris's involvement in the political process, 2008 to 2012. Chris, to many people's shock and horror, has voted in multiple United States presidential elections. In 2008, Chris voted for Democratic candidate Barack Obama. His main reason for doing so was the fact that he watched a set of documentaries on both Obama and his Republican opponent, John McCain. John McCain, I believe, was a Vietnam veteran at the time. Well, at the time he was, because I think he did fight in Vietnam. Chris, in true and honest form, said he voted against McCain because he couldn't identify with him on a personal level. In December 2008, he stated, "I saw more of myself in Obama when I watched his A&E biography than in McCain's A&E biography. Both downloaded from the PlayStation Store. Who would you vote for? A war hero that you couldn't feel much for, or the guy you feel like is similar to you in social dilemmas?" Well, whether you want to put that down to the fact that Chris doesn't have much respect for those who fought in war, despite the fact that his own father was in Korea during the 1950s, I will leave up for you to suggest. I don't necessarily remember if Bob ever shared like his stories when he was in Korea, but you would have thought those are the sort of things that Chris probably should have been aware of at this point, but that's, well, Chris's reasons for choosing Obama over McCain are understandable, given the number of candidates, successful or otherwise, who has campaigned as a man of the people. However, exactly what qualities of a Barack Obama, an obese man-child, saw in him is currently unknown. Chris elaborated further in 2014 during a date with Catherine. I kind of felt like with my mental problems and whatnot, I felt like I could similarly relate to him. I felt more relatable to him in the sense that McCain was, as he was the prisoner in that other country. He insisted he did not want to be released early. He wanted to go out at the same time as everybody else. I mean, that is admirable. He pronounces this word all wrong. Chris would go on to vote for Obama a second time in 2012, for once again no real reason besides his claim that personally identified with him, saying, "Well, to be fair as well, I think Obama's opponent at that time was considerably worse than John McCain, so there's that, I suppose." Who was Obama's opponent in 2012? I know it wasn't McCain. I don't think McCain ever he never ran. I think 2008 was the only time McCain ever ran for president. But who was it in 2012? Like, whatever. He was the guy who apparently tied a dog to his roof and drove with it. Once again, for no real reason besides his claim that he personally identified with him, saying, "I felt like I wanted to make sure that I had good reason to decide for the change and having a first black president. Aside from that, because if I had done it on just that alone, that would have been racist." I think it's more tokenism is the word Chris is looking for. You don't vote for a black person because you would be accused of being racist if you didn't. You vote for somebody because you like their policies. You vote for them because they are the candidate that represents your best interests as well as the interests of the country. That's not being racist. That's just you are voting for them for the right reasons. Because, again, I'll just voice this by saying, I felt like I wanted to make sure that I had a good reason to decide. Because if I had done that on just that alone, that would have been racist. But, again, what good reasons Chris technically had for Trump, not for Trump, but for Obama the second time around, that's something you have to understand is that. And again, just because Chris says he identifies with Obama as being maybe from the view of perhaps being from a minority background, you can only argue that insofar as the case of Chris's his autism, not in the case of the fact that, aside everything else, that Chris is relatively lived quite a privileged life in spite of himself. So, how much of this you want to go about is entirely your decision as well. 2016. Despite having 4 more years of opportunities to actually understand how a country functions, Chris's reasoning for his choice in the 2016 presidential election remained laughably shallow. Chris repeatedly made clear his preference for Democratic candidate Hillary Clinton during this election cycle, his main reason being that she is a woman. In February 2016, Chris said, "I feel like America needs a woman's touch finally after all these years," as a reason for why he wanted Hillary Clinton to become president. What exactly any of this means, I don't even understand what any of this means either. A woman's touch. Well, what do you mean by that, Chris? What do you think? What do you imagine that what Hillary Clinton's going to do? Is she going to go on television and say that she did not have sexual relations with that man? Is that what you mean by a woman's? I don't understand. I'm sorry, Chris. I don't understand what you're talking about. I have no idea, and I don't think anybody has had any impression what Chris has been on about for years? Is it just because, you know, Clinton would have made history by being the first female president? Is that what the logic in this is? Well, again, ladies and gentlemen, you have to understand something is that that's just that might be the case, but that doesn't mean to say that you're going to be successful. I'm sorry, but it's the truth. You've got to be successful for the merits. I mean, Margaret Thatcher was the first female prime minister, and she is universally hated after over 40 years because of the decisions she made, the policies she took out, the controversies she even had with the royal family, among literally everything else. So that's... And there probably would have been some very deluded people as far back as 1978 would have said that Britain is in time for a woman's touch. If this was in any relation to Margaret Thatcher and literally anybody else, well, I don't get that. And bear in mind, ladies and gentlemen, the only two female prime ministers the UK have been both Margaret Thatcher and Liz Truss. Both have been absolute disasters from the exact same party for very different reasons. And that's not even me being rude, ladies and gentlemen. Listen, I live in the UK. I have a much better handle on the situations with UK politics than Chris does with American politics. I'm not even joking when I say that. I know people may say that I have this high horse attitude, but what can I say, ladies and gentlemen? I have this experiences. I know what's going on, and Chris pretends that he does, and pretends that there's logic, sound or otherwise, cause or effect in anything he claims when it comes to politics. I'm sorry, that's not speculation, that's just the truth. Chris did make a slight attempt to develop his political views from the Obama era. Instead of just voting for Clinton because she reminds him of himself, he read up on the issues. Unfortunately, this consisted of skimming clickbait articles written by LGBT activists. He also cited an episode of The Simpsons as one of the major reasons for being opposed to Clinton's opponent, Donald Trump. When a fan asked him for his reasons to vote for Clinton, he responded, "Hillary will tax the fat cats and fill the middle class and lower and get the country less in debt. She is pro-LGBTQ and immigrants. She is more beneficial for everyone in general. And this country is long overdue for a woman's touch." Despite claiming to be a feminist, the sexism in Chris's woman's touch remarks seems to have eluded him, including the women card that Chris got in the summer of that year. Chris also has given his many reasons for opposing Trump. The election results. On the 9th of November 2016, Chris reacted to the news of Donald Trump's victory over Hillary Clinton by throwing a huge temper tantrum. During that time, he asked someone to kill Trump with a sniper rifle, made videos and Facebook posts depicting the presidential-elect and later the vice president-elect being murdered in effigy using Transformers and Legos, posted to the comments section of an LGBT plus fanbase Facebook page account and asked its readers to pray for Trump's death. He also signed an online petition asking for Electoral College to disregard the results of the 2016 election and install Clinton into presidency, which we know did not happen. Chris has since refused to recognize Trump as his president, saying Trump is not president, mayor, or anything in Quickville. Open letter to Trump on the LGBT+. Upon reading that Trump had said he would sign the First Amendment Defense Act if he passed by Congress, a bill opposed by liberals due to potentially enabling discrimination against the LGBT community, Chris first reacted by making a death threat, then writing an open letter directed at Trump. "Hey Donald Trump, I have a puzzler for you. In an alternate reality dimension universe where A, every person there is the opposite born gender from here, in an example, the Donald Trump there is a woman and every president of the United States of America has been female, and B, the LGBTQ is the norm and the discrimination happens against the straight people, would you, the Donald Trump of this reality dimension universe, allow the Donald Trump in that opposite reality dimension universe sign the anti-straight law that would allow discrimination of yourself ever? If your answer is no, then it should be fit that you not discriminate against us, the LGBTQ, as the people there discriminate against the straight. Yet, if your answer remains yes, then you, sir, would end up being a self-loathing person as you allowed the continuing of discrimination of yourself in that reality dimension universe that is the very same planet, and the very same United States of America that you, yourself, regardless, dare to reside and take office in. Donald Trump, abdicate the office and let Hillary Clinton run this country, for the love of religion and of any shred of self-love you have for yourself, or die from yours or someone else's hand. Good day. Though confusing, Chris's points of view seem to be that he wants Trump to consider the perspective of an LGBT-oriented person before making his decision on the bill. Aside from the death threat at the end, it is a fair effort by Chris, whose own autism makes it often difficult for him to emphasize with other people. In any case, said bill was never passed or signed by Trump. 2020. Right on. I say no to Drump-fantastic Infinity Squared. Chris giving support to the Biden/Harris campaign in response to Jason Alexander's endorsement. By the time he encountered the Idea Guys, Chris had shifted his focus from being invested in the following LGBT plus groups to being invested in his imaginary world. Without the influence from the LGBT groups, Chris seemed to have left his hatred of Trump and his interest in politics behind, preferring to occupy himself with his polyamorous marriages and alternate dimensions. Nonetheless, Chris vocalized his support for Andrew Yang in October 2019 during the lead to the Democratic Party primaries to select a nominee for president. This was most likely due to Yang's support of universal basic income, which Chris probably hoped would upgrade his monthly tugboat significantly. Conversely, he practically ignored any and all news concerning Trump's impeachment in December 2019, and the months that followed, which demonstrated Chris's comparative lack of interest in politics at the time. After all, the impeachment process would have been the earliest point that he could have been removed from office besides January 2021, presuming that he lost his 2020 re-election bid, which he eventually did. However, Chris did become slightly more engaged with politics much closer to the 2020 election, starting around the time that the news that Donald Trump contracted COVID-19 got out. Taking to social media during October 2020, he replied to Ben Saint to dispel his claims that Chris was responsible for Trump's ailment via a curse. Chris also took a moment to proclaim that COVID-19 would not be the cause of Trump's demise, but that his end would come by other means, as his death is foretold as part of Chris's own dimensional merge prophecies. He then vocalized support for Democratic presidential and vice presidential candidates Joe Biden and Kamala Harris a few days later, after their respective debates against Donald Trump and Mike Pence, ensuring that they received the critical sonotube vote in the election. Chris also appreciated the schadenfreude of someone repeatedly hacking into Donald Trump's Twitter account after it was reported to have very minimal security protection. True to Chris's prophecy, Trump recovered from his infection. The actual election arrived on the 3rd of November, despite Chris's opposition to Trump and the uncertainty of the election. He tweeted that he would vote for Lisa Simpson, likely due to his belief that she would lead the nation after the merge. Provisional results indicate that Chris may be one of only 2 write-in voters in Ruckersville. Regardless of whether or not Chris really voted on Lisa Simpson is unknown, Biden then won Virginia later that night by nearly 10 points and eventually won enough states for both an electoral college and popular vote victory over Trump. And I remember when that happened as well. I was literally just... I'm pretty sure it must have been either Saturday or Sunday, because I remember not working that day, and I just came down at like 4 o'clock at night, well, in the afternoon. It was already dark by that point, and we literally just saw the news, and it just basically said that Joe Biden had an insurmountable lead over Donald Trump, and it was impossible for Trump to overtake, and Joe Biden would therefore be declared president. So... interesting that, and that was nearly 4 years ago, and I remember that happening. Goodness knows what Chris's views are going to be like with this election. Yikes. Chris eventually watched a Saturday Night Live segment that he would later tweeted about, expressing jubilation that Trump would not get a second term. Amid a recent attempt to retreat into his fantasy world, Chris did not comment on the outcome of the runoff Senate races in Georgia, which gave Biden a bare majority in the Senate. The storming of the US Capitol on the following day, or Trump's second impeachment on charges of incitement to insurrection as a result of the storming. However, Chris did comment on Trump's ban from Twitter, which also occurred as a result of the storming. Yeah, to be honest, if there was ever occasions where I would just straight up like do a video about the fallout of Trump's election involving the capital city riots on the 6th of January, I will make sure to throw this out there, and because it's a very, very interesting tale in the complexities of American politics, and for what they are worth, ladies and gentlemen, just to know that of how immature, how completely psychotic Chris is when it comes to politics. Anyway, we may as well just just end this video off by doing it could have been that hard to find. Like, okay, let me try and do this again. Okay, let me see if I can do this again. Oh god, he's ranting against Hasbro again. Oh god. I know it's got to be like down here somewhere. Obesity, well, we know that. Beating up a Christmas tree. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, we're getting to it. Okay. Feelings of the election results. Yes, here it is.
I record this video in stating that I am not obligated to accept the current situations, nor do I accept Mr. Trump at all. I have absolutely no respect for Donald Trump. And I uphold the First Amendment, pleading the First Amendment, and I plead the Fifth Amendment as well in the following statements and video. Personal thoughts, responses, and everything. Thank you. 3, 2, 1. Hello, people on the internet. It's Christine Chandler coming to you live from home once again. And, yeah, Trump has been elected. But there's a chance that he will not make it into office. Because of his age, at the very least. Hey, males die before women. Give me a break. Hello, everybody on the internet. Right. Trump has been elected. Hopefully, he will not be able to make it for the inauguration because of his age. Males die early, so they. Anyway, obviously being a great Hillary supporter, both my mother and I have voted for Hillary. At least our votes counted because she won the Virginia vote. Anywho, aside from that, so yes, I have responded to the election results quite merrily or distraughtly. Right. Setting up rhyme, which Orange Face being pretty much representative of Trump himself, because he is Orange Face. Right. So, everybody, we must pray for Trump's death to happen before January 2017. And then afterwards, but he's been encased, we can have a tombstone, a mock tombstone, and we can pretend and we can pretend that we can have fun dancing on his grave.
Now, again, I know you probably guys don't need me to tell you this, but I imagine that most Hillary supporters during this period, even those who were completely outraged about this result, had the emotional stability and maturity to know that, you know what, would say, fair enough, Hillary didn't win, but that means we there's a certain level of understanding and a certain level of maturity that people need to come to terms with and respect, and know that in spite of himself, that Donald Trump won, or more people saw Trump's stances as what they were going to be. You know, things that were outside of the wall, which, you know, thankfully never took place. But again, it's just one of these cases we have to bring up the fact, ladies and gentlemen, is that Chris is not really the person to go to when the words maturity, responsibility, and the ability to take things on the chin should have occurred, because these things, Chris is not the person that springs to mind. So let's keep going.
Of course, that'll be regardless of whether he is buried underground or shelved in a mausoleum. Anyway, yeah, still being patriotic, I do not burn the flag like the other people did in that other state among the 2 states that did riot, which I would have participated in rioting, but right.
So, yes, Chris literally, stating that despite But then again, the only reason why Chris probably did not go out to riot is because, well, Chris probably would have been in fear of being arrested because of what exactly Chris would have accomplished by rioting is still particularly left unknown. Also to the fact that, well, Chris couldn't be going without these toys for even a single second because he had better things to do, like those 100 pages for D-Stex he was paid on commission to do that he only did 16 of. Again, I'll reinforce this, is that if Chris wanted to be taken seriously, if he wanted to be taken as an adult for his positions on things that are relatively quite adult, like politics or, you know, or sex or anything like that, then Chris probably should have done a better job at actually making him somewhat representable, someone that you would have actually listened to, somebody who had their house in order. And Chris's house is literally and figuratively completely disorderly, even 6 years after that other video we took a look at.
There is one other thing I'd like to do, which is considered controversial, but I still consider it quite patriotic, to the United States flag. Either by illness or by the hands of his own Mike Pence. Die, Trump, die. Yep.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, I'll just reiterate this one more time, is that one of the few things that the freedom of speech in the US Constitution and the Bill of Rights does not permit, however, is making threats of death towards then president at the time. So how Chris was not in trouble with the law over this, I still don't quite understand, despite the fact that even news journalists like Paul Joseph Watson and even Alex Jones and even David Duke got involved in this somehow. And I wish I was making that up, but no, though even Alex Jones is a part of Christry in a very vague, distorted form.
And then, Pence, you are under arrest. You're under arrest. So says this Jane cop. You're going to the jail belonging to the jerk cops and Jane cops. So, they got you too, eh? They got me for being a jerk cop. among all the other jerk cops that abuse their badges like crackers. Anyway, don't sit on the toilet. The end. Yep. I feel the same way, even when spelled backwards. Good night.
Yeah, good night indeed, Chris. And some might argue, even after all of this, is that when Chris says good night, don't bother waking up. But I think that's a little bit, like, a bit mean to end this off on. So, here's how I'm going to end this off on. It's very, very simple. No matter on what side of the political divide you are on, despite what you believe in, despite the fact that you think that other people are wrong for what they believe in because you disagree with them, and vice versa, there'll be plenty of people who disagree with you just as much as you disagree with other people. What I think is important is that there is some level of middle ground that we can actually meet on terms of equality on, and certain things that universally we could agree on, and we should actually work together to making the things that we know need to be addressed, no matter what, work in the first place. When it comes to Chris, however, his policies, or rather his views on politics, are less related for the greater good of America, as they are more related in terms of things that he personally wants himself. Chris's politics, or rather his views on politics, less stand from a sense of doing good for the United States of America, or for the world over, but they more rely on a sentiment of the only thing that actually matters to Chris is himself, and therefore, if he makes himself look good through what he says that he thinks will make him look popular, then that means that other people will view him as popular as well. Chris only seems to view politics as a means of a popularity contest, but not towards the things that actually are popular in the eyes of the public. There's probably a lot more I could have gone into, but I think these, in terms of summarizing Chris's viewpoints, is just about as much as it takes. Also, the fact that Chris sometimes thinks that he is exempt from the law in terms of the things that he can say is paramount to the fact that Chris just sort of does what he likes because he considers himself in such a way that he is exempt from the law, which is not really how it works. And with all that being said and done, well, then again, considering Chris has almost never worked, in a way, we can take that as meaning, well, perhaps that's just how it's got to be. So, thank you very much, and I cannot wait to see all of you guys again in the next video. Take care, and bye-bye for now. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and as the ill-fated society is to blame once again, it is time to conclude all of Chris's societorial articles on the Quickie, and, well, let's just say we live in a society, and a society is great because it has people from all corners of the earth, of every race, creed, sexuality, persuasion, and weight. There's probably a lot more that goes into this, but there is every single type of person that could possibly exist. And I hope Chris was prepared for the race, the human race. Or, well, considering this is the first thing that comes down, I suppose that any attempt at involving any sort of poetic merit to this whatsoever was not really worth it. So, here we go. So, I never really had anything against race or people. I never really did. I have nothing against black people or anyone else of other countries. Chris, while talking to Bravery Jerk in 2016, in spite of previous questionable depictions of race in his comics and videos. Yeah, that's like the first thing we're just gonna have to straight up like get out of the way, ladies and gentlemen. It's the fact that you could say years in advance that you never had an issue, but then why did you do the things that you did in the first place? If your view was to be tolerant, and if in Chris's view he was meant to write a comic aimed for children, then why would he do the things that he did? Why have you ever watched Sesame Street and done anything like that? Like, fun story. Well, actually, no, it doesn't mean anything. So let's keep going. The race of people is often considered a sensitive topic, a poor match for Chris. with his lack of social tact and tendency to take pop culture stereotypes literally. While Chris doesn't seem to hold deeply bigoted views or have irrational hatred toward people that aren't white, or at least not on the same levels as views on homosexuals, people with Asperger's syndrome, and jerks generally, he has been remarkably tone-deaf when talking about or portraying minorities in his comics and videos. The Miscreants group of trolls used race as ammunition to mock and manipulate Chris. And because Chris is, well, Chris, it leads to things like this. Yeah. Chris and stereotypes. Now, I will say, actually, funny enough, I'll just make a very quick point about this, is that for about 5 years now, I've argued the idea that there is no such thing as a stereotype. What there is what somebody chooses to portray a certain minority or a group as, and for people to take it as gospel. It is about what is perceived via another person, as opposed to what universally counts as a stereotype. Because, consider that a bit of an oddity, if you will, but again, I refuse to believe in the concept of stereotypes. I just believe that if that's what people choose to do, then that's on them. It's not on the people that they portray, because that's not particularly fair or accurate. Chris's views of other cultures can also be traced on the television that he watches, such as the typical Adult Swim cartoon, which includes gratuitous use of stereotype-based humour. Blacks. Chris has been widely considered to be racist against black people since it was learned that his highly specific criteria for a sweetheart included whiteness and specifically excludes blackness. Chris tells not this to trolls, but to black boyfriend-free girls in real life, that they do not meet his standard criteria for a female companion to their faces. Yeah, and Chris says he hasn't got an issue with race. You may argue with the idea is that Chris saw his future daughter Crystal as being white, but I would also argue the case that if Chris ever thought he was ever going to get with a woman at all, let alone have a child, then what should it matter what the colour of somebody's skin is? His stated reason for not being interested in white means, yeah, that's exactly what I said. Trolls quickly coined a quick summary of Chris's criteria for a boyfriend-free girl, much to his chagrin, even though he previously approved of a notable piece of fan art with the phrase included prominently. This is essentially accurate. For example, on Chris's profile at the Hook Cafe, he says that smokers, overweights, blacks, and liars need not apply. On the less discriminatory side, Chris also has stated that he doesn't hate men who have black girlfriends, and doesn't consider them jerks. So Chris may think that'll increase his chances of finding a white boyfriend-free girl, because he's like, 5% more tolerant now for some reason? Or is it only just because they're not available anyway, because, they're already in a relationship, so Chris couldn't be in the conversation if he tried? Some teenage black kids frequented the game place. Chris picked on them and acted like they wanted to steal from him, hiding his stuff when they were nearby. The official reason Chris got permanently banned from the game place was getting into a shouting match with one of these children. Chris also once argued with a huge black guy named TJ while playing Yu-Gi-Oh! When they started talking about how Chris would never get laid. Chris yelled, "I'm going to smack your effing face down," as TJ stood up like he was going to beat Chris's ass. Chris shrunk and whimpered, I mean your face down, monster." I can't lie to Chris, that's about the best way to, get around this, but so... It's probably one of the most rare moments of social tact that Chris actually had available to his surroundings, but that's probably also the last. He does an impression of the stereotypical black accent, which he apparently confuses with the Jamaican accent in Mumble Chat number 4. When Chris talked on the phone to Jackie's boyfriend Lars, he tried to bridge the gap between their different races by speaking in Ebonics, including referring to himself as the word. and making statements like, I enjoy the TV shows I get from the black man, including The Jeffersons and Bill Cosby and Sanford Son and all of them. Yeah, when did, like, I know that the accusations of Bill Cosby didn't really come out until, like, the mid-2010s, but yeah, I never watched Bill Cosby before that. The closest thing I ever came to watching Bill Cosby was watching Lil Bill when I was, like, 3 to 5 years old. That was, like, the closest I got to actually watching anything by Bill Cosby, so yeah. That was over 20 years ago, man, damn. On the 27th of June 2012, Chris posted in Facebook a photo of a black woman at McDonald's who he said discriminated against him and demanded people not to go there, and if they do, to throw newspaper in the damn old bitchy black woman's face. Chris should have just changed his name to Karen by this point. It suits his lifestyle in many ways. In 2014, when Chris was infatuated with Catherine, he had a romantic rival by the name of Colin. He sent a message describing the light shining off of Colin's head in a photo as poo light. In 2016, Chris was asked by Bravery Jerk what his opinion on the Black Lives Matter movement was. Chris seemingly had never heard of the movement, saying, I have not heard of that. Well, Black Lives Matter, it sounds like it's, maybe black people sounds like they're having trouble, but I feel that, to help any person in general, regardless of race, whatever, I mean, for the, Black Lives Forever. I mean, I'll give Chris that. I mean, if Chris says he's never heard of Black Lives Matter, that's not a too bad way to put it, but I suppose, again, 2016, it was very different from when Chris was, like, 6 years younger and stuff like that, so there's that. Asians. In the comics, Chris portrays Punchy Sonichu as a kung fu master with... I'm not saying that, raised in a dojo. When a fan criticized this stereotyping, Chris claimed that Punchy was not of Asian origin. Outside of the comic, Chris also misattributes the origin of Kung Fu to Japan. No, it comes from China. I mean, Chris, the song literally is, everybody was Kung Fu fighting. Those kids were fast as lightning. It's an ancient Chinese art. I mean, don't give me that look. That is literally what it is in the song. Look it up as well. It's a staple of 1970s pop music, in spite of itself. He does a racist impression of a Chinese person and claims Japanese and Chinese people... Fucking hell, Chris. He claims Japanese and Chinese people sound the... Fuck me. You know what? You know what's fucked up about this? Is that at my day job, I actually converse with a lot of Chinese, a lot of Filipino, Indonesian, Japanese, and a lot of other Polynesian races when I'm at work, and actually they are all very, very distinct. Trust me, this is the sort of bullshit you hear from somebody who literally does not know anybody outside of their own front door. I'm not even joking. Like, are you, Chris? I don't know why anybody would be prompted to say that. Well, because Chris just thinks it's either funny or maybe he didn't mean it in the meanest. Who knows? In a leaked series of emails, it is shown that Chris simply does not seem to know that China and Japan are not the same, as he calls the Japanese account Chinese, failing to realize that they are separate countries with different governments, languages, writing systems, and currencies. Okay, hang on. Quick timeout. Didn't Chris, do some sort of high school paper on World War II in which he somehow described the Japanese and Americans as two boxers on the opposite side of a multi-thousand side ring or something like that? Didn't Chris it was Chris confuse Manchuria with like for something else, or I know. Again, that's just down to Chris's strange, innocuous nature with how the hell history works. So I can't. That is like I am stunned is the word I'm going for. Stunned. I'm absolutely stunned. In Chris calls Clyde out, Chris pretends to be Clyde Cash while doing an imitation of an Asian accent. Yes, that's true, and to be honest, yeah, since we know, well, let's just check this out. Oh, that's a good start. Chris trying to squint his eyes and showcase that he still actually has teeth. We might as well watch it.
Oh, Mr. Clyde. I have a bit of a message for you in response to the one you sent to me recently. Yeah, basically this is the impression I got from your message.
Oh, look at me! I feel like a city man! Look at me! Don't look at my city, bro! Look at my city! Mommy, I am the troll! I should be trolling! I should be trolling against everyone! Look at me! I'm some kind of Italian or something! I can be more lame! You want me to be more lame? I'll be more lame! I did the city walk! And I got a city walk! Look at my city walk!
Okay, maybe I get... okay, whatever. That's... Well, yeah. That's Chris's... That was Chris's attitude towards actually trying to take a stand against someone for something wrong that they did. Is literally just giving them exactly what they wanted. In his real life, in a reference to Clyde's Asian ancestry, so it was done intentionally to harm him, right? And Chris says he doesn't have tolerance issues. In his real life dealings, Chris seems to have a positive or at least a neutral view toward Asians. Most of the time, he has stated that he would not exclude Asian women from his love quest, and at one point believed Emily to be part Asian. Chris appears to believe that is an actual Asian name, rather than a racially insensitive mockery of the Chinese language. Moving on. Can we go back instead? Actually, I'm bored. As stated in the main article, despite claiming to have at least one Cherokean ancestor, Chris is completely ignorant of Native American culture. However, unlike other minorities, Chris's opinions and representation of Native Americans are a misguided expression of pride for his heritage. In Sonichu 2, Episode 7, Chris tries to tie in his Cherokean heritage with Sonichu lore. He depicts Cherokee characters in his work as white-skinned and blue-eyed, and wearing ancient Roman-style armor. Joseph Smith would be proud. The Wasabi clan, unsurprisingly, also bear no resemblance to Native Americans. The Wasabi rival is, once again, very Caucasian-looking, and he wears an orange robe and a brightly coloured hat, vaguely resembling a meteor. This has led multiple commentators to say he looks more like the Pope than a Native American figure. Chris has also embodied this ignorance of Native American culture in a more physical form. For a brief time, Chris blurred his gender roles and began to collect and customize My Little Pony dolls. One of the dolls he crafted was the infamous Cherokee-chan, a Native American pony clearly based upon himself. While there is nothing overtly racist about this abomination, it is probably not how Native Americans want to be represented. In the end, Cherokee-chan is just another Mary Sue for Chris, and pales, pun not intended, in comparison to Chris's most infamous portrayal of Native Americans. Chris attempted to emulate what he perceives as Native American culture in a war paint video. You know what, rather than describing it, I think we should just watch it because, well, there's the Megatron pistol, there's the war paint, and here is Chris. Enjoy.
Calling all trolls! Calling all trolls! We are at war! This is war! I will not stand idly by while you take heed and curse my friends and my family. For you have dishonored me, and I will not stand for it. as I stand upon my native Cherokee heritage, I will hunt you down, you damn dirty trolls. This is war. Put down your wares and bring yourselves unto me.
Now, again, I know what you're thinking. I didn't remember at any point Native Americans using guns. I didn't remember Native Americans using muscle bras. I didn't remember Native Americans necessarily being hoarders quite to this extent. And I certainly didn't remember Native Americans having muscle bras and war paint. What do you mean war paint? This isn't a war. This isn't even handbags at dawn. So, no, we're not going into that. Jews. I hope that God will forgive you for being so heartless and cruel, Michael Snyder. Also with He Probably Will by Michael Snyder himself. Near the beginning of Chris's unsuccessful attempt in April 2010 to be unbanned from the gameplace, he felt the need to point out the possibility that Michael Snyder was Jewish. Why, I have no idea, using his last name as a point of reference. Snyder is a common Dutch name meaning tailor. It happens to be similar to the German surname Schneider, which is sometimes used by Jews. After failing to convince Snyder to lift the ban, Chris angrily called him a Jew and bolted out of the store, seemingly belying his claim to have no ill will towards the Jewish people, despite the fact that... Why did he say it? In a later video, Chris appears to restrain himself from calling Snyder a greedy Jew. In an email to Katie Bay, he refers to Snyder as a son of a bitch Jew and a pig-headed stubborn Jew. This probably is more so a misguided attempt to mimic Eric Cartman than the result of any deep-seated anti-Semitism. But because, again, if Chris actually went out of his way to explain that he was imitating Eric Cartman and deciding not to come across as anti-Semitic, borderline on people like Johann von Ribbentrop, but unfortunately because Chris is that sort of person, I suppose, no, Eric Cartman's probably even more evil than Ribbentrop. What am I even talking about? Actually, no, what the hell am I talking about? No, Ribbentrop was far, far worse. It should be noted that Snyder once clarified in a YouTube comment that he is not Jewish, and also that Chris took to using Jew like a curse word because anything directed at blacks nearly got him assaulted in retribution by patrons. Chris finally apologized for insulting Michael on the 31st of March 2018 after a 23andMe test showed that he himself had 0.1% Ashkenazian Jewish ancestry. He characterized this as a surprise. As of 2020, his 23andMe results no longer included Jewish ancestry. So I don't really know where this even came up in the first place, but whatever. Funnily enough, according to Chris's list of Adam and Eve purchases, he had purchased Nina Hartley's Guide to Sex Toys, a pornographic video starring the titular porn star, who just so happened to be a Jewish atheist. Whether Chris knew or cared about the fact he was masturbating to a woman whose race/beliefs he showed such a prejudice to remains unknown. Also, Chris has used the Yiddish phrase oy vey on occasion, though it's not uncommon for that phrase to be used outside of Jewish circles. Chris probably picked up on it from his parents or from shows like Rugrats and The Simpsons. Hispanics. Now, considering we've actually covered a lot of Chris's views towards the Spanish language before, I'll keep this relatively short, because outside of his rather tenuous grasp of the Spanish language, Chris has treated a somewhat racist caricature in the form of Espanolic. It's a grass-type Pokemon that resembles an anthropomorphized sombrero, in front of what appears to be the flag of Bolivia or Ghana. And its main attack is confusing its enemies with its strange language. Its evolved form, Vegaton, has an attack called the Spanish Fly that puts its enemies to sleep. Hilariously enough, Nintendo would later create similar Pokemon named Lombre and Ludicolo, which, despite being obvious stereotypes, were handled far more tactfully than Chris ever could hope to do. You're not kidding. Lombre was literally a very small guy with like a lily pond for a hat and seemed to have like a very long mustache for what it is. You could have said it was 6 years old and it would have had a mustache, probably that would have stretched to the floor. So far, the only Hispanic characters in his comics is Heather Iglesias, the lesbian nanny of Sonichu and Rosechew's children, and then Chris's children. Chris is probably trying to be inclusive here, but he isn't creative or intelligent enough to think of anything besides a stereotypical occupation for Hispanic women. It also does not help her sentences are random mixes of Spanish and English, and no, not by throwing in a random word or two of Spanish into her sentences, but switching from English phrases to Spanish midway in her sentences, which appear to be Google translated. It is worth noting that Chris sometimes refers to people of Latin American descent as Spanish. This is not unheard of, especially among older generations, but it is much less common than the terms Hispanic or Latino. Chris has shown in the past a willingness to befriend and date Hispanics. Indians. When the Gamer from Mars took Chris out to eat at an Indian restaurant during the filming of The Chris Chan Conspiracy, Chris blurted out one-liners from The Simpsons character Apu Nahasapima Petalon, complete with a stereotypical Indian accent. Because despite the fact that Chris was in his late 30s when this happened, oh, who am I kidding? You know the drill by now. Chris thinks he's being funny. He's not being funny, and Chris should have known far better than not to try and attempt to be funny, or rather just not say anything at all. Much to the embarrassment and disapproval of his hosts. Oh, you know what? Again, since we did it for the others, we may as well do it as well. Let's get this over with. Okay, the Gamer from Mars must have really felt like, where is it? Oh, here it is.
I want everything about...
Let's see, where can we find it somewhere? Actually, you know, it's not even there. Yeah, never mind. That I tried. Despite that, Chris insisted on belting out another "Welcome to Quickie Mart" line before they sat down to eat, oblivious to the fact that he could have offended somebody. Turdy Jerk from Off Target has a vaguely South Asian appearance, and the name also may be based on a stereotype of an Indian accent. I have no real point of reference to this. I mean, I sadly don't. Sadly. Other white ethnicities and cultures. Chris has not shown outright malevolence towards other white cultures, but it is often ignorant of their customs and nations. In Tito Got No Luck Against We Brits, Irish and Scots, for example, Chris plays an Irish song while wearing a kilt and pretending to be Scottish, then mentions a shillelagh. Chris has an extremely basic idea on Eastern Europe and Russia. Sylvana was given a supposedly Russian accent midway through the comic for no discernible reason, although the way it was written made it look like a German accent instead. Maybe Sylvana was meant to be like the Baroness from G.I. Joe or something. But then again, the Baroness was German, so I don't know. Troll manipulation. This is, of course, from the infamous Blue Spike call. So, yeah, if you want to know what that was. In the Julie Reveals Herself call, Blue Spike coerced Chris into saying the N-word, and Chris attempted to substitute the N-word instead. But Blue Spike insisted, and Chris gave in. The term, the N-word, became an infamous quickism. In a June 2009 video, Chris uploaded for Julie called Don't Trust Any... which was a cover of the song Don't Trust Them Over There from the Boondocks. While Chris attempted to make it homophobic, because that was going to make Chris look more popular, he still kept many of the racist lyrics from the original song and even repeated the N-word on 3 different occasions in the song. You know what? Why is that even troll manipulation? Why did Chris even make that video? Why? What was the point? I don't know. Chris called Surfshark Tito the N-word on video and in email. Notably, he never used the term in this context either before or after his interaction with Tito. who is not even depicted as being a black person, suggesting Chris was manipulated by trolls behind the scenes into using that word. In Jackie Emails 14, Sweetheart Jackie asked Chris to dress up as Mr. Popo on video, a character from Dragon Ball, with black skin, red lips, and a turban, while singing, "You ain't seen no Saiyans on a fiddle, no Saiyans on a fiddle like this." Chris complied because he's a fucking idiot, though he was aware the costume would appear like blackface, and placed a disclaimer stating that this video presentation is not meant to make fun of the blacks or the Hindus. You may say that's the best thing Chris could have done outside of, just not making the video at all, but, well, here it is. It's about as awkward as it gets.
Hello, I have glasses for a genie, Mr. Popo. I tell you a story. It is a good story. You will enjoy story. Once there was this boy who was born with some autism and yet made a few friends, but after his high school years he lost his friends and was so tortured. Fiddle like this. Ain't no sayings on the fiddle. No sayings on the fiddle like this. A song yo day wah wah. Ho ho hey ya ho. A song yo day wah wah. Ho ho hey ya ho. Ain't no sayings on the fiddle. No sayings on the fiddle like this. Ain't no sayings on the fiddle. No sayings on the fiddle like this. A song yo day wah wah. Ho ho hey ya ho. A song yo day wah wah, ho ho hey ya ho. Happy loving between me and Jackie. I love you, sweetheart. Boing.
I know you're probably gonna get sick of me saying this, but I'm just gonna say this just for the record right now, is that it really goes to show you how desperate Chris, or determined he was, to lose his virginity this way. And you've got to admire how much Chris truly valued this going this far. Certainly more than Chris ever valued his dignity, that's for sure. During the Idea Guy saga, Chris was manipulated into dressing up as a gopnik, bottle of vodka included, while spouting the phrase "a new," I don't know if this is like, and over and over again, in reference to the Stalker games which Joshua was obsessed with. Although, like many things during that saga, the whole meme probably flew completely over Chris's head and was actually led to believe that the chant was Cherokean instead. But wait, I hear you say, Chris not being a racist? And I am not racist, and I like Jews. Blacks are good people too. Chris in the disclaimer for the Mr. Popo video. Chris does not want to be considered a racist. He claims to respect blacks as equals, saying that in Quickville they can even vote. Or if they can help him get his inane and idiotic video game made, he also genuinely likes two black actors, Keenan and Kel. He did mention more than once that the reason he doesn't want black girls, but any other race is okay, is because he thinks God, told him that his future daughter Crystal must be white, too. In an IRC chat, Chris said he has no problem with dating an Asian. Later, in Mailbag... How lucky for them, eh? In Mailbag 35, he wrote he would date Asian, Native, or Hispanic women as well as women of any other countries, except the ones being black. Chris's ethnic background. Influenced by his parents' claims, Chris has long asserted that he is of primary English descent, with some Cherokee heritage on Bob's side and some French heritage on Bob's. However, in March 2018, the Idea guys had Chris apply for a DNA test from 23andMe to determine his ancestry, which showed he was of 100% European genetic background, with slightly over half of this being British and most of the rest from across northwestern Europe. The test also indicated that Chris had a trace amount less than 0.1% of Ashkenazian Jewish ancestry. Chris was also led to believe that he had black ancestry because his parental hallograph lineage, like all human lineages, began in Africa. As a matter of fact, both his paternal and maternal hallographs point to European origin. As a result, Chris declared that he was fully observant of his Jewish ancestry. How much of his Jewish, or how much of how much of Judaism Chris really knows is also up for is questionable as well. That's the word I was looking for. And that he was black too. No, you're not, Chris. He apologized for his past offensiveness regarding Jews and black people. Sometime between 2018 and 2020, Chris's 23andMe results were updated. They now show no Jewish ancestry whatsoever, showing a somewhat larger component of Italian ancestry instead. Starting to question the actual legitimacy of 23andMe for all this, if I'm being completely honest. They also show that he is of 0.1% Siberian ancestry, possibly the sign of a distant Native American ancestor, as North Asian and Native American populations are closely related. Chris has yet to comment on these new results. In January of 2023, Chris's 23andMe results were updated again. They showed a larger component of Scandinavian and broadly northwestern European ancestry, increased 0.1% of Italian, and the rest of northwestern Europe was decreased by less than 2%. A Siberian ancestry increased by 0.1%, and it was also added to Chris had 0.1% of unassigned ancestry. Maybe autism one day will become recognized as its own nation, and unassigned will probably be the way to put it. Minority characters in Sonichu. Chris's attempts to add in characters of various races and religions with decidedly mixed results. Many of his non-white characters are one-dimensional or barely relevant, but then again, so is every white one who isn't Chris in his world full of rainbow hedgehogs. Virtually all black characters are depicted as criminals, villains, or undesirables. The ones that aren't so lucky are treated like crap by the other characters or used in race-related jokes. In the mailbag, when Chris is confronted about the lack of minorities in his comics, he claims that all of his Electric Hedgehog Pokemon are considered minorities. In Quickville, implying that he completely missed the point of the question. Despite being minorities, the Electric Hedgehog Pokemon group never experiences discrimination nor prejudices in the comics. That's save for another minority in Quickville. Chris tolerated different renditions in July 2020. By the way, this is a list of all of Chris's minority characters. Kevin, Jewish, good, but immature. Ancient leader of the Cherokee clan, Native American, lawful, good. Wasabi rival, Native American, evil. Queen of the Cherokee clan, Native American, good, probably the whitest of all Native American characters in the comics, as she's not only blue-eyed, but also blonde. B. Manajerk, black, evil. A villain based off a real-life encounter, the B most likely stands for black. The name was coined so that Chris could distinguish him from other Manajerks. This is quite similar to the way American black superheroes were named in the 1950s and 60s. Barack Obama, half black, half Arab. A cameo for the sake of a race-related joke. Bob told Chris a racist joke about then Senator Obama, which Chris illustrated within the pages of Sonichu issue 8. Chris removed the joke after Obama won the election, but he probably only did that because he respects Obama now. Blake, black, evil, turned good. A villain turned positive, aligned bad boy. Black Sonichu, or Blackchu, whose name was later changed to Blake, was originally a villain, but switched sides because he's a recolor of Shadow the Hedgehog. In Sonichu 11, which were uploaded in 2015, Blake is mistaken as black, being wished as Happy Kwanzaa Kwanzaa brother from an African American who goes on an angry rant about how his skin is not. I'm okay. You know what? That's it. I've had enough of this. I'm done with this. It's you know what I think's kind of like really fucked about literally all of this is the fact that the only reason why I suspect Chris did half the things he said is because he either thought he was trying to get one over on people by striking at somewhere where he knew it was going to hurt people, and then when it comes to his comics, it was just a way to as though, again, when you're doing a comic book, you have the fortune, the blessing that, you can, use things to depict, drawings, and there are ways you can distinguish between people just by using your eyes. But Chris, oh god, okay, you know what? I'm done with this. I don't want to tolerate Chris's intolerance or his sense of humor for literally another second. So, stick a fork in me. I'm done. I'll see you guys later. Peace out. See you tomorrow. Good evening, and welcome all of you back to another Chris Chan article reading. And I have got to lower my chair because, ladies and gentlemen, well, I hope every single one of you is enjoying your Easter weekend. And certainly I'm going to be enjoying my Easter holiday. Well, holiday, it'll probably mean go straight to work anyway and pretend that you actually care. So, today, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to, and I think there couldn't be a better time to describe, ladies and gentlemen, Chris Chan's views on religion. So, good luck, because we're going to be here for quite a long time, so buckle up. So, it's apparently out of date, and there's going to be quite a lot of things that revolve around Chris's jail letters and his neo-spiritual Christianity. Meanwhile, this neo-spirited Christianity is too large or off-topic. It has been suggested that we smash its heart level down to 15% and split off the pieces into their own article. Discuss on the talk page. Good. Have we got all that? So let's get started. I believe in God and Jesus too, but God must hate me to put me in the lifestyle I am forced to be cooped with and bored with. Wrong. Chris can't be bothered to actually do anything for himself, so blame God. Blame anybody. Eli Lama Sampankantani, whatever that means, Facebook 2013. Also Chris, several years later. So I dare say, with all due to respect to the Lord, meh. Chris abandons the Christian god for hyperdimension Neptunia goddesses. And something you're going to be hearing of quite a lot in this article, ladies and gentlemen, is references to the video game series Hyperdimension Neptunia, a game series I've actually not played for at least 4 years. I do actually really like, but not as a result of anything that Chris has had to do with it, and you'll see why soon. Religion is the belief in and worship of supernatural powers. Christian Weston Chandler's religious beliefs have significantly informed his beliefs and actions. For most of his life, Chris declared himself a Christian, being an attendant of 3 churches. However, Chris's forms of Christianity deviates from other denominations as he incorporates a grab bag of blasphemous mystical beliefs from unrelated traditions and other sources. Now, before anybody says this, actually, because I have a lot of friends who worship Islam, who worship Buddhism, who are Hindus and Sikhs, one thing I'm actually going to say for the record before we go any further is that when you think about it, there's actually quite a lot that you could look into, especially in regards to Buddhism. I mean, one of my best friends is a Buddhist, and she has a phenomenal outlook and attitude towards life. And whether you want to say this is a result of messages in Buddhism, it's entirely up to your choice. But at the same time, it is entirely what you choose to make of it. So you could choose to actually, if you believe that it's for the right reasons and they sort of formulate a sort of categorization about how you truly look at life. I mean, if we were to take Buddhism, and there's a lot of things that Buddhists believe in terms of messages of peace, which is actually really, really nice. And there are some very, very cool little tidbits. I mean, I'll just give you guys an example. Okay, so just to sort of like give you guys a bit of an example, just through some of these phrases, and let me just see if I can just bigger the image right here, is peace comes from within, do not seek it without. A man is not considered a good man because he is a good talker. Or, peace comes from within, do not seek it without. Share this quote, Buddha, it is better to conquer yourself than to win 1,000 battles. Buddha, the only real failure in life is not to be true to the best one knows. Also, if you light a lamp for somebody, it will also brighten your path. And there are thousands of quotes, again, ladies and gentlemen, you can just look into, and this is the sort of thing that, even if, let's say, ladies and gentlemen, you are not particularly if you are agnostic or atheist, one thing I can absolutely suggest before we go any further is that if you were to look at, let's say, the Bible, the Torah, the Quran, if you were to look at like religion from a purely philosophical standpoint, there's actually quite a lot to actually see in this. And yes, absolutely, that's a fact. I do believe that. And also, again, three things cannot be long hidden: the sun, the moon, and the truth. It is a man's own mind, not his enemy or foe, that lures him to the evil ways. We could almost immediately say that actually kind of culminates for a lot of Chris's delusions, but for the sake of this article, ladies and gentlemen, let's sort of... It's going to be extremely difficult, from my point of view, to actually not turn this into an enormously complicated and deeply rich source of information, of wisdom and knowledge pertaining to the effects about one's personal morality in life, even through substantial hardships, even through the hardships experienced by someone else, by their own hand or not. That is what would be referred to as a very ecumenical matter. And, well, while I'm not necessarily at odds to say, ladies and gentlemen, that Chris is the sort of person who doesn't or may well and truly have suffered ideological implications, or whether or not his beliefs in false gods and things that have not brought Chris happiness or peace or space in any which way, shape or form, you may argue that, well, there were plenty of resources out there to suggest that Chris could have space and peace of mind, but it's just whether or not Chris can actually find them. The road to Nirvana, ladies and gentlemen, is a long one, but peace is absolutely obtainable. And even in Chris's chaotic life, even to this day, ladies and gentlemen, he can still find peace. Some may argue that Chris does not deserve peace because of the crimes he has committed, the lives that he has damaged as a result of his crimes, and the fact that Chris has no shame whatsoever to say he is not sorry for the things he's done. Now that, ladies and gentlemen, might be the sort of thing that no living person will ever say Chris is deserving of peace, but what I fundamentally believe in, ladies and gentlemen, is that I believe in the act of forgiveness. And truth be told, ladies and gentlemen, is that I'm going to have to do something extremely bold and unprecedented by saying that, you know what, in spite of everything Chris has done, I forgive him. I forgive Chris for what he has done. I forgive Chris for perhaps some of the feelings I've had towards Chris. Maybe, again, I don't pretend to be Jesus Christ, unlike Chris, because if there was any one person from the Bible I would rather model myself after, it would be Saint Peter. Now, again, I promise we'll get back to the article in just 1 second, ladies and gentlemen, but for those who don't know, Saint Peter, outside of being described as the first pontiff or the first pope on earth, Saint Peter was always categorized as the disciple who always got it wrong about Jesus. Maybe not so much the likes of Judas Iscariot. Judas Iscariot actually betrayed Jesus Christ. But here's the thing, ladies and gentlemen. Peter betrayed Jesus Christ 3 times by claiming he did not know who he was, and that he had never followed him, and he did not know anything about him. You may argue that's one, if that makes Peter any less accountable than Judas Iscariot, you may be more than free to think so, but the point is that St. Peter wanted to make things better. Remember, the reason why, to my knowledge, ladies and gentlemen, why Peter was chosen to be Pope is because they wanted someone human. They wanted a representative on earth, someone who is representative of human beings on earth, to be the representative of God on earth. And it's probably even for Peter's sort of, not so much his lack of knowledge, but maybe his lack of understanding. It's the same reason why you very, very rarely see any gospel readings in church specifically from St. Peter. Because, well, history has proven through revisions, international versions, ones through the rendition of King James, is that John, Luke, and Mark are infinitely more reliable, and they are more the sort of thing that we are kind of used to, probably because of how they're meant to be depicted. Interestingly enough, Saint Luke, ladies and gentlemen, Luke was always the person who always spoke of Jesus Christ as being a man of great hospitality. So, in case you didn't know that, there you go. So, here we go. Online, Chris cherry-picked the Bible to reinforce his own beliefs, while neglecting doctrine that would have had him alter his own conduct. Chris long espoused traditional Christian teachings condemning homosexuality, while ignoring that it also forbids premarital sex, pornography, and gluttony. Speaking of premarital sex, ladies and gentlemen, apparently even prostitution is now at the recording of this video, is now classed as a misdemeanor in the state of New York. That's interesting. This dissonance is exemplified in his reaction to the news that Panda Halo had been raped and impregnated by Clyde Cash. He actively encouraged her to spend time with her rapist because a child should know and be raised by both of its parents. Shortly after encouraging her to get an abortion. So apparently Chris is... and again, this is why it's going to be rather infuriating of the idea, ladies and gentlemen, about the idea of Chris talking about religion, because unfortunately, one of the things that Chris doesn't quite seem to fully comprehend and understand is that a lot of Catholics and, probably a lot of Muslims, a lot of Jews, there are very, very stormy debates about what technically counts as life. Does life begin at conception? Does life begin at birth? In fact, even France, only 2 weeks ago, made it a constitutional right for abortion. And this is something that's been in debate largely across Europe. Poland, which at this moment, at the recording of this video, is now a very far right-wing country. They have absolutely forbade abortion. And whether you want to say it's because Poland wants to hold on to the belief that life begins at the point of conception, or whether or not this is just a skirmishing maneuver in order to keep the lower classes quiet and keep them in control, it's a little bit difficult to say. That's the sort of thing where it would need an incredible amount of studying, not just in Polish politics. Outside of the fact that I do have a lot of very good and versed Polish friends throughout my life. So whether or not I would have to, if this is the sort of thing I would have to look into, I'd probably just get some first-hand experience from people I know who are Polish. So I suppose there's that. Not that this is something that Chris necessarily thought of immediately. Chris's narrow view of the world requires that Sonichu and Rosechu in the comics and his true and loyal fanbase in the real world share his religious beliefs. Meanwhile, all trolls will burn in hell. Well, again, ladies and gentlemen, this is the first thing, again, you have to understand, is that Chris's anguish, his hatred, if you will, for trolls is so palpable, it would make you wonder about why Chris would even claim that he's a Catholic in the first place, because no representative or respectable Catholic would ever wish for doom and failure to his enemies. In many ways, Catholics don't really have enemies. What's one of the 10 Commandments, ladies and gentlemen? Love thy neighbor. And, well, there you are, ladies and gentlemen. Now, if Chris was at any point, let's say all the way back in 2007, decided he was going to amend his ways and choose not to react with scorn or try and get one over on trolls, if he simply ignored him, which is something people have been telling him for years to do, Chris might have actually come out as a very different sort of person. Less embittered, less rage-induced, and less susceptible to being prodded at through egotistical schemes like Asperchew or Liquid Chris. Oh, and also what you're seeing over here, ladies and gentlemen, is Chris's version of the Last Supper. He coloured Jesus last because he liked to serve others before serving himself. Note that Jesus as the... Okay, well... I will... So, apparently, yes, this is apparently meant to be the Last Supper, and there's only, like, one or two things I'm not entirely sure of. Is that, I mean, it's not too bad, I suppose, but here's the problem, is that I'm trying to work out in the back of my mind who is meant to, well, outside of the fact that I thought, because originally I know that, they had to point this out, that this was meant to be Judas Iscariot, but it's a little bit hard to tell, because I thought, who's pointing downwards? Because I think it's meant to be here. I think this is meant to be Thomas, because for those who don't know, ladies and gentlemen, in the Last Supper, Saint Thomas was always depicted as actually pointing downwards. I bet you didn't know that either, but again, these are the sorts of things that actually are... Now, again, ladies and gentlemen, I just have to put this in very, very quickly, is that my dad studied divinity when he was in college. Ironically, ladies and gentlemen, not only did my dad study divinity, he also studied it with a woman who would later go on to be the head of my high school. So they were... I think they're just about the same age. I'm pretty sure the old head of my old high school retired about 3 years after I graduated. So roughly about 2019. And the man who previously... because... who was head of my old high school, he was a very learned and a very, very wise scholar of a man himself. He was also, by far and away, the tallest man I'd ever seen in my life. He was at least 7'4", but very, very skinny. But that didn't matter, because, again, he would speak very... in great length and about religion, and he would make it make sense. There's even... I know I'm really beginning to drag this out, but you have to understand something very important about myself, ladies and gentlemen. It's the fact that I've been in Catholic education basically from when I was only from between 4 to 18 years old. So 14 years in Catholic education. The entirety of my secondary education from 11 till 18, I was in an all-boys school, an all-boys Catholic school. And one of the absolute greatest things I learned is that when the old head, I'm just going to call Mr. M, just to, for expediency's sake, he would always, roughly around about either April or May, so just about after Easter, he would always come in and always give an assembly where he would always quote from a song by Connie Booth. Except he would read it as though it was a poem, and it was about Lord, I require more time. He always spoke. He did this once a year, and he always said, "I will." You know what? Maybe at the end I'll pull it up, because I think it makes for fascinating reading. But it's the sort of thing that I constantly want to do, once a year myself, is to almost carry on this tradition. Because people need to be reminded a little bit about how short and how tenuous life can sometimes be. And bear in mind, you don't really need to be a Catholic or any religion whatsoever to understand this. But it's a way of understanding it, is how it's a way of seeing things in a different light, is what I'm trying to say. Sorry, where were we? Under the influence of the idea guys, Chris abandoned his Christian faith and started following the CPU goddesses from the Hyperdimension Neptunia video games on the 17th of December 2017. As his Hyperdimension Neptunia fueled delusions spiraled completely out of control, and oh my goodness they did, Chris came to believe that he is the goddess CPU Blueheart, orchestrating the apocalypse which will create a heavenly new world. Having taken time to read the Bible in jail after his arrest for incest with his mother, not something that most Catholics would ever dream of doing. That's like, you know, there's an entire essay's worth of things about the sort of things that, again, I know this is something that, again, I'm just going to bring up for the sake of what people have told me about, is that people who have autism have said in the comments before that they reject Chris on principle because they know exactly who he is. People in the LGBT community have rejected Chris on the principle that they know fine well what he is and what he did. But it's interesting to say how many Catholics, if you're a Catholic, for example, would you be on the same idea of rejecting Chris? Would you reject Chris on the principle about what he's done? Would you reject Chris on the principle of the fact that he's blasphemous by calling himself Jesus Christ? Would you reject Chris on the principle that he has no recourse or any suggestions that he's willing to apologize or make amends for the sins he has committed? I mean, I know I've just talked before about forgiving Chris, but it's interesting, I think. I'm saying it because I generally want to forgive Chris, and I have to forgive Chris, so I have to keep my word about these sorts of things. But I wonder if that really is going to make any difference, if that makes sense. Is it good for my soul? Is it good to be in the knowledge that I can actually bring myself to say those sorts of things? Because it's not an easy thing to say, ladies and gentlemen, but we'll wait and see. Having taken time to read the Bible... Okay, we'll go. Chris believes he is the reincarnation of Jesus Christ, on top of everything else. His resulting religion, neo-spiritual Christianity, is an unholy amalgam of authentic religious traditions, Christian and otherwise, Forgians, and narcissism, mixed together with neither forethought nor consistency. He has demanded that watchers worship him, and believes it feasible that he could convince half the world population to join his personality cult. Oh, and by the way, this is apparently a drawing of Chris as Christ Chan and God Emmanuel at the universe core. So apparently, like, Emmanuel meant to be like a Sonichu as well? I mean, this is probably one of the better drawings Chris has done, but for what it is, like, the context of it, I'm just... you know. And as you can see right here, ladies and gentlemen, we just talked about the introduction and we're nearly 25 minutes into this, so oh boy. Early life. As a Christian man himself, Bob Chandler initially desired to name his son Christian, but was Chicken. Chris's name change from Christopher to Christian at the age of 10 came from what may well have been divine intervention in the form of Leonard Bernstein, who mistook a Christopher as Christian, and in turn the young boy adopted the bear-given name. Chris has since referred to Leonard Bernstein in the same sentence as God himself, and his arguably spiritual interaction with and belief in the bear was the beginning of many unorthodox ideologies. Well, yeah, that absolutely... I mean, it is true that did happen, yes. As to whether or not it's the best thing you could possibly do for your own son, only because a bear said something, I'm not too sure. Chris and Christianity. And even as they did not like to retain God in their knowledge, God gave them to a reprobate mind, to do those things which are not convenient, being filled with all unrighteousness, fornication, wickedness, covetousness, maliciousness, full of envy, murder, debate, deceit, malignity, whispers, backbiters, haters of God, despiteful, proud, boasters, inventors of evil things, disobedient to parents, without understanding, covenant breakers, without natural affection, implacable, unmerciful, who knowing the judgment of God, that they will commit such things, are worthy of death. Not only do the same, but have pleasure in them that do them. Romans 1:28-32. On Chris. Well, I suppose, is this meant to be like the first letter to the Romans? Maybe it possibly is, but let's just say, I mean, it is absolutely written as though it's meant to be a letter, I suppose, so. Romans is a little bit one of the things I'm a little bit less familiar on. My sort of thing is more like Deuteronomy and Numbers and Revelations, Revelations has very different names, like, it's referred to as the book of the Apocalypse, Revelations, the Revelations from John, or the Apocalypse of Jesus. It's either the Apocalypse of John or the Revelations from Jesus Christ. And, well, those are the sorts of things that are, like, really, again, it's the sort of things that don't even really, like, get to, even when I was in school, we never really learned anything from Apocalypse, or, like, a lot of the things from, like, say, Samuel's period, I suppose, in the Old Testament. But that's just sort of one and the same. Well, not quite, but, you know. Church attendance. The first church Chris is known to have attended is Korean Canaan Presbyterian Church in Chesterfield County, which he attended as a teenager in the 90s. Chris would later attend Grace Baptist Church, a small Southern Baptist congregation in Charlottesville that launched in July of 2000. In 2008, he was, under mysterious circumstances, forced to leave that community. I assume it had something to do with the She Came for Quick .jpg image, because there is quite a lot of speculation that that was the source behind it, and that probably a lot of unsavory things got into the congregation through, like, somebody may have spoken to somebody and somebody looked into it, and it's not the sort of thing that perhaps a Baptist church like that would allow in their community. At which point, he and Bob began attending Wesley Memorial United Methodist Church. Although Chris and Bob identified as Methodists as of 2009, Barbara continued to identify as Presbyterian. In spite of this, Bob and Barbara were married in a Baptist church, suggesting that they were never very particular about the differences between Protestant denominations. Wesley Mem is located near the University of Virginia and has an unusually liberal theology. The common conclusion among trolls is that congregations more in line with Chris's tolerance of homos were equally intolerant of him. So he had to come there. The doctrine differences between the Baptist, the Methodist, and the Presbyterian denominations were probably too subtle for Chris to concern himself with, and he likely did not spiritually identify with any particular denomination of Christianity beyond simply being Protestant, or even just Christian, as suggested by his statement that Methodism and Presbyterianism are both of Christian religions. I will say, as I don't necessarily know myself, but whether or not if it means just listening to things that are slightly different, if it means the same, well, if it means, like, you know, the 10 Commandments are the same, if it means anything else should be the same, then the message should still be the same. And if that's just how that is, then I know obviously there are, like, let's say even if in England you were a member of the Church of England and you believe that King Charles III is the head of the church, well, I don't really agree with that personally, but it's things like that, and unfortunately I don't have the sort of time to really get into these level of discussions about the Church of England, Protestantism, Martin Luther, the divorce from the Catholic Church, incentivized by Henry VIII. But it's mostly to talk about Chris. So there's that. Early notions of God. Traditionally, Chris had a fundamental belief in an omnipotent, benevolent male God. He also accepted Jesus Christ as the Son of God and the Saviour of mankind. He was reluctant to mention God without also including Jesus. Perhaps out of some sense that he must stress his specificality. Christian notion of God, despite other Abrahamic sects, usually completely different words for him. In effect, Chris frequently referred to God and Jesus, or God Jesus, as if they were some sort of ability, a deviation from the mainstream Christian concept of the Trinity, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, that his churches would regard as heretical. And by the way, here's just some things you might want to see for yourselves when it comes to notions of God. September 29th, 2008. Dear Blanca, I am so happy that you are revealed as my true honest sweetheart to be. In the dream I have anxiously waited for since the dreams of me and my future daughter. When before my heart was lost and confused, now I truly see the path to true honest love set formally by God and Jesus. I now can truly hardly wait to meet you around Halloween. If you make it beforehand, we can dress up and go to the local Halloween party. I will make a priority to find for us to go to. How fun! My heart is truly set. I will wait for your guiding light, B-chan. Also to Blanca's grandmother and aunt in Illinois, who will receive this package for her, please make it top priority to have it ready to give it to her when she arrives to visit y'all soon. And this is meant to be Chris having that dream and claiming hand to God as well. So Chris was sort of writing this with his hand on his, which is, again, it's really bad because, well, it's sad because we know about what happens next, but then again, it sort of moves on to this. And it's kind of sad in many ways knowing the idea that Chris holds on to this so much. And, well, the only thing you really need to grab from this is that this is God trying to tell Chris and Ivy that they were destined to be together, and insert first kiss for her. And it's Chris' obsession with Ivy was I don't know if there's been any other gal pal in Chris's lineup who's ever had who's brought something really creepy out of Chris, but Ivy probably might be one of them. Probably maybe more than Julie because of, well, Chris was completely unawares until the very last moment about who Julie really was. But, well, actually, you know what, that deserves a video in itself, so we'll get to it when it comes to it. Chris believes God has a special interest in his own life, which would be consistent with Western monotheism, except Chris's view seemed to view God as more of an instrument of his own will than a supreme being to whom he is subject. In Chris's view of God, the Almighty will overlook his misdeeds, but will punish any who malign Chris. Case in point, the fact that Chris cheated in the Parappa the Rapper contest is not nearly as important as the suspicion that Adam Stackhouse did, and Chris invoked God numerous times in his threats to Adam. Adam, however, is no exception. Chris has been commonly observed invoking the wrath of God in his infantile threats. Along with punishing all trolls, Chris expects God to hand him a sweetheart on a silver platter, but is oblivious to the fact that God has yet to back him up on any prayers. Much like the aleatoria kahomai, Chris attributes most of his impetus to commands given to him directly from God Jesus in visions. I'd say my spirit is active while I am awake, but it does more when I am at rest or sleeping, he wrote in 2014. His exact beliefs concerning these prophetic dreams are difficult to pin down, but the most rational interpretation is that Chris dreams about something he'd like to do, then wakes up and decides it was God telling him to do it. In Chris's mind, each vision is simultaneously a directive to do something and proof that it will happen no matter what occurs. For instance, After Chris had a vision about fathering a daughter, he decided he was required to actively make that happen while also assuring himself that failure was impossible. Well, it was possible, but maybe Chris was overestimating the lack of failure, if that makes sense. When Chris was being accused of racism for insisting that he can only date white women, he justified this by arguing that his prophesied daughter must be white. You may be arguing to yourselves is that how could Chris know that it was his own daughter that he keeps seeing in his dreams, and which is probably something that Chris never really thought to answer himself about, but, you know, maybe it'll be the sort of thing to run Chris by on, perhaps in the future. Visions from God supposedly confirmed that Blanca Weiss, then Pantahalo, and finally Ivy were to be the mother of Chris's child. Despite the fact that each of these women subsequently turned out to be trolls, this proves that God, if he exists, is either not responsible for Chris's supposedly prophetic dreams, or was having a laugh at his expense, an idea which Chris may have later taken to heart. Well, maybe. The afterlife. For it is by grace you have been saved, through faith, and this not from yourselves, it is the gift of God, not by works, so that no one can boast, for we are God's workmanship, created in Christ Jesus to do good works, which God prepared in advance for us to do. Ephesians 2:8-10, on the place of good deeds in the Christian faith. Like most people, our souls leave our bodies, we end up in heaven or hell, depending on our deeds, misdeeds, and possibly reincarnation, according to Chris. While the idea of good deeds causing someone to go to heaven and bad deeds sending them to hell is a common one, most Protestant theology explicitly states that the salvation of one's soul is based completely on one's faith. Defying this, Chris has stated that one goes to heaven or hell based completely on personal actions. He thinks that he will go to heaven because he's done a lot of good deeds. Likewise, he feels that homos are almost certainly bound to go to hell and need to become heterosexuals to better their chances of going to heaven. You know what's funny about this, ladies and gentlemen? Well, there's nothing really funny about this, but I remember there was a kid when I was like 13 years old, when I was in secondary school at the time, who tried to somehow make the case that gay people couldn't go to heaven. And this is something that, to be honest, I have no idea what brought him to say something like that. And I really didn't have much else to do with him shortly after that. And I'd been friends with him for at least a year at that point. But then he just came out with this, nonsensical jargon. And I tried to explain to him via simple arguments about why no Catholic would actually ever say that, or deny somebody the rites of passage into heaven, and he, for whatever reason, wasn't having any of it. And, well, there you are. It's the same sort of thing with Chris, is that I reckon Chris might have been... No, he couldn't have been that person. That's, ridiculous. Well, not when I was in school and stuff like that, but anyway. He has also stated numerous times that he feels various trolls are bound for hell for making fun of people over the internet. Mean and cruel, yes, but is it absolutely deserving of hell? Probably not. He has suggested that they commit the S word so that they might receive their eternal punishment faster. Chris, wow, okay, I still stick to what I said, ladies and gentlemen, but are you of course Chris would say something as terrible as that. I am not shocked. Maybe I just sort of forgot that he said that. I wish I'd still forgotten it to this day, but wow. Oh my god. So that they may receive in Common Questions, the 9th of January 2010, Forg questioned Chris for threatening damnation against his internet adversaries. You often attempt to scare your trolls by stating they will go to hell. Some of your trolls do not believe in hell. What do you say to them? To which Chris responded, firstly, it is not a scare tactic, it is fact. And second, I say, well, believe it or not, you are not dead yet. Further complicating Chris's ideas of the afterlife, he believes in ghosts, going so as far as to claim that they might have seen one. In 2013, bollocks, I don't believe in ghosts, so if Chris claims he has, whatever, I don't believe it. And that premature death leaves one in limbo. Oh, hang on. No, sorry, I missed a step. In 2013, Chris commented that he had considered the S word, but the only reasons I don't do it are my mother and my dogs, and that premature death leaves one in limbo. In reality, limbo is, in some Roman Catholic views, a state that unbaptized infants were supposed to enter into it when they died. Happy, but excluded from God due to their original sin. Christian views on the S word and the fate of those who also commit the S word in the afterlife is highly varied. His belief that the S word leads one to limbo may stem from the South Park episode Death, in which it is found that the grandfather of a minor character is spending eternity in limbo for having his grandson euthanize him. In the eulogy Chris made for Paddy, he wrote that Paddy has departed from our world here on earth to a doggy heaven. She will run free and play with all the other dogs who are already having fun up in doggy heaven. This suggests that Chris believes that animals, or at least dogs, have an afterlife. I'd much rather there being an afterlife in this world, ladies and gentlemen, for dogs than there be leaving to haunt the realms of 14 Branch Lane Court for all eternity, because there are fates somehow worse than death, in my opinion, and that's probably got to be one of them. Sin. But I tell you, love your enemies and pray for those who persecute you. Jesus Christ, Matthew 5:44. I pray to God in Jesus to kill Jason Kendrick Howe, Chris in the Sonic 2 Girls form. Also, have a goddamn heart attack right now this very moment you read this message, you goddamn bitching whore. Chris's email to Vivian G. Chris's understanding of Christian theology is extremely limited, and he does not seem to know anything about the Bible. Although he apparently owns a copy of the New International Version, his hatred of homosexuals and nothing to do with the prohibition of sodomy in the Old Testament, which he was unaware of until he heard about it on Family Guy. His aversion to spilling his seed and dedication to the unborn have absolutely no basis in biblical passages condemning sexual immortality and abortion. Other than vehemently opposing homos, trolls, and jerk-offs, Chris seems to have little notion about the nature of sin and evil except that people who do things he doesn't like should go to hell. This is completely at odds with the part of Christian philosophy that states all who have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God, and anyone who repents his sins will be redeemed. Oh, and by the way, this was something that appeared in... was this Sonic 2 Revolution, or was this in Asperchu? But anyway, this is how Alec Benson Leary did it. Excellent question, Micah. You see, sex is like a virus. In the Garden of Eden, it wasn't necessary. But after man's fall from grace, the Lord God Jesus created sex as a punishment for our folly. Because sexual desire is a one-way ticket to hell, now on those rare instances when Kendra and I were worshipping, this is why we don't kiss or touch each other, by the way. When I start to feel the evil urges, I find a tight leather belt and a bucket of ice water always does the trick. Okay, maybe that got a little bit out of hand there, but it's interesting to know that even in the slightly blockier Photoshop paint that Alec uses, it's still leagues above Chris. Just in the art department, I suppose. Chris believed that if he confesses his sins to God Jesus, he will be forgiven. Private confessions directly to God are not uncommon in Protestantism, but generally it's assumed that the confessor is doing so out of true remorse and generally to atone for his mistakes. However, Chris abuses the purpose of confession so that he can commit whatever wrongs he wants and then wipe the slate clean with his confession. For example, Chris made a video in which he suggested that Clyde Cash and Jack Thaddeus commit the S word so that they can burn in hell forever. He later drew them doing just that in his own comic. Just one day after the comic appearance, Chris answered a fan letter asking why he had been wishing the S word upon them, and pointing out that such a wish conflicts with his Christian beliefs. Chris responded that he had confessed to that to God and Jesus, and they have forgiven him on that. That's, well, if it was that simple, then wonder why Chris didn't just decided. He was probably lying, that's the thing as well, because that's like really unbelievable. One of two things happened. Either Chris wished for the deaths in the video, asked for forgiveness, then gleefully drew it happening afterwards anyway, or he waited until he finally got done saying his piece, then conventionally offered up his confession right after getting everything out of his system. Either way, such a confession is highly disingenuous. When Chris gave in to temptation and cybered with Vanessa Hudgens in violation of his monogamous relationship with Ivy, Chris made a big production out of confessing his sin and seeking forgiveness. This suggests that he previously had little to no experience with the idea of repenting sins before God. Chris clearly does not follow the Christian concept of the 7 deadly sins, as he commits wrath, envy, gluttony, sloth, greed, lust, and pride constantly. Forgiveness. A major tenet in most any religion you can think of is the act of forgiveness. Unfortunately for Chris, he has no idea of what forgiveness really is, and will often hold grudges against anybody he feels has wronged him, sometimes even for years. While some may argue that he did show forgiveness in a few of his videos, even more will argue that such things were done either under an ulterior motive or is meaningless as he goes on to curse and scream at them later. That's the really thing you've got to understand, ladies and gentlemen, is the idea that, well, the idea is that if you do wrong, then you have to atone for what you've done. You have to recognize exactly where you've gone wrong, and you have to make amends and know not to do the thing again. Now, again, people break these sorts of things all the time, but if Chris has never taken to the idea that if he ever wants to be conveyed as serious with his actions, then he's got to understand that his actions have larger consequences than he probably thought otherwise. But because he doesn't agree to this viewpoint, he will just carry on as normal and thinking that because he's got God on his side, then it means he can just get away with certain things that other people really shouldn't. For example, Sonager and Rosetrue recall Joseph's story of forgiveness immediately prior to Rosetrue brutally injuring and sexually assaulting Jason Kendrick Howell in vengeance for comparatively innocuous actions. During Chris's court hearing on the 10th of July 2012, it was discovered that Michael Snyder made an honourable plea that Chris be shown leniency, as a felony was a life-changing event that could really harm Chris in the long run. This comes despite Chris scaring his customers away, while he was still allowed in the store, shouting racist slurs at him, threatening to set fire to his business, and injuring him with his car. This was probably the most extraordinary form of forgiveness that anyone has ever shown towards Chris, even after the latter's horrible actions. Chris's show of gratitude was to go against all common sense and commit public slander in a court of law. I don't think that thieving liar deserves a red cent. Now, to be honest, if I was Michael Snyder at this point, I just would have just asked if I could take my apology back, and for this plea bargain just to be, shown the door. But no, they just let it continue as possible. Despite the fact that Chris committed slander, they're just willing to get rid of it. However, Chris has on occasion shown some capacity to genuinely forgive and move on, as shown at MagFest, where he was seen making up with Adam Stackhouse, albeit after 11 years. Such forgiveness was not being extended to jerk-ops, however. Apostasy. Apostasy, by definition, is the abandonment or renunciation of a religious or political belief. For years before the idea guy seized the opportunity to infuse patent absurdities into Chris's mind, Chris appeared to have become somewhat disenchanted with God. Traditional theology has long dealt with the problem of evil in books. Chris is unlikely to read anytime soon. Despite Chris's strong belief that God Jesus was backing him up on his love quest, God was nevertheless imparted upon him such stress and trolling. He seemed to believe that the way prayer should work is the same way a little kid learns to get what they want, by saying please. To Chris, prayer was apparently like ordering a pizza. As long as you pray for something, it will show up for you exactly how you ordered it. Since Chris hasn't exactly gotten exactly what he has prayed for, the fault must lie with God. I mean, that's in Chris's world, that's the only logic he can come to. In a farewell letter, meant for his fellow parishioners at Wesley Memorial, he wrote that God seems fit for some hate-filled reason to continue to curse me as a jinx. On the 7th of September 2013, Chris cursed God's name on Facebook after a run-in with a jerk cop. God is giving me the middle finger yet again. No, he wouldn't. I backed up and scratched a car in El Agrave lot, and she's a damn smoker. Now the damn jerk cop is giving me a hard time. Because you hit a car, Chris, that's... Because I am screaming up at a freaking Emmanuel God, I want God to just kill me now if he is going to keep giving me middle fingers and a damned difficult life. As if, what Chris did couldn't have possibly been his own fault. He explained the reasons for his disillusionment in a May 2013 letter to Kim. Hey Kim, I have just read over some of the webpage Phil relayed to me. I must admit, and Amy is welcome to read this as well, it took me by surprise seeing the words magic and pagan in this religion. I like magic. I have fully accepted Jesus as my saviour and my father, and what I've hear on television. Chris's grammar is just the worst, and congratulations, Chris just admits saying that he will believe what he hears on television. All have informed me about heaven, hell, that the best way to live is as one does without much regret or with moderate acceptance and happiness, and that God is within all of us, as energy and direction. And in the end, we all believe in the same God, S. Yet also, if God is opposed to love us all, why does he let me continue to have a lot of downs in my life? I often feel temptation towards destroying the Lego minifigure I have made in an image of God, or otherwise just torturing it. I admit I am not perfect. But I prattle or digress. So all things considered, Amy, I will be most willing to try your way on, and see how I feel fully about it after. The way I figure it, at least I can still go to my church regardless. Smiley face. Soon thereafter, inspired by Futurama, he seemed to divorce himself from a Christian conception of God altogether, choosing to believe in a rather capricious relativistic deity. The higher force above us is always messing with each of our individual minds every day. Rather, each of you call him God, Emmanuel, Zeus, Buddha, or even the individual destiny of your own. I am not an atheist because I sincerely believe in the higher force above us. Even Jesus may be the higher force's son. But every religion will have you believing in the one same higher force. Right or wrong, it is truly set to each individual perception of every individual soul among us, the billions of people on this big blue marble among marbles in the universe. Chris on Facebook, August 2014. But what about the people who don't believe in this, Chris? What about them? What about the people who won't entertain your nonsense either? What about them? Because this is the sort of thing that could only actually work if people are willing to accept it and then believe it. So your dependency about whether or not you agree on this will have to come from the fact that Chris is trying to conceptually make some sense out of this, which is something Chris has tried, but he's never really managed to make work because, well, he hasn't really convinced me now, has he? Mysticism and sorcery. As early as 2003, Chris has invoked curses against his enemies. Most famous is the Kamehameha borrowed from Dragon Ball Z, which he had employed against Mary Lee Walsh. His magical thinking has been directed in various ways, as when he thought he could shift his body fat about by watching hypnotic internet videos, in recent years he has embraced several occult teachings and practices from the New Age movement, out-of-body experiences, chakras, and special powers associated with crystals, among others. Chris's willingness to embrace magical thinking made him susceptible to manipulation from trolls, climaxing in a strong reality disassociation from brainwashing at the hands of the idea guys. Delusions of Godhood. Fear not, for behold, I bring tidings of great joy. Sonichu from Sonichu issue 10, and this is something that again I'll probably be going into a lot more detail in like other videos, because there's, again, an entire essays of things to talk about when it comes to Chris's Messiah complex, or his God complex. I pray, and not even the things that even Chris in his ego could, suffice. I prayed for forgiveness for the real Christian. Sonichu, will he forgive me? From the voice of Aspie Sonichu, which is meant to be literally just... which is meant to be like a Sonichu that has Asperger's. That's what the name is about. Beyond his self-infatuation, visible from any of Chris's creative output, Chris had shown from an early period the nascent belief that he might have been specifically chosen. Chris might have developed a God complex as early as the year 2000, and as the halo floating over his head over the cover of Christian's favourite hits seems to indicate. In his emails to Reggie Fils-Aimé, he seems to call himself Jesus. You have my word as an avid gamer, Lamb of God, and humble human being that I will work very hard to save. However, this could also be a malapropism for Word of God. Most definite signs first emerged in late 2009. And have asserted over the decades since into Chris's current apophysis. Starting on page 42 of issue 10, Chris displays a somewhat disturbing twist to the plot, such as it is, of his comics. Ultra Sonichu frees Zelina Rosechew from her stony state using his chaotic powers, then appears to dogbind Sonichu with a message similar in tone, if not outright text, to prophecies of the coming of Jesus Christ, complete with arms outstretched as if he were suspended on a crucifix, which again is, well, this. Later on in the issue, Ultra Sonichu travels to the world of Asperchu, where the characters of that comic inform him that they were forced into their roles by Alec, and that they had been praying to Christian Western Chandler for deliverance and forgiveness. Lo and behold, Chris did send the Messiah Sonichu to end their suffering. Sonichu uses the chaotic remedy to miraculously cure them of their Asperger's syndrome, even though only Asperchu himself had the condition, and gives them new names and new, better looks. It should be noted that, like Jesus Christ, Sonichu was born to a virgin. Got him. Even before this, Chris had directly compared himself to God. In issue 7, after Christian is lost in the time void, Sonichu says this. In the meantime, he will receive the accumulative memories of the passing moments. So in a way, he is looking down on us, like our Lord and God are able to, but the vision may be blurred. Possibly in response to criticism about acting as God in later pages, Chris addressed the issue of the non-canon chaotic combo worshipping him in an incredibly ignorant manner. First, he declares that he is not God, but a servant of him and Jesus, and immediately after goes to forgive Michael, the copycat Sonichu's made-over name, for bearing false witness against Chris, as if he has the authority to forgive the breaking of the Ten Commandments, like he's God or something. In addition, only 5 pages later, Angelica condemns those who prefer Alec's artwork over Chris's as blasphemous. So, I know I've spoken before about how I think like the whole Asperchu saga is my personal favourite saga when it comes to Chris. If for no other reason then, well, there were some points about I'm like generally like kind of more astounded at the fact that Chris could be so stupid to think that Liquid Chris could outshine the actual true and honest Chris Chan. But this is sort of like Chris flexing his muscles in such an obtuse and unspeakably insane manner that I'm almost kind of have to be a little conceited at the idea that I'm either impressed or just incredibly like taken aback by all this. Because when the time comes and I do like videos about the actual comics, well, there won't be any stones left unturned, I'll say that much. Further evidence of Chris's blossoming God complex come through his answer to some of the frequently asked questions that were put to him via the mailbag, where he states that he considers Sonichu to have over 1 billion fans. The only other character who can claim such a number is God Jesus, or Allah Muhammad. This mad mentality is compounded by the fact that Chris is like a god to Sonichu. This means that his opinion of himself is that of a god, or of a god's god, or maybe a god's bear. Chris moves in mysterious ways. Chris's God complex has peaked with him believing he is the reincarnation of Jesus Christ. Why God would ever decide that his son should return in the form of a fat man-child who is currently sitting in jail on counts of incest, we will not know either. As a goddess myself, I am unable to worship in churches. Chris, as of June 2019. It was under the idea guys' manipulation that Chris's gathering apotheosis had come to a head. In November 2017, Chris became obsessed with Hyperdimension Neptunia, a video game/anime series he declared a belief in body sharing with a goddess character who represents the Sega Dreamcast in the series. By consulting with Magi-chan, then leaving his Dreamcast console powered on for 24 hours, in order to focus his own psychic power onto it and pull the goddess into his body. Since then, Chris has come to believe that he's actually a goddess to the Sonichu universe, leading the creation of the devotees of Chris Chan Sonichu. The Quran is to the Bible as Family Guy is to The Simpsons. Whatever that means. Well, it might have something to do with what Chris was probably reading at the time. If there was anything outside the Bible he was reading. Okay. Actually, wasn't it true that Chris was reading the Quran at that point and was even given like his own mat? I'm not too sure, but I have to remind myself if that was true. As of December 2021, Chris is in jail awaiting court hearings. His letters from jail offer insight into his current beliefs. Upon booking, Chris was given a Bible and eventually allowed to purchase various other supplies from the commissionary using fan donations. Among other items, these include 2 Turkish prayer rugs, which Chris uses for warmth and for playing solitaire on. Kengel attempted to send him a copy of the Quran in an attempt to convert Chris to Islam, but it was rejected by the jail and Chris bought one from the commissionary. He described it as literally all over the place. Well, hang on a minute. I'm going to assume it was like they sent one that was in English and not written in Arabic, because I'm more than certain I know Chris probably wouldn't be able to understand it if someone even translated it. And stated the Muslims are indirectly praying to Bob and Allah was formed from a piece of her. What? You know what? I almost felt like I exhausted my points about religion almost in the beginning of this video, but now I'm just so like, I'm almost in that state of just saying, yeah, yeah, whatever. I know you're talking out of your arse, Chris, but let's pretend as if I didn't know already. Despite spending nearly all his time alone in a jail cell, Chris claims to meditate 24/7 365 plus 1 days a year, and have full access to Akashic records, and that he can see into the past and future. He is able to visit alternative dimensions where all his cartoon characters live, and he is accompanied by Magi-chan and Mewtwo, among others. Chris has been documenting his time in jail in his goddess logs. It contains insights from the Akashic Guardian, but also a list of names and addresses of everyone who has written to him. Chris plans to release this after the dimension of merge, likely doxing quite a lot of innocent people. Well, pseudo-innocent, I should say. From his jail cell, Chris passes judgment on various people from his life and decides whether they have passed their divine test. Kengel passed, Bela definitely failed by making the incest call public, Dylan Thomas failed by confirming that Chris had said to him that he had sex with his mom, Noel failed and is Chris's version of Judas. Chris feels betrayed by Noel because Noel tattled on him for breaking his EPO by stealing $750 from Bob, which Chris claims to have paid back. Ironically, Noel is now selling silver coins bearing Chris's likeness. I did not know that. Chris is producing various holy items which he mails to people who write... It looks like something Terry Gilliam forgot to draw. Who write respectful letters. These are made from his trash. One is Neo-Spiritual Christianity token, of uncertain purpose, made from the bottom of a styrofoam cup. In other letters, he has included blessed bottle labels from Fanta and Coca-Cola bottles. These bear Chris's very long signature and his NCS logo, which is composed of a standby symbol, combined with a Christian cross, a blue heart, and Solitude's lightning bolts. The recipients are told to laminate these labels and wrap them around 20 ounces of water bottles for use with water and non-alcoholic beverages. They may laminate photocopies of their label for their spouse and children. Almost certainly not going to be the case, but okay. Some of Chris's letters have included apocalyptic prophecies, some of which he says are already happening. Neurotypical individuals will suddenly speak multiple languages, including ancient ones, and shall download into their brains massive amounts of knowledge from their Akashic records. Their brains will overload and burn with fatigue, and they will appear to be schizophrenic. If you encounter one of these individuals, you should not interrupt them. Animals will speak, and humanoid animals will appear. For the record, apocalyptic theories usually are not accurate. Like, ever. After his release from jail, Chris still maintained belief in being Jesus. In May 2023, he signed a receipt J. Christian Chan Sonichu for a cashier at the Earthbound Trading Company. In August 2023, he changed his PlayStation profile description to read, "I'm Christ Chan Prime." Good Lord have mercy on us all. But if you could believe it, ladies and gentlemen, things go even more out of control with Chris's delusions when you find just the crazy people that follow Chris as well as their sort of deity, if you will. Devotees of Chris Chan Sonichu. Chris had some divine revelations which he shared on the 2nd of November 2019. In a series of tweets, these revelations are as follows. He is the goddess of the Sonichu and Rosechu species and is of a higher deity level than a CPU. His powers are more apparent and potent in C-197, but do exist in 1218. The terms quick hands and quickanism does not feel or sound fitting for his religion. Focus and foquix do not sound appealing either. Devotees of Chris Chan Sonichu, Dox is chosen, pronounced Dox like Chris's favourite pastime. And thus, Chris is true and honest religion, Dox was born. The Dox all share kindness and loyalty, which is a defining figure of a devotee. They also pray to Chris and channel energy to him so he can use his goddess powers. Or Sonichu has noted that it's far easier for Chris to answer prayer in C-197 due to his additional power that he has access to in his Chris Chan Sonichu body. Chris can also store this energy in magic stones and often wears these around his neck with the Sonichu medallion. Chris used one of these stones to demonstrate his power even in 1218 by dropping it with as little movement as possible. AKA he's trying to bullshit you because he literally just has his hand and then just sort of until it falls off and tries to make it look as though he did it all on his own. When scaled up to C-197 proportions, Chris used which when scaled up to 197 in proportions would equate to miraculous healing. Chris thinks that crystals contain healing power and they can make you happy. The first Holy Temple of Dox. In late 2019, the first Holy Temple of Dox was consecrated. The temple has been a central in between and traversing between this dimension, 1218, and its sister dimension, C197. The whole property, including the gazebo and sheds, have travelled back and forth from 1218 to C197 many times, apparently. Unlike most temples, however, almost no Dox congregate there to worship, and instead the temple acts as a private residence due to their deity, Chris. Upon reaching level 40 in Pokemon Go, Chris was able to put the temple forward for an additional consecration ceremony from Niantic, the creators of Pokemon Go, to become the truest and honest Pokestop of them all. When he did, when he did on the 20th of August 2020. However, despite numerous efforts to rally his devotees to help the nomination be accepted, his nomination was eventually denied. The gazebo on the property contains magic power, I guess, and using deity level powers can be used as a vessel for a portal between the dimensions and can transport items and even living things. Interestingly, in the TSSSF game, its card is a unicorn card, which can be in a relationship with Pony OCs, though this is probably due to Chris using the card game wrong rather than him regarding his gazebo as a unicorn. Doctrines of the devotees of Chris Chan Sonichu. Are you following this, by the way, ladies and gentlemen? Because I'm trying to. Chris's convictions, not that kind, are a confused tangle, ever shifting as Weens twist his malleable perception of reality and his mental state continues to deteriorate. The below seeks to describe Chris's contemporary beliefs as accurately as possible, though information is subject to change in light of new revelations at any time. Chris has hesitated to describe his beliefs as a religion. On the 13th of April 2018, Chris claimed in a Twitter post that he no longer follows a religion, yet he is neither atheist nor Satanist, and over a year later would describe what follows as a belief and faith system, not a religion. And by the way, as well, these are just, again, Jacob Sock, this is, again, something I'm going to have to, devote a lot of time to. And Chris apparently has to address a theological dispute when now I worship Satan, our purple savior, this glorious demon, that I really do not like or approve of. No one should ever worship Satan. Please reconsider Jacob. Despite the fact that, again, if Chris is trying to denounce the idea of worshipping God, then what makes Chris think that, Satan exists? Well, somewhere. Uzume Possession. Initially sharing his body with a clone of the CPU goddess Uzume Tanoboshi was critical to Chris's newfound religion. Naming the clone that resided with his body as Orange Spiral Seal, Chris believed that he had the powers of the four main goddesses as well as his own powers. In a way, this was a bizarre continuation of his classic love quest. Not only did he believe that he could create a new CPU goddess from the ground up, but that with the CPU, he will bring Crystal into reality and create her as a CPU goddess, saying that is something that God Jesus would never grant to him. Chris's religion has little in the way of ethics, but he has indicated that he believes in the Hindu concept of karma, administrated by himself as an instrument of his vengeance against the Jerkops who tormented him in years past. CPU Blueheart. On the 16th of June 2018, CPU Blueheart, also known as Scarlet Celestia, came upon Chris and gave her his powers, making him CPU Blueheart, goddess of Comma Nation, the Commodore consoles, Quickville, and all the Sonichus and Rosechus, and everything else. However, Chris only found out about this on the 3rd of August when his hubby Magi-chan apparently told him. In the same way Chris had connected with his Dreamcast before, this time Chris connected with his Commodore 64 to obtain her memories and soul. This possession helped Chris develop his psychic and electric superpowers, and helped the merge become closer as C-197's characters became more tangible in 1218. He also started feeling more energy surges and electricity flowing in him. Chris also felt long, loud belches as a result of the possession, which were obvious indicators of the impending merge. Chris was being given a lot of responsibility for the merge when he became CPU Blueheart. Chris also claims to be feeling heart attacks that he pulls himself back from. Whilst these are obviously not heart attacks, they are certainly some of the ongoing problems with Chris's health, and these delusions are preventing him from getting the help he needs badly. Worship. As late as August 2017, Chris could be seen in a normal church, albeit irreverently wearing his unicorn cosplay. However, he has since stopped attending, believing that he is unable to worship Jesus or any of the other deities, on virtue of being a goddess himself. I believe in the OCs and deities. Chris appears to his viewers to send positive thoughts to fictional characters, as though through telepathy, perhaps indicating that he believes divine powers requires worship and oblations. Implicit in this is Chris's long-standing secular belief that he has hundreds of millions of earnest followers across the globe. None of that exists, by the way. On the 22nd of December 2018, in a long rant on Twitter about the merge, see the next section, Chris encouraged his audience to pray to him. I encourage everyone to keep faith and pray to the CPUs. You all may pray to me as well. How noble and how humble of Chris. He has made several such appeals in months since, and they've fallen on more and more deaf ears. Afterlife and eschatology. Under the idea guy's lingering influence, Chris believes that departed souls go to C-197, the fictional universe that includes Quickfill, other misbegotten OCs, and various media franchises universes, which he believes objectively exists. He teaches that, upon death, one may merge with one's Sonichu counterpart there. Among those who have been depicted in their Sonichu form on the other side include disastrous German Chancellor Adolf Hitler, serial killist and rapist Ted Bundy, and Chris's late father Bob Chandler. Only the true wicked, such as Liquid Chris, are denied this in the hereafter. Satan instead burns their bodies in hell's lava pool, purges them of their memories, and sends their oblivious souls to be reincarnated. Since the autumn of 2018, Chris has taught that we are living in the latter days. From a mixture of offhand comments by comic artists and several weens foddering him with misinformation and dumb inside jokes, Chris thinks that beginning in November 2018, the real world, or Dimension 1218 as he calls it, is in the process of combining with C-197, in what he calls the Dimensional Merge. Chris has attributed miscellaneous events, past and present, real and fictional, ranging from tragedies like the World Trade Center's destruction to salad recalls, to the impending merge. Originally projected to be complete before New Year's 2019, Chris maintains still that the merge is just about the corner. It should be around the corner, but okay, I suppose that's how Chris put it. Chris foretells massive destruction heralding the merge that will result in the deaths of about half the world's population, as well as half the fictional characters from C-197. Naturally, Chris being the goddess in charge of managing this brouhaha will be spared. Everyone else must take their chances. Survivors will be able to enjoy the company of their favourite cartoon characters in the flesh, as well as their deceased relatives transformed into electric hedgehog Pokemon. Hooray, I guess. Pantheon. In August 2016, Chris revealed that he thinks of God as a goddess. Chris has long considered women to be good and men to be evil, and since Chris does not want to think of himself or God as evil, he simply swapped the genders in his mind, making Tom Girl Christine and Goddess Emmanuel. During a conversation with Joshua Wise, Chris revealed that he had forsaken Christianity altogether, believing instead in the CPU goddesses from the anime Hyperdimension Neptunia. I just had to my back's getting a little bit sore now. Chris's view of God's nature is naive and even childish. He has used the fandom jargon acronym OC as a rough quickism synonym for God, and uses this broad category to include Christ, men represented or respected but not worshipped in their own light, separate traditions like the Buddha, ancient pagan gods such as Zeus, the Neptunia CPU goddesses, and other anime characters, himself and his viewers, and lazy ponysonas. He is extremely synectric, believing all of these, including the latter categories of clearly fictional characters intended and universally understood as such, to be real and divine. Monotheism, the cornerstone of Christendom that cannot be compromised, was apparently never assimilated into Christ's thought processes, allowing him to continue regard Christ as a god. He claims to converse with and be friends with Jesus and several other deities. Nonetheless, Chris does not worship literally everybody. In a 2019 Twitter post, he was alarmed by Jacob Sockler's apparent Satanism, saying that no one should ever worship Satan. Concepts of Emmanuel. Chris first uses the term Emmanuel in a Facebook post from August 2014, but it is not until a post from 2 years later, "Oh, for Goddess's Emmanuel's sake," that he explicitly uses the name to refer to a female deity and not simply as a typo for Emmanuel, a Christian name for God. Chris probably got the idea of a goddess Emmanuel from one of the feminist or lesbian Facebook pages which he was following at the time, but he took it to be a literal female deity instead of a joke. Somehow, Chris held onto this concept throughout the idea guy manipulations and incorporated it into his CPU goddesses pantheon. In his jail letters from 2021, Chris reverts to the biblical spelling Emmanuel, probably because that is the spelling he encounters in the Bible, which he has been reading in jail, but continues to refer to the deity as female. Chris calls Emmanuel God above all other gods and goddesses, and claims that she encouraged him to fuck his mother. That clearly cannot be the case. A claim which he also makes in the incest call. In another letter, Chris calls Emmanuel his mother. Ew. Some took this to mean that Emmanuel was really Barbara, but Chris explained in a subsequent letter that Emmanuel and Barbara are two separate individuals and souls. In 2022, he further clarified that, much to the adulation of nobody, "I have never ever said nor felt my mom, Barbara Ann Weston Chandler Rosechew, was a god of any sort, nor is she Emmanuel, or even Virgin Mary reincarnated. If anything, Barbara is the reincarnation of Merlin the magician." Can I just skip this part? But Emmanuel, God above gods, was my father when I was born in Bethlehem over 2022 years ago. He would be roughly just under 2,000 years ago, but whatever. Emmanuel had changed her gender to female in physicality and form over a century ago. He has absolutely no idea what he's talking about. Emmanuel planted an ovum from her ovary into Barbara's ovary to attract me from my forward and back trip through time after what happened with me in 1389, when the universe was divided into my second physical birth on February 24th, 1982, into this immortal body of mine. Chris is absolutely insane. This is like Charles Manson levels of like deranged, or possibly even maybe on the lines of likes of Peter Sutcliffe and that one, and possibly even, you know, Ed Gein, insane. With that, Emmanuel is my mother. I still am half Sonichu physically due to my trip through the apex of the Catholic rainbow of 2003 between Sonichu Prime and Rosechew Prime. Remember, Emmanuel herself can change her physical form into any creature, including a Sonichu form. Yet, Arceus, the first main one, was manifested from a piece of her. Oh goody, he believes that a Pokemon, which is meant to be like the manifestation of God, is, I don't care anymore. Reincarnation. Chris has said that he's open to the idea of reincarnation, common in Hinduism and other Eastern religions. In 2009, he stated flatly that he believed in the concept. But in 2014, he seemed more uncertain, writing, "It is possible, but I'm not sure." He has yet to offer any criteria for what might cause someone to be reincarnated. While reincarnation was, and to some extent is still embraced by a few Christian sects, Chris has nothing to do with them and seems to have lifted the notion from somewhere else, possibly Family Guy. Chris has suggested that he is himself a reincarnation of various people. If Sonichu, Chris's fictional counterpart, is the reincarnation of the ancient leader of the Cherokee clan, though he does not appear to believe this about himself in real life, however, during the epilogue of Sonichu episode 26, Chris mentions a real-world dream in which he discovered he had been a true and honest lesbian hippie who attended Woodstock in a recent past life. He credits this dream with the realization that he is a female soul and decision to identify as a transsexual as opposed to a cross-dresser, further calling the psychological validity of his gender identity into question. Besides his own reincarnation, Chris's explanation of what happened to Liquid Chris in the Sonichu canon mentions Liquid's soul being cleared of all memory of previous incarnations before being reincarnated, as what Chris considers an ironic punishment for someone who dared impersonate him. Chris believes that in other dimensions, people who have the innate ability to swap bodies with others, even inanimate robots. In a jail letter direct to Eels and the Eggman, Chris claims that as the Messiah, he can reincarnate or respawn infinitely, many times, and maintain memories of all prior lives. He states in another letter that only a few people besides him have an innate ability to reincarnate. What am I even reading? I don't. How much more is there really? There's like, oh my god, there is like so much more to get into. So I was gonna say I was almost just wanting to sort of like wrap this up, but it might not be for a bit of a while. So I apologize. I know this must be going on for what seems like forever, but don't worry, we're closing in on the end. Neo-spiritual Christianity. Neo-spiritual Christianity, spelled without a hyphen, is Chris's self-proclaimed term for his peculiar set of beliefs concerning reality and faith, developed while confined in jail after being exposed to the Bible. This new belief system combines aspects of Protestant Christianity with his pre-existing beliefs originating in Theosophy, the New Age, superstition, and the dimensional merge. Cosmology. Chris believes that he is the reincarnation of Jesus Christ and that Bob is the reincarnation of Merlin the Magician. He believes that his affair with Mother constitutes a soul-cleansing operation designed to heal and purify her. Justified by his belief that he is the reincarnation of Jesus Christ, Chris upgrades Christianity to Neo-spiritual Christianity and created a new 10 Commandments, oh god, this ought to be funny, that serve in part as a statement of secular humanist beliefs, although Chris upholds the prohibition on blasphemy and the observance of the Sabbath. Updated 10 Commandments, or Amendments. By Jesus Christine Weston Chandler, Sonichu, October 14, 2021. 1. Thou may have and worship one or multiple gods, goddesses, and demigods, or even none at all, whichever best feels well and good with thee. 2. Thou may make for yourself an idol that is safe and good and blessed. Thou may not make yourself an idol that is harmful, toxic, or demonic to you or anyone else. 3. Thou must not misuse the name of the Lord your God, or any other god, goddesses, or demigod. God damn it, shall be most punishable as well. Ooh. Remember to observe the Sabbath day, Sunday, by keeping it holy. 5. Honor thy father, mother, and any and all legal guardians who have helped greatly in your raising and support. 6. Thou must not murder, not commit or help another to commit suicide, regardless of circumstances. Regardless of circumstances is like a delightful phrase Chris just puts into these. 7. Adultery is okay, well and good. Is it though? As long as all involved are direct, open and honest with each other, thou must not commit adultery in secret from thy partners. 8. Thou must not steal. 9. Thou must not testify falsely against thy neighbour or anyone, nor testify without prior knowledge of the greater context and truth of the circumstances and details. 10. Thou must not covet thy neighbour's belongings. I don't think this is the sort of thing we'll catch on. I'm just going to put that out there. The remaining cosmology of neo-spiritual Christianity synchronizes predominantly Christian beliefs with a belief in the Akashic records originating in Theosophy, various New Age spiritual concepts, and his pre-existing belief in the dimensional merge and alternative universes. Chris and other faiths. Given his sheltered existence in the heart of the suburban American South, Chris probably hasn't had much direct exposure to anything but mainstream bans on Protestantism. When his fans asked him for his feelings on other religions during an IRC chat, he glossed over the question and simply reiterated his own unthinking statement of faith. At other times, his comments have been scattered and inconsistent. Other Christian denominations. Chris has no connection to Catholicism, which he seems to regard as a benign but alien practice. In his comics, he assigns to a minor character, Angelica Rosechew, whose faith doesn't particularly differentiate her from the rest of the inhabitants of Quickville. She's still as much of a slut as the rest of her species. Though Angelica, it is obvious that Chris knows almost nothing about Catholicism and seems to think it's just a variety of Protestantism with nuns. He refers to Catholic priests as pastors or pastors, and almost certainly doesn't know the Catholic Bible is different from the one generally used by Protestants. Also, Angelica's home congregation is called Samuel Memorial United Christian Church, which is about the least likely name for a Roman Catholic church that Chris could have ever come up with. It would have been called something like Saint Mark's or Saint Luke's or Saint Thomas or Saint Peter. You know, named after actual saints and prophets and bishops. And you know, he does at least realize that Catholicism is a form of Christianity, although he probably has no idea what its relationship to Protestantism is. Pandahalo's persona was designed to be a devoutly Roman Catholic, specifically to confound Chris's desire for premarital sex with contraception. Faced with this challenge, Chris tried to argue that God really does allow premarital sex because his pastor said so. Ironically, deference to a cleric or unethical matters is far more typical for Catholics than Protestants. It didn't even occur to Chris that what his pastor said to him wouldn't apply to a Catholic, because Chris is incapable of seeing things from perspectives besides his own. Just as long as they give him the green light, that's just about all she wrote. Chris has described Mormons as not being dateable. Boo, Chris, boo. He has never explained why, but he may have learned it through Anna McLaren that Mormons typically don't date non-Mormons. While it is not clear how much Chris knows about unilateralism, likely not a lot, it is not hostile toward the sect. Jackie identified as a Unitarian, and Chris was not bothered by this, considering because he didn't know what it was. Given that he has his own religion a la carte, Chris is likely unaware of most of the differences between the sects of Protestantism and the relationship between Protestantism and other kinds of Christianity. He has never been pressed for comment on Eastern variants of Christianity, such as the Eastern Orthodox Church, and it is uncertain what he thinks of these sects, or if he's even aware of their existence. Other religions. Most of Chris's opinions towards non-Christian faiths have been called or culled from South Park and from other television shows and series. For example, on the 28th of December 2009, Chris wrote a blog entry telling Jack Thaddeus to get out of the closet and go into Scientology. Following this comment, Chris was asked to elaborate his thoughts on Scientology. He said that he neither agrees with it nor disapproves of it. A Sonichu and Rosechu Christmas Story and Sonichu issue 11 reveal that Chris has a somewhat basic awareness of Judaism, probably picked up once again by watching South Park. He appears to not understand that Jews and Buddhists don't celebrate Christmas, at least not the religious aspects of it. However, in the way he wrote it, it is unknown if he's implying that Christians, Jews, and Buddhists go to the same place to worship, or of worship, or if he's saying they go to separate places of worship and calls them churches, because his vocabulary is heavily lacking. In Michael Snyder is Cold-Hearted and Mean, Chris uses Jew as an insult, which he also got from South Park, and states he is just throwing it out there, that he thinks Snyder is Jewish. He incidentally subscribes to his father's view that Snyder, Megan Schroeder, and others were secretly directing the trolls to ruin Chris's life. Some favoured comedians is a thinly veiled, furious backpedaling attempt in which he rambles on and on about how he respects Jewish comedians like Jerry Seinfeld. Some may argue why he would insult Michael Snyder the way he did, but there you are. As long as it's just about what Chris wants at the moment. Speaking of things at the moment, the Idea guys were here. Not to knock... What? Okay, hang on. Not to knock on Muslims, but the Quran is Family Guy and the Bible is The Simpsons. Now, in the realm of interest, ladies and gentlemen, if you do feel like insulted by this, I probably am too, because I don't quite know what is he trying to say that like Family Guy is more extreme? I don't even want to go there. In a Wikipedia article, he hints at a hatred of Islam. Although the article primarily exists to deny various accusations trolls have made about him, he does not deny being a prolific hater of all things not Christian. Years later, in a letter from jail, Chris responded to an apparent attempt to convert him to Islam by stating, "Allah is a good God, yes, but even he has his imperfection," and concerns over his followers and nationality of Islam, and that Islam contains a total population that includes around 40% of toxic haters, fakers, and sinners within it. Wow, for comparison, the base rate of toxic is the global population is only about 18%. Chris's obsessive fan, Kenneth Engelhardt, is a Muslim convert. Chris tolerates his religious beliefs, but has become annoyed with Kenneth's repeated attempts to convert him to Islam. Besides using the popular Western image of the fat Buddha, actually a Chinese monk, and mentioning Buddha a few times, Chris has never shown any knowledge of traditional East Asian religions, let alone any opinion of them. Indeed, Vivian G's belief in Toyism seemed to be a concept he couldn't process, and even seemed to make him uneasy. The New Age. The New Age is an umbrella term referring to a variety of new religious movements and alternative spiritual practices originating in the Western world during the 1960s, whose practitioners are referred to as the New Agers. These practices include various forms of prayer and meditation conducted along a multitude of cosmologies, combined with various pseudosciences such as astrology and alternative medicine. New Age beliefs often encourage magical thinking, which only serve to reinforce Chris's beliefs in his supposed divinity. Unlike most other religions, however, New Age worship does not typically occur in organized places of worship, and instead takes place at home or within for-profit storefronts. So it's kind of like the anarchists' version of religion, if in many ways. New Age worship practices frequently incorporate yoga and other exercise routines. Considering Chris's poor physical health and attitudes towards exercise, Chris will never do this. Period. Chris has affirmed his beliefs in various forms of New Age practices in the past, all of which were synchronized with forms of Christianity, and his own beliefs in the dimensional merge. Chris has performed tarot readings, believed in magic stones, and meditated in the hopes of achieving astral projection. Theosophy. Theosophy is a minority religion founded in the 19th century. An adherent of Theosophy is known as a Theosophist, and believers worship at Theosophical societies. Members of Theosophy predominantly consist of converts to their faith rather than family-based groups. Chris has been influenced by Theosophy in his affirmation of the Akasiac records, mentioned in various jail letters to fans owing to the religious denial of free will. The Akasiac records are believed to be a flawless compendium of all thoughts, actions, and words spoken by all human beings in the past, present, and future. Theosophists believe that they can access the Akasiac records to heal past wounds, lift pain and past issues, and find a higher expression for their lives. The origin of Chris's belief in the existence of the Akasiac records is unknown. However, Chris appears to incorporate every spiritual or supernatural concept. Regardless of whether it is intended to be religious or purely fictional, he finds it a bizarre pantheon of spirituality. Atheism. But I would certainly not want to be an atheist, because if I don't have God or Jesus by my side, I would be more lost than I was considerably beforehand. Atheists are the devil's spawning, as it would seem, and I would not want to be amongst them who they are to run out of town with the pitchforks and the haste and the fire. As a believer, I would either be a Peckham, I would rather be like a peacemaker, but I certainly wouldn't mind being one with the pitchfork, following the crowd and pushing the atheist out of town. Chris on recalling out Forg/Jeremy. Chris thinking that, again, he can espouse the ideas of trying to be kind and compassionate, whilst also saying he would much rather be running with the crowd, throwing the atheist out of town. Chris strikes me as the sort of person who says the good Samaritan is the one who beated the guy at the side of the road to death just to do some good in the world. That's what Chris strikes me of with this backwards thinking. Chris's opinion of the irregenious, irreligious is the most felicitating and incoherent, and incidentally one of the best documented. Unsurprisingly, he doesn't seem to like or trust atheists, but even there he has a hard time articulating his opinions. When Vivian asked him to explain why he dislikes them so, he said, "I don't know, but I do know that they are not believers of God and Jesus." When Chris exposed Forg, his reasoning for wanting people to troll Forg instead of him devolved from "because he's trolling me" to "because he's an evil atheist." In his calling out videos, Chris gave pizza-faced atheist as Forg's defining characteristic, with a heritone unseen vitriol. Chris's half-brother Cole Smithy is also an atheist, although his opinion on this is unclear. In the OkCupid answers, Chris stated that he would not date an atheist. On the other hand, the Wallflower told Chris in one of her emails that she had no religion. And as the rest of the correspondence shows, Chris was not bothered by the lack of faith and continued to pursue her/stalk her in many ways. However, in his later, revised OkCupid account, he states, to the surprise of nobody, that he would be willing to date an atheist if he meant he had a chance at some hanky-panky. So, you could say, also, there are some notes here. 1. For comparison, Christendom, the world's largest religion, made up only 31% of the world population at the time. 2. Chris often suggests he is a goddess of everything, since he asks people who aren't even Rosechus or Sonichus, or in any of the provinces to pray to him. And 3. Chris has even referred to what was most likely a synagogue as a Jewish church. So, there's certainly that to be mentioned. And there's quite a lot of other things as well. I sort of kind of want to go over quite a lot of these when it comes to like Chris and religion, because this sort of wants to incorporate a lot of other things I want to do for maybe Easter Sunday. Like, hopefully is when this video will come out. And, well, I would say that's like kind of that. Apart from there is one last like footnote to this article, is that in one of my recent videos, if you go to like Chris's so in order to do this, I have to actually go over to Chris's YouTube channel, and you may remember that I did a video about this a couple of days ago where Chris frequently Chris is fully under the assumption that Chris is so powerful that he can actually just determine that he can be the one responsible behind cursing people and ordering people because blah blah blah. Chris is under the assumption that those at Hasbro are in cahoots with the Russians, and that's what's stopping My Little Pony Gen 4 from continuing. So you could say that Chris, I think Chris is just doing this just because he thinks that this is just funny and normal to do. But that's it, ladies and gentlemen. That is just about all we've got time for, and it's definitely been one of my longest, probably one of the longest articles we've done so far, because we're not really done yet either, because there's still the whole cavalcade of nightmares to uncover when it comes to other aspects of Chris's, like, beliefs, I'm going to call them, as opposed to religious beliefs. And, well, I hope all of you guys are certainly, even if, again, on this Easter Sunday, even if you're not having the best time in the world, well, rest easy, my friends, and may God be with you all. And I cannot wait to see all of you guys again in the next video. Take care, and bye-bye for now. Hello, and welcome back to the end of the Society posts regarding Chris. Now, I know that these things are very generalized, and, well, in general, I don't think there's going to be a great deal to say about Chris and socialization, because outside of a lot of things that we sort of know already about Chris's aversions to the outside world, but, well, let's sort of go over these a little bit. And also, notice I say the word finals, because we really are starting to, like, come towards the end game for a lot of these articles, so let's get started. Chris is somewhat capable of socializing, despite what one may assume from aspects like his social awkwardness due to the epic failure of his love quest. Being a nerd and, as of 2014, a member of the LGBT community, Chris has common interests and values with friends. Awkwardness arises when Chris attempts to take part in conversations which exceed his limited interests, as his broken social filter and lack of common social etiquette due to his autism can lead to him saying inappropriate things or attempting to steer the topic to cartoons, video games, godhood, or the SLGBTQ+ community. In real life, the earliest known example of Chris socializing with someone other than Bob were his interactions with Sarah Hammer, who moved in next door to the Chandlers when he was approximately 3 years old. Chris fondly remembers using her swing set, playing hide-and-seek, among other things. But he, far from a good judge of character, even in his younger days, seemed oblivious to that Sarah might have had less than good intentions. At least twice, she could have caused him harm of her own volition, locking him in a crawl space and convincing him an allegedly poisonous flower tasted like honey. Both incidents he nonchalantly documented, in stark contrast to what he thinks of perceived wrongdoers. He stated his formative years also included interactions with other neighborhood children. Chris himself noted they were mainly girls. Not to mention he befriended Joshua Martinez, who'd eventually troll him when attending speech therapy. More notably, in his high school years, he attended classes and ate lunch with a female circle of friends, because he found males, except for his older friend Joshua Herring, to be immature. However, the only time they were ever known to have spent time with each other outside of Manchester High was for his 18th birthday party, and even then, none of the photos show him and even one of the girls near each other. They were never legitimate friends, however, as Chris found out about 15 years later. Their attention was paid for by Bob and arranged by the principal in a misguided attempt to socialize Chris. I've no idea exactly how much Bob technically spent in doing this and why the principal would even agree, but yeah, I don't really think that if I was a high school principal, I probably would say no to this. After high school, and in particular after he was suspended from college, Chris used whatever free time he wasn't using at home to try and socialize more in the open. Whether it be for attempting to score sweethearts or otherwise, his most notable socializing endeavors occurred at the Game Place, where he met Megan Schroeder. The two formed a strong friendship, but Chris failed to pick up on how she merely wanted to be just friends with him, even when she told him so numerous times. To make a long story short, things went very rocky, and by 2008, Megan had severed all ties with him, and Chris would be banned from the aforementioned Game Place because of his behaviour. Well, more specifically about his outbursts and his inability to actually control his temper. In 2014, Chris began attending Seaville Pride and the Impulse Gay Social Club, both of which would gradually become frequent hangout spots for him. These would serve as stepping stones for Chris to further grow out of his shell, and he soon later began regularly attending other places of that ilk, including LGBT events at the University of Virginia. The next year would see him attending the End Games, a card game store he attended before being banned in 2018. There he met a few adult Pokemon League friends, who hung out with him outside of the club. Eventually, though, Chris regressed back into staying at home, giving up socializing with his imaginary friends and internet enablers. He would nevertheless continue going to certain places such as conventions until late 2021. And what you're going to see here, ladies and gentlemen, is Seaville Pride itself. So let me just see if I can lower the size of it just a little bit. And well, here we are. And again, it's everybody hanging out. Everyone, well, Chris is just, there's something almost tragically sad about the fact that Chris is just sort of stood in the middle and everybody is just sort of either looking away or trying to get away from Chris, but c'est la vie. And well, I think that's, well, okay, let me just lower the size just a little bit. There we go. Over the internet. The internet for decades has been one of Chris's primary tools for socializing. Chris has regularly used social media websites, dating websites, and some forums as tools to talk with others and hopefully make either some new friends and or sweethearts. In 2017, he began attempts to socialize on Twitter with women he sees as potential gal pals, including voice actresses from some of his favorite shows. He tweets to see them illustrate how he tries to fit into conversations, namely that he likes to shoehorn in references to cartoons. Which, if there was a community specifically for that sort of person, then, well, that might have been one thing. But the only other problem with this is that if it's concerning people like Pie Guy Rules, The Mysterious Mr. Enter, Turkey Tom, or even, Phantom Strider, I think Chris's infamy was already well documented by that point, and it was a bit too late for that anyway. Planet Dolan. Doopy Doover is a voice actress / animator for the YouTube channel Planet Dolan. Chris discovered the channel in August 2016 and took a liking to Doopy almost without any provocations whatsoever. He began frequently tweeting to her in 2017. His social awkwardness in full display, because, well, of course it would be. He has tweeted to her on the subjects of poop, his hatred of online dating, and he has tried to hit on her by quoting his "I'm done adulting, My Little Pony" t-shirt. In June 2017, Chris began to pledge on Doopy's Patreon. A like on her post, which is hidden behind a paywall, implies that Chris is pledging $25 per month to her. He has also paid for her $25 for a commission to serve as a profile picture. Chris began throwing that money at her in the midst of the financial crisis, and he quickly resorted to begging people on Facebook for $50, ostensibly to help him and his own mother. Doopy is fully aware of Chris's online reputation and sees him as just another customer. As she explained, "I've been following the Chris Chan saga since the beginning. I know everything that he's done, and yeah, it's pretty shitty, but what other people have done to him / her has been pretty shitty too. I'm also just not the type of person to turn someone away when they're being nothing but kind to me. It may be a fake, it may be a show, but I'm not emotionally invested in this enough to really care. She's paid me to do a commission, and is a Patreon on my Patreon. And as a woman of business, I'm going to treat him/her as every other commissioner and patron. On the 25th of August 2017, Chris tweeted to Lady of the Cosmos, a close friend of Doopy, on Twitter. He consequently got destroyed by her in an ensuing tweet war. Because Lady of the Cosmos got called dear by Chris, she really didn't like it. Chris tried to justify his behaviour and force Lady of the Cosmos to accept that actually there wasn't anything, that lady wasn't actually hurt whatsoever, and Chris just didn't get the point. Looking forwards. In August 2021, Chris was arrested after it was revealed he had engaged in incestuous acts with his mother. Exactly what it is next for Chris will be heavily influenced by the outcome of the legal processes involved. Nevertheless, we can safely assume that if Chris is released from jail at some point, he will be banned from pretty much any of his normal hangout spots, like conventions, malls, hobby shops, theatres, etc., permanently dampening any chances he has of socializing in the future. Outside of the fact that the only places he would be left to socialize would be back on the internet immediately. So, yeah, that's like a pretty shitty thing to happen. So, well, I mean, pretty shitty for Chris. It's not pretty shitty for someone like me who absolutely knows Chris should have had this coming because of what he did. So let's just put that to rest immediately right there. And believe it or not, ladies and gentlemen, that is the entirety of the Chris's level of society covered in its entirety. So we've literally gone through body, psyche. I think we've covered the whole of his personality involved. I would have to see whether or not I've done articles on remorse or stress. Expression has still got like a couple of articles to go. Brand loyalty is left in business, and technology only has like 2 articles left. So we are basically entering the end game with a lot of these, and for reasons I'm going to explain a little bit later on, there are quite a lot of things I still want to talk about and discuss with Chris, from the important people in his life, the arcs of trolling, the people involved. There's a lot of things that are still left to be untouched, but as so far as this article is concerned, well, I think it's fair to say this might be just either the end of the road for Chris when it comes to society, because the problem is that who wants... It's not so much the case of Chris doesn't want to socialize with people, it's the fact that who is going to socialize with Chris, knowing what we know now, and a lot of people have the right to know about these things as well, but c'est la vie, once again. So, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for taking the time to watch and to read this article along with me. And I cannot wait to see all of you guys again in the next video. Take care, and bye-bye for now. And a very good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and I welcome all of you back to Chris and Sports, a quickie article, because you may be confused as I am as to why this is even an article in the first place, because as we know, Chris is not especially the healthiest human being on the world, and as a result, it's basically he gets winded through the mere act of walking. And bear in mind, ladies and gentlemen, I've known people in my time who got winded by just breathing, and they don't even have issues with asthma or anything like that. That's just how lazy some people can get, owing to the diet, the environment, and just whether or not they really want to do anything whatsoever. So here we go. Sports is a term that most often refers to competitive games involving heavy physical activity that may be very important to a culture. Some activity, for example, I happen to know that the NFL are starting their draft picks since the season is meant to begin in roughly 5.5 months. Although I've jokingly said it's because Americans have no culture whatsoever, so they've got to make a big thing out of something. But to be fair, the draws are actually quite impressive just to the gatherings that take place in each city, and well, it's always something that's pretty talked about somewhat. It's not really talked about too much on this side of the Atlantic, but it is what it is. Some activities that don't quite fit that definition, such as esports, are sometimes also considered sports. They absolutely are, but there you are. Upon first glance, One may assume that Chris has never once thought of throwing a ball or running a mile, but that would be wrong. In fact, Chris has had several interactions with sports throughout his life, both as an athlete and as a fan. Managerial career. No doubt Chris's most famous role in the sports world was as the manager/water boy of the Manchester High School Veracity basketball team. Unfortunately, Chris is no Greg Popovich, so you can only imagine how well this is going to turn out. Of course, the role of a water boy and a manager are two very different things, and while a student manager of a sports team may very well sometimes perform simple services for the team such as providing water, it is more likely Chris was simply given the title as a gesture. There are not many other details known about what Chris did during this tenure, other than he shared this position with fellow student Joseph Herring, who made enough of an impression on Chris to appear in Sonichu issue 7. Chris only served as manager for a single season. As I said before, Greg Popovich has been manager for 28 years. So there, you didn't think I knew it all, did you? Whether he lost interest or was denied a second season in his sophomore year is anyone's guess. Chris, the athlete. While Chris never formally played any sports for an organised team, he has played casually by himself and with others, and has bragged several times about his incredible athletic prowess. On his first Match.com profile, Chris claimed that he played many popular sports, and in Casey Call number 9, he would attempt to defend his masculinity by stating the same. It has been claimed by Sonichu himself that Chris's counterpart in C197 is very talented at some particular sports. In short, Chris's feats on the sporting fields are something he is very willing to brag about, whether they warrant it or not. For example, basketball. Chris is not limited to the sidelines of the basketball court. During his time in jail, Chris reported in a letter that he would sometimes go to the basketball court and shoot some hoops with Bionic on Central Virginia Regional Jail's half court. Tragically, in a letter to Eels and the Eggman, Chris would lament being banned from the recreation room, cutting his basketball career short before the NBA had chance to notice him. Football. In Chris's home country of the United States, football is the name of a sport that involves tackling and touchdowns. In most other parts of the world, football is what Chris and his fellow Americans would call soccer. Chris has a history with both variations of the sport. In his video, A Few Kicks, Chris plays around with a soccer ball as Tuchel plays louder than he speaks. Chris's ownership of a soccer ball implies an interest in playing soccer, but the lack of any feats more than impressive kicking the ball kind of far makes it seem that is another instance of Chris taking a mild interest in something, making a video about it, and leaving it be. Oh, and by the way, in case you are curious about what the actual video is, it's, well, a YouTube video on the 18th of December 2015 by Chris. Despite being uploaded as unlisted, it was nonetheless leaked to the Kiwi Farms chat room. In it, Chris spends a few minutes surprisingly getting some exercise outside. That's roughly about it. And while there's not really much to say about whatever is playing in the background, the only thing you need to know is that, listen, I'm no Eddie Howe, Arsene. Well, first of all, could it have helped Chris maybe if he got maybe a bigger t-shirt or a jersey of some kind? Because the fact is that it's almost as though his actual belly is, it's like the second you take away his shirt or any of his flesh is exposed, it almost looks, you're almost led to believe that how is his flesh or his body even meant to be contained in his clothing at all? I would also argue about why, what exactly Chris is trying to do, because again, listen, as an Englishman, I can tell you that football is golden nurse, especially from where I live and stuff like that. And I can honestly say, just by looking at this, it'll be pretty hard to tackle Chris in many ways because, well, Chris is incredibly robust as it is, and it would be pretty difficult to knock her over, I suppose. And yeah, you may want to, yeah, exactly. Get your, is he wearing? Oh no, get your shoes laced up. Yeah, that's a good start, Chris. Yeah, I don't know if you were expecting anything impressive or any other commentary, because the video is, well, just this. It's Chris kicking a ball around, filmed basically outside his house. Yeah, there's not really much else to say apart from that. In a twist that is unsurprising and part extremely surprising, Chris has experience with American football. In his emails with Jackie, Chris confirms that while he was never the most interested in it, Chris would play football during PE class. According to Chris, the class would be split between boys and girls. Presumably they would each be further divided into two teams and would play against each other. Chris didn't enjoy the levels of violence displayed by the jerks, and was eventually placed to play among the girls by special request. In spite of his limited experience with both forms of football, Chris directly references both among the sports he plays on his first Match.com profile, and cites them both immediately when Casey suggests that volleyball is not a very masculine activity. Screw you, Casey, yes it is. It seems that for Chris, simply having played before is enough to call himself a player if it helps his love quest, because of course it would do. Running. Like football, running is a sport that takes many forms. Considering that Chris's lifelong hero and his prized creation are both runners, one can imagine that Chris has a certain level of appreciation for running sports as well. In his famous December 2009 video Sonichu's Edge, you know what, rather than describing it, I figure I may as well just show you it, because I know I've showed this like 1 or 2 times before, but artist depiction, that's kind of mean. So here it is.
Hello there, fans. This is Christian Chandler here live at the Downtown Mall, where for the Science Show franchise in the state of Quickville and everything like that, I'm going to do a parquet from this point all the way down to the parking garage, where at the end we will get a nice view of the tent-style theater that's down there where events are held. And for best viewing, the camera will be hung around my neck right about here, so you get to see what I see from that point of view. And also, there may be 1 or 2 pauses where I have to catch my breath. Of course, that's to expect even from the best runner. Alright, here we go.
Now, I know immediately what you're probably thinking to yourself is, what the hell is actually going on? So I'll do my best to describe it for you. So the idea was that Chris was prompted by a video game somebody showed to him called Mirror's Edge, which is a video game released by Electronic Arts and is famous for its depictions of freestyle parkour. And somebody decided to get Chris the idea of doing running, because this was something that even Casey suggested they should do at some point. But what actually happens is that, well, outside of the fact that Chris mispronounces parkour as parquet, which is a brand of squeezable butter, what happens is that Chris just runs from one place to another, having to pause, and because you can see where like the camera cuts sporadically between certain frames, and the video. I sure hope you weren't looking forward to seeing any actual displays of parkour, like just like there. There's one. If you were, there's like no parkour going on whatsoever, and it's literally just Chris running across downtown Charlottesville. I agree, ladies, and by the way, the video is just this. There's very little else to it, and to be honest, Chris's comments about even the best runner would need to catch their breath, well, on occasion, well, no, that's not even true either. Professionals would actually go under rigorous training to know how they can actually pace themselves so they can get quick, sporadic air intakes, in through the ears and out through the mouth. They would know how to do this, and, well, usually they sort of have the sort of physiques as well as a lack of issues with cholesterol in their blood in order to help them to do this. Not to mention actually having the sort of muscular structure, especially in their legs, so that they don't strain themselves from an unsurprising level of physical activity. That's the thing. I don't know whether or not Chris ever, like, tried to, like, I don't know, rehearse this by training or doing some warm-ups before this. But no, it's hardly like that. And by the way, yeah, just I appreciate Chris trying, however, I suppose is the way to do this. But the problem is that, well, yeah, I don't really know what else to say apart from that, apart from, well, it's not that I'm disappointed at Chris, but rather, it probably would have been in the best interest for Chris if he, well, looked into what he was doing and he knew what the hell parkour was, because, well, he does do it, but he doesn't do any parkour whatsoever, and he takes frequent breaks, at least 5 throughout this video.
The amphitheater. Thank you for your continued support.
Also, I fail to believe that people who wear glasses, it's probably not a good idea for Chris to start running for doing stuff like that, but Damon Fan fit. Okay, whatever. That's enough of that. So moving on, shall we? Chris claims he upped his time jogging to. Okay, let's giving Chris a shade. Okay, during his run, Chris seemingly takes many breaks during cuts in the video. Given Chris's shape, what many would consider this excusable. What is noticeable is that at the beginning of the video, Chris states a belief that all runners do this. Jogging was a topic discussed by Chris and Casey quite often in their calls earlier that same year. The troll behind the Casey persona acted quite bothered with Chris's lacking in ability, criticizing him for only being able to jog for 3 minutes. Time in Casey Call number 19. In Casey Call 21, Chris claims that he has upped his time jogging to 5 minutes. Still unimpressed, Casey suggests that Chris ought to record himself running so that she could tell him how to improve. Chris makes this the excuse that it would be difficult for him to film himself jogging due to the way he swings his arms. Casey replies that when they go jogging, one is supposed to keep their arms by their side. Some video game characters will swing their arms stretched out beside them while running, so it is possible that Chris picked up the habit from them. Regardless, when Casey suggests that Chris should at least set the camera in a stationary position and jog in front of it, Chris says that he will think about it and, well, left it at that. He did be running. Volleyball. One of the sports that Chris is supposedly so skilled at in our sister dimension is volleyball. This was claimed post-transition, which means it's possible that volleyball's listing was influenced by an aforementioned comment made by Casey. That volleyball was really a girl's sport. Fuck you, Casey. After Chris listed playing it in high school as a boy thing. However, that is just speculation and cannot be confirmed. Other. When Chris lists sports he's played, baseball is usually among them. Despite this, no stories of Chris playing baseball seem to exist. However, on an OkCupid profile, Chris claims that baseball sucks. A similar situation exists regarding tennis, where he knows that Chris took a class on the game in college, but that is all. As for esports, Chris has only gotten into playing competitive games online relatively recently as of the Revelations saga, with Tetris 99 being a current favourite since just before the Jail saga. And, well, I guess that's that. So I don't really know what else I'm meant to add apart from this. It's kind of interesting, however, the idea that it's sports or doing something competitive physically wasn't even completely lost on Chris. And it's, I gotta say, for as short as it is, it's always kind of, I can't say that it was, there wasn't really much else Chris could do, but this is like one of those things where Chris would be judged purely on his physical merits. And, well, if Chris really did want to take out the time to actually do stuff like this, then who knows, things might have been a bit different, or it might have provided a very unique outlet for Chris. But it's not really an autism thing. It's just sort of, well, if Chris could be interested or bothered to do it at all. So that's roughly that. And yeah, I don't know why Casey thinks volleyball is just a girl sport. Yeah, I mean, what other sports does she think's girly? Like water polo, badminton, tennis, cricket. You know what I mean? Ice hockey. Absolutely no, not really. She would probably say something like ballet or figure ice skating would have been girl sports as well. So there you are. Thank you so much for watching, and I cannot wait to see all of you guys again in the next video. Take care, and bye-bye for now.